it's nerve-wracking
According to
to me.
information in eBay, StubHub said to be planning a summer IPO.
Social media reports of aircraft intrusion alerts being sounded in northern Israel.
Modest uptick in crude prices back towards the highs of the day, up 2.7% in WTI crude. Gold just coming off a spike to a fresh high, trading as high as 24.26 in the front month contract, 24.22 currently. Hungarian central banker saying they seek a soft landing in their rate cut cycle, plans to slow the pace of interest rate cuts, says Hungarian central banker. Wells Fargo on their call saying they expect to repurchase more common stock this year than they did in 2023. Whiskey Franklin Charlie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get started here in just a moment. Just had some data drop. That's what we're seeing as far as volatility goes. Consumer sentiment came out. 5150 is this local support level. for the S&P 500. Currently trading underneath the opening range there for NQ. So we'll start here in a moment. Well, we did say something was fishy, right? Something seemed a little off. Okay.
From Colombia's finance minister saying that the inflation is seen decreasing slower from now on.
Hey, good morning, everybody. What's up, Dijan? What's up, Andre? What's up, Raw? What's up, Abby's Options? Happy Friday.
Wells Fargo CEO
It's Friday. You gotta remember it's Friday.
In the US
you know
economy.
why? It's because you don't want to go into the weekend in a bad mood. Always take it easy on Fridays. Your NOC position's green now? Yeah, I bet. Way to hold. Way to hold through. Sure, well, you can posting this. I just gotta post it out on Twitter really quick, people. 1 second. All right, NASDAQ breaking down further here.
Wells
Careful,
Fargo CEO saying
don't get chopped
overall
up here.
Views on commercial real estate have not changed since last quarter.
And we're here. Got some volatility in these markets, people. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. How's everyone doing so far? Anybody making some money? I scraped out some money today so far. I want to go live earlier in the trading session, but it is hard to get things prepared that early in the morning.
Wells Fargo saying consumer credit overall is performing as they expect, with wholesale credit continuing to perform well.
Scraped $50 out of
Say
the
that they will
NQ.
not comment on reports of an imminent Iran attack against Israel, but says it is a viable threat.
Okay. There's a lot of news, a lot of geopolitical news, and I tell you what, you look at gold and you look at some of these other assets, man, it is screaming something. We're gonna go ahead and anchor a VWAP to the swing high of today, because that level can come back into play. We'll see if it holds as resistance. It's 18,301 for NQ. Okay, we're gonna take a look while this is going. We're gonna look at some things like bank earnings, right? Banks reported earnings. There's this bounce up right here. We're going to look at market net flow. Market net flow, people, take a look here. This is not a positive looking market net flow. We have the red line going up, the green line going down, bearish convergence. Getting a little bit of a bounce here. We're in negative gamma territory, so you can get face ripping rallies. But remember, market net flow right now is bearish. That's not a good sign, because that means we can leg lower, okay? So if you're trying to buy these dips, just understand that this could be pretty choppy. We can see some whips unless this starts to change. But the dealer, the way what this means is telling us that the flow is to the downside, right?
The date of closing their deal. This mid U.S. officials looking closely at the deal.
Okay. A second here. That's sweet, supple coffee. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, where are we trading as far as the SPY goes? We are actually already tagged the lower daily expected move. Remember that there's a higher probability that we come in, but remember, it's also a higher probability that we tag weekly expected moves, which we haven't done. Now, that'd be a pretty dramatic move to come all the way down here, but let me tell you how it could be possible. The reason why it could be possible is if this continues to diverge, right? If the red line keeps going up, green line goes down, and we hold convergence like this, that means that the flow can potentially trend us to the downside today. Crazy to think that. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Okay. But we'll watch that. Now, banks, like I said, they reported earnings. Let's take a look at some of them. JPM, trading outside of its earnings expected move. Most of the day, it traded right within it, okay? So there's JPM. BlackRock, I think, did decent response. It faded. Let me see here. Still off. It hasn't tagged its expected move for the day, but not too far off from the bottom end. Wells Fargo. Let's take a look at Wellsies. Wells Fargo is holding up rather well here, so that's a positive sign. Citigroup faded significantly on its gap up. I mean, this one was the one that was looking really good, right? And then we gapped up, we faded, but we haven't even tagged. We probably tagged it in the after pre-market session. No, we didn't even tag it in the pre-market session on earnings. So we're still trading within the expected move there too as well. So the big one there was JPM, breaking outside of that daily expected move. And this is one of the monsters, right? This is I believe the largest market cap name of the financials that reported earnings today. I'm looking at, I think, yeah. Okay, so remember that.
Saying
yesterday, this was the green line was up, red line was down.
Japan and Philippines.
So what are we doing? We're just chopping around. We're underneath the opening range.
Visiting the White House this week.
Careful. This is where you got to just chill out, be patient. You're going to see some face rippers, some rallies, right? But if market net flow doesn't change, it can break lower too. And the people that don't know about market net flow and aren't following that, they might be trying to buy the dip, just catch a little bit of something. They'll be fighting it. Now, with that said, you might be saying, hey, well, should I short? There's been already a pretty substantial move to the downside. Yeah, we can go lower. We're outside of the daily expected move already, though. So to me, we're poor market net flow. So I'm not really looking to buy the dip yet until that somewhat changes. Right. And then two, am I really looking to short after the market's already down 0.7%? Maybe intraday very tactfully, but it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite being in negative gamma territory, which we are been in, right? We've been talking yesterday. We talked on the market brief show. If you managed to watch it, right? Did everybody manage to watch the market brief show? I did it live and I did it very quickly, but there was a lot of good stuff in there, and I explained why things seemed fishy, right? Why things seemed fishy? Because all these stocks look like they're setting up really well, but there was a lot of intermarket things screaming like, hey, dude, you'll be poorly mistaken if we are correct. Special teams, special plays, special players.
Did not look at its own force posture after the Iran threat.
All right, let's see how we're all doing here. I'm going to take a look at the comments. We'll pull up some names, individual names. And you made 20K today? Holy macaronis, bro. You want another level of trade. I made 53 bucks, dude. And I'm like stoked. I'm cheap. Okay, I made 53 bucks day trading across 20 accounts. 19 accounts, actually, because I blew one up yesterday. Accidentally. Good morning, Exop. Hey, good morning, Tees. Good morning, Derek. Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Cal. James. If I haven't said that yet. Meyer. Brad. Ruben. I'll check. I haven't looked at my emails, Ruben, but I'll take a look at that. Chris, good morning or good afternoon, where is everyone at? Me, it's early in the morning. It's 7 in the morning, man. If I was on the East Coast, I'd be live streaming the market open. I'd be 30 minutes to an hour early. We'd be preparing, but no, okay? It's very hard to do so. All right. Taco Tribe, good morning. Raw, good morning. Tulip, good morning. Oh, how did I blow it, Raw? It was the Apex account. I blew it on accident because I thought that I'm copy trading my accounts. So I thought that my group was set. So I was taking a small trade across 20 accounts, and I hit the trade, and then I hit it again, and then I realized I realized that the group wasn't set. So it all concentrated that entire move into one account, and it blew to smithereens. Like, it could have been really good, but also then it would have screwed up the whole 30% rule thing anyway. So yeah, it's that one's gone. I'll get it back. Very easy to get these back. What's up, Christina? How you doing? How's it going? Christina, hello. What's up, Trippin'? What's up, Taco Trav? Sparks, everybody. Sparks took a little, Sparks a little bit took a little loss. Mike just. Yeah, crypto kind of took a little bit of a turn, right? Oh, you're over in Berlin, huh, Chris? That's cool. What's up, Cash? What's up, everybody? Okay, so what's the market doing here? Let's pull back up NQ. If things set up, like I said, I'd be interested. We're actually getting around the prior swing high here. Anchored VWAP, still within the opening range, chopping around. Market net flow, still not the greatest look here. If you lose convergence, that can offer up a counterbounce, giving a negative divergence. It is starting to flatten out to head down. So if it starts heading down here, and even if this flatlines and comes here, that right there tells me that we'll have some chop today. And if we have chop and we lose convergence, that probably means the SPY comes back within here, comes back in its daily expected move. Is that enough edge right now to make trades? Sure. If I want to force a trade, maybe. I'm just not interested in doing that. Let's take a look into the market, see some of these larger market cap names. What are they doing today? Apple's making another move, continuing on. Man, what a crazy move. I don't think that I have any, no, I think I got out. The bulk is out now. I'm out of the bulk of that move. I got out of some yesterday, a little bit more. And now it's pretty much, I'm locked, loaded, gone. I used AAPU, and I think it went up like 14% on my largest profit take. Pretty nice move in Apple. But do you trust this? What was there? Some news on AI or something like that? Like, this could be driven by a big short covering, potentially some breakout buyers, brings in some momentum, brings some attention because you see a big volume breakout. But does the trend change here? And I don't really think so. I don't really think yeah, we're maybe breaking, another high over here, but 180, remember 180 was a big breakdown level, and we're kind of just around this area. So it would be nice to see it consolidate and tighten up and then potentially make a move, but I mean, it's just low, lower highs, lower lows. So what you really need to see is if when we pull back, are we going to have a higher low? So no, I wouldn't chase this. I don't like chasing things. Apple can have the force and the wherewithal to like really get going. But if it's moved this far, this fast, it's best to just like, what is going on here? I'm hearing all kinds of alerts going off. Daijan gifting all these tier 1 subs. Holy macaroni. I'm like, what is going on here? Daijan just literally gifted a sub for basically everybody here in the live stream. Holy moly, Daijan, you are helping everybody out. Thanks for supporting the community like that. That is what's up. Daijan's literally in the Twitch stream right now, just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 25? Dude. Holy crud. What is going on right now? Daijan is straight hooking it up for the Twitch community right now, giving them free subs. Dude, what are you doing, man? Take it easy. Holy moly. All right, let's keep going on, Daijan, man. You just hooked everyone up. That's wild. What's up, Gio? Hey, Daijan, I appreciate all these gifts. Dude, I don't even know what you're doing right now, man. That is crazy. But thank you for all of that. I'm glad that you're calling it a day. I'm glad that you're doing well, too, as well. All right, we'll update here on the spine. Oh, my goodness. What is going on? T-Rabbit with the Prime sub. Thanks for being in here. Holy macaroni, dude. I'm getting just lit up right now. That's a first. Thanks for subbing to the channel here, Henry. Dude, what is actually going on right now? Okay, let's take a look really quick at NQ. Daijan, thank you again. Just literally hooked up the entire community. 30-second range, we are just trading around it, and we're above the swing high anchored VWAP. So that's a positive sign. So what I'd like to do now is I would probably just anchor VWAP to the low and see if the low swing, this can hold right here. So this would be like our support level. I mean, it's in the middle of an opening range, so it's not something you want to really fight too much with, but that's actually holding so far. So you'd want to hold above this. If we start cracking below it, we can get more of a flush. We're starting to flatten out here. We're starting to lose a little convergence. Chopping around the daily expected move, the lower daily expected move. Do I see a setup right now in this moment? Being above the swing high anchored VWAP, being above the swing low anchored VWAP, I'd say it would be more for a bullish indication to the upside. But looking at market net flow, it's just not giving us an edge here. It's not giving us the edge, so no trade. No trade. It's kind of holding right there. Okay. As far as anything else that's on the docket today, we have some Fed talk. That could be important. If we go into the Trade the News tab, you'll see that we had all kinds of stuff hit the tape around here. We had obviously the Wells Fargo earnings, JP Morgan. Okay, a little bit down here, we had some China, a report on the March money supply. And then over here towards the top, this is where we had Citigroup, JPM, Progressive. Let's see how Progressive is doing. Insurance companies are actually interesting to me. Not much. Not much going on there. And then right here, we had the University of Michigan's consumer confidence. Current conditions 79.3 versus 81.3. Expectation 77 versus 78. Let's take a look here at some of the intermarket assets going on as we are live. 10-year yields backing off slightly here today, just coming off of a very big week. Gold, come on, people. What the flips? Now, this is where it gets interesting. Okay, this is crazy. Look at this move. Is gold, dude, what if gold is pulling a cocoa right now? Or coffee futures? What if coffee futures and gold are pulling a cocoa? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll pull up Bookmap here in a moment. The reason I haven't is just because I didn't know if that was causing my stream to get all weird. I don't think it was. I think it was my software itself, Streamlabs. Man, Dijan just literally hooked up the entire community. That's crazy. Dijan for the win. You got to show some love for Dijan, everybody there in the Twitch chat, man. What's up, Goku? What's up, AA? What's up, everybody there? Yeah, Bookmap, the software that I have, man, that thing is heavy duty. So this is gold, people. Once again, I wouldn't really look to go long here on a straight move like this. That could be driven by geopolitical factors that we don't know of yet, because if something changes, it could move dramatically, both up or down. And I wouldn't short it here. I said that over here. I wouldn't short it. Why? Because look at the move. Look at the concerns. Look what's going on. And then what's crazy, look at this, dude. Look at the freaking dollar. Look at that. These are large moves. Look, we caught that right there. Boom. Chacuse. I mean, I didn't catch it. I didn't trade it. I don't really trade Forex or currencies really I don't. But this is a very large move. Now, what's even interesting about this is the dollar's moving up and gold's moving up. Like this, okay, if you've been around a long time, this, everything that's going on. Okay, now let's look at oil, because now it'll confirm. Yeah, look, okay, we talked about oil consolidating and how that could put pressure on the markets if we break out further. This right here, just look, and then, okay, not only that, but then let's take a look at Lockheed Martin. Okay, up on the day. Okay, let's take a look at RTX. Is RTX yeah, RTX is that. Up on the day, slightly coming off the highs. I'm curious about LHX, because that was one that I wanted to trade. So up on the day, but it's been coming down. So you get defensive names. Oh, let's look at NOK, obviously. Yeah, look at that pop in NOK right there, 1.28%. So defensive names, gold is going, dollars breaking out. Bonds probably have just an incredible amount of volume in them. Let me see, TLT, bonds moving up, okay. Just look at ZN notes, yeah. That's quite a bit of volume in an early trading session. I mean, it's pretty impeccable. So everything here just screams war. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's kind of what it seemed like. A lot of uncertainty. Something bigger is happening when you get moves like this. I'm not smart enough to know what that is by any means. There are a lot of geopolitical concerns between Iran and Israel, and there's talks about an imminent attack. Whether that's true or not, I don't really know. I can't tell you that. I'm no geopolitical expert, but what I have seen is you go back through history and you look when this is correlated like this before, when we get moves like this together, it's not good outcomes. There's something going on. And then, the market yesterday was up tremendously. We talked in last night's brief. All these Mag 7 stocks are down today. They're all down. Tesla down 1.56. Microsoft's down 1.2. And they still look good, right? They still look good. But you understand why I was bringing that up. Let's pull up, somebody had mentioned, let's bring up some of these names. Oh yeah, and HYG, that dump. So, yeah, it's a big red flag. These stocks, they look good and they're very bullish setups. They're bullish consolidations, which we've been saying. But it's very concerning, disconcerting or concerning. It's disconcerting when you're below the 5-day moving average or when it's flat to declining. So remember, what do we say when it's above it and declining? You're bullish, but with caution. And, yesterday's video really kind of showed you why. Bullish, but with caution. And it looked like it was driven by flow. And now the flow today is bearish. It's bearish. And we've been in a negative gamma flip environment. So negative gamma, I mean, look at these weird U-turns. Do you see this stuff? Do you see these weird moves? And they all get faded? That is negative gamma for you. Just negative gamma. So, I mean, yeah, we could rip right back up. Okay, cool. Well, maybe we do this, do a weird U-turn again. But, yeah, I'm just not. I'm not trying to get destroyed, trying to be a hero here. Okay? There's no need to be a hero right now. There's really not. Going into the weekend, you can go and enjoy it. I think that there could be trades that, look, yeah, see how we cracked down through this and it kind of drifted lower? So now I can remove this. I mean, that's still the technically swing low one. You can technically anchor right now here to this little pop-up high. All right, so I'm just showing you kind of what I do intraday, just to give an idea of where things might go. So see how this little swing high now we're breaking kind of like up into that area now. So some people look for like, hey, let's break, you know, lower highs, let's break this. And I do too, but I also like to anchor a VWAP to the swing highs or swing lows, right? And give an idea there as far as like, hey, you know, from volume perspective, if it breaks, like, so for example, see how it's holding up right there as resistance, right? Now it's pinching between this swing high and this swing low on a very short time frame. Now we're below the opening range. We're in, you know, we're in, where's the market net flow? Still negative market net flow. So you break up, maybe we get a little pop, but you break down and maybe that goes and retries to test this low. But you can see how it's just kind of tightening up now. See a few candles now trading within this. So it's gonna probably make a move here outside pretty quickly. I'm not gonna trade it. Once again, the edge would be to the downside, but I'm not really looking to short the market right now. I'm just not interested. Disconcerting. Okay, it is disconcerting. Thank you. I'm not good. I don't got a good vocabulary. I don't try to pretend to either. I don't try to pretend that I do. Okay, we'll pull up the book map. Get an idea if there's any big orders coming in through Bookity Scoopity Mac. Is VIX breaking out? VIX making a move? Can't say I'm surprised there. VIX been holding up. Money for fun. Okay. Whoa, come on, man. What the dang heck? Okay. All right, so see that? See that right there, guys? Did you catch that? Did you watch that? Do you see what just happened there? War tensions affect markets? Question mark. I mean, they can. Yeah, absolutely. They can, for sure. I mean, like if consumer sentiment can affect the market right now, war is going to affect the market. Okay, but did you see this? Did you see here? Did you see that? Did you see how we prepared? Did you see how we looked at the market and we waited, right? Now, like I said, I'm not trading this. I'm not trading to the downside, but how the edge was to the downside that we discussed, and then it was contracting, it was pinching, and we looked for a potential move here. And what did it do? It moved outside of it. It broke down through this low and even tested the lows of day now. Wait, yeah, lows of day now for the NASDAQ, okay? Was that pretty cool? Like, hopefully you're learning some of these little quick tactics and strategies, because if you are trading futures or if you're trading equities, you can do this on any product. You can do it on any product. The higher the volume and the more liquid, the better, just so you know. Okay. Like that little move right there was what? I mean, let's just look at from the breakdown. 280 down to 256. I mean, almost 30-point move right there. Right, and it hasn't even stopped yet, but still, right, it's just bouncing. So, yeah, look at, watch this thing crack lower. I mean, it's saying that it could. It's saying so, but we don't know if it's going to. But yeah, 30, you know, in a minute and a half. In a minute and a half. So when you get this volatility and you get these like tight contraction areas like this.
The lows of the day here, a little more than an hour into the trading session. The Dow down 330 points. The VIX is up more than 20%.
What's up? What's up with that? I don't get enough credit. Like I said, I'm not here to trade to the downside live. But I know other people love doing that. So you do what you do. Clip that, he says. First time chatter. Thank you. Some people are taking notice. Sheesh. Come on. Come on, people. What do we say? Let's go. I don't have a rocket ship to use today. Stop loss on FDX. Oh, shoot. I got to pull up my FDX trade, huh? We're over at 5150, coming down to the gamma flip line. You can see the market is getting a little bit more wild over here. Look at this thing. Go, people. We caught. Clip it. Clip it. Now we're getting some volatility. Okay, now I'm actually kind of interested. Now I think we can come back up to 5150 and retest up into this area there for ES. So we're coming into 5150. 5150 has been a level of prior support. So I'm going to update really gamma. I want to see if anything's changed from this perspective. 5150. Nobody's kind of reaching out further. So 5150 could be a level here that we play. And there it goes. It's moving up a little bit too fast for me. But we're pulling back into 5150 right there. Still, though, be mindful, negative gamma there. Or sorry, not negative gamma, poor market net flow. Okay. There's the bounce above that, coming through that 5150.
Taking a look at market internals, NYC volume.
I would be trading this, to be quite honest. I probably have been trading that. Being live and trading is a little bit difficult. It's like trying to be entertaining and walk you through it, and then also trade at the same time. Is it's not, and it's not like I'm pressing a little money around too. Like, you know, to me, if I make $200, that could be, you know, a grocery trip. I know that sounds like nothing to a lot of people, and like people go for thousands and thousands, but I really break the dollar amount down to real everyday life things. So if I, you know, I'm trading, like I take $200 seriously at the, you know. And trust me, my sizes get bigger than that. But it's very hard to focus. So even if I'm trading like micros, it's very hard to focus. All right, we'll pull up bookmap now. So that was fun. That was interesting. Hopefully you managed to catch that, how we walked through that live and why we said what we said. Okay. Not, by the way, this is not, haha, look at me. Yeah, we called it. Woohoo. Let's go sell some subscriptions in a course. No, what that was me reading exactly what was on the chart. No narrative, no nothing. It was literally just reading out loud what was there and telling you that, hey, now I'm telling you, you can look at this stuff and do the same exact thing. Yeah, you can do the same thing. Same thing. Okay, so somebody mentioned FDX. I'm in FDX, so I got to take a look at that really quick. My stop was probably hit, to be honest. It was such a tight stop. Yeah, my stop was hit. So I had a stop right here at the end of the day. So I entered in early on this day. I don't really know where, but probably right around in here. It was an inside trading day. It was a speculative buy, meaning I'm buying before breakout. And then my stop was right here. I've already got stopped. So I lost, that would have been probably about just over a percentage point on only a 3% position. If it would have broken out, I would have went to a 6% plus position. But because it was speculative and because we're in negative gamma territory, but I walked you through this in yesterday's live, so I don't feel like I need to walk through it again. But speculative breakouts, smaller positions. When we get the breakout, maybe I'll add to it if that's the case. And when we're in negative gamma territory, and all those factors considered, 3% position, probably lost $100, a couple $100, maybe somewhere around there. I got to look. But actually, I probably should look because oh man, I really hope my stop loss was a good till canceled. I made that mistake before. I'll look later. I'm not really worried about it. It bugs me, but I'm gonna have to look later because I'm not logged in right now. Okay, so that's the FDX. So as far now as it goes right now, yeah, I'm out. If your stop's down here, I mean, it looks like it'll probably get tagged. So when will I re-enter? I'll re-enter if this high's taken out, or if this high's taken out, like right around here, and then I'll try to re-enter because it still looks good, but it's getting clipped with the market volatility today. It's hard to escape that. So piece of inventory out, portfolio goes more into cash. Protects myself. Cool. That's how I do it. AMD is touching the monthly expected move today. Good catch. Good way to pay attention. We'll pull up AMD because AMD looked pretty good. I don't know what it looks like today. So this is the book map for ES, everybody. Let's zoom in here. Excuse me. Let me zoom in here. Okay. So here's book map. We did get some decent sized orders overhead. So we got this liquidity overhead, 52.10, 52.12, right? We started to bounce, like we're coming down. We started to bounce around here. And then all of a sudden orders started piling in and they're still there. Is anything though substantial to me? Down here at 51.30, this I find interesting. Do you see this right here? Take a look at this. So somebody had liquidity right here and they cut this off. And immediately when this was cut off, these probably 500 contracts, they moved it down to here. So are they saying like, yeah, I think it's gonna, let's move it. Let's move it further down. Let's draw it down. Right? Does that mean they think that they're gonna get filled lower potentially? Then you get this other 500 contracts plus added overhead over here. So, I mean, do you see that? Do you see how it's split right here perfectly? Boom, boom. This is a pretty big player. We're talking 500 contracts, 600 contracts, and they're pulling liquidity down further. Okay, the market's breaking down lower here, people. Careful, right? What did this tell us the entire time? Was this a bull trap? I don't really know yet. But yesterday, things seemed fishy, right? We talked about it on the market brief. Watch that market brief. I'm telling you, somebody said, I think you're fishy. Bro, really? Out here just doing my thing, trying to be, having fun, learning myself, sharing what I learn. But yeah, I'm the fishy one. Why are people like that? Why? Why do people do that? Bugs me. Like, can't you just be nice? And there's a lot of nice people too, by the way. So I'm hanging up. I got to start sharing more of the nice comments. Like, dude, Daijan just hooked up the entire community. Like, that's crazy. Out on Twitch, literally subbed everybody on Twitch. That literally, he just went boom, 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 boom. Everyone just got hooked up there from this community. All these people in the comments right now, they've been very nice, right? I got to start sharing more of this stuff instead of being a beacon of crap. I got to start sharing the good stuff, paying more attention to that. I'm telling you. Some people are les miserables. Block them. Yeah, exactly. Look, man. And I'm not, like I said, when I'm looking at the markets, I'm trying to show you, I'm not trying to make a crazy call. I'm not, because I know that I'm not that good to make a call, right? I'm not Michael Burry and holding, positions where I potentially blow up and then all of a sudden make Hollywood films, right? I'm not that. I read what the market's telling me. I give my thoughts from a bullish and bearish perspective. I talk about risk all the time. I don't put in my bio I'm a professional trader and how long I've been doing it for, because dude, every day is something new. Like, I don't care how much of a professional you are, you can get taken out right away. Just like a professional athlete. You can be a professional athlete, train your entire life, and then all of a sudden you break your elbow or shoulder, or you pull a hamstring and you're out for... The same thing could happen to trading, right? You can know all this information, but yet you're horrible at managing risk, and you make the wrong decision, and you don't change, you don't adapt. I used to have to manage older people that were older than me when I was pretty young. Like everyone would go, "Oh, what's up, kid?" Like, "Oh, I gotta look." Like, "Oh, how'd you get in this position?" And this and that. And it's like, I'm thinking in my head, it's like, first off, I don't really have much of an education as far as traditional sense, but I know for a fact I've read more books, studied more about various different things, and that's kind of how I can apply different perspectives and things. And when I worked in my career, I had to manage sometimes 50, 60-year-old people, all very nice, but every once in a while there's one that was like, "Kid, I've been doing this for 25 years. I know." And it's like, okay, so why are you in the same position? Do you love this position so much? Because it doesn't look like it, right? It doesn't look like... What am I talking about right now? I'm ranting. I am ranting right now. I apologize. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I find it to be weird that a lot of older traders are so critical on younger people. I actually kind of lost my head a little bit when I was looking at Mark Minervini's tweets the other day. And dude, he was just ripping on younger people. It's like almost like he latches himself to older traders and traders that are more popular to like gain like an additional clout level. But then he criticizes young traders. And it's like, dude, take a moment to realize that you can sit here and say, and by the way, I'm using him as an example. He is a good trader. He's shown proof that he can trade and all this stuff. But take a moment to realize how much things have changed so people can learn at a much faster clip than you ever were able to. The disconnect, what needs to be focused on is the experience level comes through time. The knowledge is instant. The experience, though, takes time. And you should encourage younger people. You shouldn't freaking sit there and be like, oh, I've lived through all these cycles. It's like, so in the grand scheme of things, bro, you're probably what, 60, 70, 50 years old, somewhere around there? That's nothing. You have to study history yourself. Thousands and thousands of generations. You can go back, study history, right? And you're over here making fun of young people, but you're 50 years old or 60 years old. Really? Really? Pfft. Get out of here. And I'm not criticizing him, by the way, like in a mean way. I think that a lot of the information he gives is good. It's just when they're strongly held opinions, one, that's good that you're able to share your opinion, but two, you got to look at like you have to look at multiple aspects of things. You know, you have to look at both sides. You know, the good, the bad. You know, where can I be wrong? Where could I be right? You know what? You know, it's nothing's black and white. It's all gray. It's all gray. S&P 500 still cracking lower here. Dude, I got worked up right there. My chest is like pounding. Ugh. Why is my chest like pounding right now? Okay, so this is kind of interesting, this little setup right here. Do you see how we had this big kind of expansionary move to the downside? And now the candles are getting a lot smaller. This is contraction right here. So price action's contracting. Could be a falling wedge, but also let's look at market net flow. Still not good. So would I short here? Still no, I wouldn't short. I'm not interested in shorting, but take a look. See how we call this little tightness here? So now what would I do? Well, now I'd probably anchor VWAP. Now I remove this. Let's change it up. Let's do this. Let's update it. Man, I gotta take a breath. Somebody on my last video, they're like, dude, you talk way too fast. Or is it just that I'm like, is it because I'm not American? I'm like, no, I talk too fast. It's not because you're American or not because you're not American. I talk fast. And sometimes like people have said that I talk too slow. So I started talking faster to accommodate them. And now I'm at the point of just doing what I do. Because on YouTube, you can actually, well, not on the lives, but if you watch my videos back, you can speed them up or you can slow them down. So I can talk slower. Moonraker, as a 7-year-old with 3 years of experience in the markets, I can confirm. Sometimes I believe Moonraker. He's been holding that joke for a while now, saying how like he's like really young. I swear, dude, if we ever cross paths and meet and you're like, yeah, hey, yeah, no, see, I told you, dude, I was 10 years old. Like, what? I'll be like walking through like Times Square one day. Hey, it's me, Moonraker. Little kid runs up to me like, what the hell's going on? Thanks, Chris. You, Cash, so you watch it at 1.25? Yeah, a couple people do. No, Daryl, I'm American. I'm from America, yes. I'm American. So we keep breaking lower here, people. Like I said, okay, at the beginning of the stream, we said what? We said just, I mean, this isn't like, careful trying to buy these dips here, right? Careful trying to buy the dips because market net flow is not really giving us that. Now, when could you potentially look for a dip buy? I'd say this could start waning here at some point maybe, and then all of a sudden it turns gray, and this could be a bearish divergence, but we can lose convergence, and then you can get a contra move. We're not there yet. We're down 1% on the SPY. That's already a pretty dramatic move. We're trading well outside of the daily expected move, and we haven't tagged a weekly expected move. Now, this is what's interesting to me, is we haven't had a weekly close below the weekly 5 EMA and the SPY since October. And if we close down here, that is the first close since the end of October. So, you know, like I said, I'm okay with not trading this. I made $50 today. I want that $50. I'm going to keep that $50. I'm not going to touch this tape because I know I'd wreck my $50. You know what I'm saying? Let's actually do the math. I did it on 19 accounts. What's that equal? All right, more specifically at $55.80. Let's check it out. Trading one micro. I'm just going with 55. That's $1,000. Can't get it out yet.
S&P market's now nearing or
because it's
testing
newer
lows.
accounts.
We saw
But
intercession yesterday, 51.37 in the
I see that
cash
contraction's
market.
leading to expansion on the downside here. Breaking lower. Let's take a look here at some negative gamma, or sorry, not negative gamma. Let's take a look at some of these zero dates, see if anybody's reaching out further. Give me a second. Okay. 51.41, so we're below 51.50. Still a lot of area over here at 51.75. So to see a snap back up to this area, it's a possibility. But people are starting to reach out a little further down. 51.25, 51.20, that's 20 points lower. Yeah, I think that the trade today, if I'm gonna take a trade, I'd want to see this probably price be at some sort of gamma level, and then also I'd want to see this start to go gray or start to wane out here, and then maybe put in a higher high, higher low. And at that point, when it does that, or if it does that, I'd be looking to apply anchor VWAP to the low and seeing if that holds. And if it breaks, like if it holds on a pullback. So for example, if I anchor VWAP right here and it goes like this, I'll just do it right now. I'll show you what I mean. This is, you know, not saying that this is the low for the day here. Who knows? But so if price went up here and then this little anchor VWAP came out like this, I swear to you, if that's the low of the day, I'm going to lose my mind. It'd be so funny. So say a price came like, I'm not going to chase into this kind of stuff, but if it pulls back and this can like hold or U-turn up, and then create another higher low, then maybe I'd start to really kind of consider if we start seeing market net flow wane here. But it's just not the case right now. Are you kidding me? Too funny, man. Too funny. It would be hilarious. That would be so funny if that was the low of the day. I don't think so, but I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out after a move like this. All right, let me take another sip of coffee. You gotta be kidding me. Well, I guess I'm watching now. All right, well, it's doing what we said it was doing, so let's see here. Now, what I said was you want this lower anchor VWAP to hold or U-turn back around from it. Put in a higher low. What's market net flow? Is it waning here at all? No, it's not. Not at all. Not yet. Oh, Farouk, I was talking about just some prop firm accounts. So I copied, so I'm trading one account, but it's copied to 19 accounts now. So I take one trade on one account and it copies through to 19 different accounts. It's just a prop firm thing. It allows you to take up to that many accounts. It's an experiment that I'm doing. seeing how it works, seeing what I can do, if I can extract any money from it. We'll see. I said I was going to probably make a video on how I got past all those accounts. I did literally, it was a complete business expense. It was a complete business decision as far as like how I'm approaching it. Wasn't trying to be smart, wasn't trying to be clever, wasn't trying to be cool trader, wasn't trying to show how good I can do. It was literally just looked at it. I said, what's the worst case scenario? And what could be a potentially good scenario, and to get 20 accounts. So I did it one after one after one after one after another, and I got 20 accounts in like 5 days. And I didn't even try trading. I tried at the last time. So my last 5 accounts that I got, I tried, and I got like 5 out of 7 accounts. But prior to that, it was literally like I would get an account, I would throw in an order. I'd get an account, I'd throw in an order. I'd blow it, I'd get a new one, I'd throw in an order. And I knew what my pass rate would be ahead of time because of just some basic stuff. Looking back through history of my trades, of like how frequent I would make these moves. And I just said, I can probably make this happen, and probably spend at most with activation fee about $250 to $350 per account. That was my thought process with a low hit rate. So I thought worst case scenario, approach it like that. Don't put too much time or effort into it, and I did so. And I'll share it. I'll share it more specifically on the math on that on a YouTube video. But and by the way, I know that could be a lot of money for a lot of people. It is a lot of money even for myself. But also in terms of I looked at in terms of net worth. Is it taking a big impact on my net worth if I blow everything and I lose, all the money? No, it's less than 0.5% of my net worth. Okay, less than way less. So but the benefits of it, it could mean that I could make some really good money. That could be, add an additional 5% of my net worth or so forth. So like I said, I have to put together a video of how the process went through my head, and then how anybody could do it on any sort of level of income. And then how I'm approaching it now when I'm actually funded and really trading. Because it's a lot different than passing the exams. These exams, or the evaluations. So you see how this low one didn't hold right here? So that's it could still potentially put in a higher low and U-turn up, but it hasn't yet. So I don't do anything, right? It looks like it's about to break the low. There. Okay. So now that little swing high right there, I'll put an anchor VWAP to that. I appreciate that, Farouk. So is my total risk 19 x19? Yeah, it is. But Farouk, it's their prop firm accounts. It's virtual funding. I can take real funds out if I hit their goals and all that stuff. There is an undercut right there. That's pretty interesting right there. It's 8 a.m. Get a pretty nice solid undercut of this prior low, and we're seeing a little bit a nice bounce here. So this could be the market trying to establish something right here, people. Let's see here now. Let's look at market net flow. We'll see it did downtick slightly here. It's waning a little bit. So let's see if that actually turns into anything. All right, this is just a 30-second candle, so I'm not reading too much into it yet, but that right there is kind of interesting to me. Anytime we get these bigger candles, it could be just the top of the hour trade. But what I do is so now I'll just do this. I'll apply another anchor VWAP to the swing low, and I'm just continue to watch it. Right? I'm not sitting here trying to buy the dip. I'm just sitting and watching, seeing how it responds, and go from there.
Mexican President Lopez Obrador noting that he'll be hosting U.S.
Anchor VWAP's kind of holding right now. Okay. Here we go. 511 magnet on the S&P 500. 511. It's down a little further. There's a move. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit larger range candles here at the top of the hour. Okay, so from this prior swing high to this prior swing low, price is starting to consolidate. This little undercut right here produced a nice little bounce. Okay. So if we're looking for a potential move higher, I would like to see market net flow wane a little bit more. There's a big order that came in here, the 0-day flow at the top of the hour here too. We're looking at a potential resistance at about 513 on SPY. So if SPY can get above 513, that'd actually be a positive sign because price could repel from that, meaning if we get above it, it can push it out further. Okay. So we'll see. You can see the lower anchor VWAP pull down, saw some strength from it, and it's holding. Could be something. Could be something here, potentially. Okay. Are the accounts evals or paid? They're all. I have all paid accounts right now, or whatever that's called. I paid for them all. I passed the evals. Like I said, I wasn't trying on the evaluations. And the reason why I went with Apex was because there was one-day evaluations. So that was all factored into the equation, right? Other companies, they do like multiple day evaluations. So I would have to approach it all differently. The reason why I approached it how I approached it with Apex is because how their rules are set up. Intraday trailing drawdowns, one-day passing, it all was factored into how I approached it. I'm not trying to be a good trader when I pass these evaluations. I am a degen when I try to pass these evaluations when it's set up like that, because I don't trade like that with intraday. I don't do the intraday drawdowns. That's horrible. Okay. So I have to approach it differently. Just like when I was in a trading competition with like Hedgeye. That aligned with me pretty well because like max position was like 6%, which I was a finalist for. Heck yeah. Paid out, baby. Fourth, I think I placed fourth out of like 2,600 plus people. And yeah, they weren't just regular people. There was some, I saw some really good firms in there trading, and then they changed their name. It didn't start like that, but they changed their name and all of a sudden they didn't exist anymore. Sneaky little bums. They're like, oh yeah, no, get our name off of there now. We were in the leaderboard, so I want to advertise, and then they change their name when they get ripped. Point is, I approached competitions differently. Right? I'll approach that differently than my regular investing portfolio. I approach day trading differently than I approach swing trading. I approach evaluations differently than I will approach a funded account. I approach the market differently when market conditions change. All right, I'm looking for a break of this anchor VWAP here. It's pinching market net flow. It's not really waning too much. It just upticked there. It's okay. It's okay. So we'll see here if it's trying to find a little bit of a bottom, but I'd like to see this break. And it's trying. It's given a good old effort. We're back at 5150 on the, which is a big level right there, 5150 on the S&P 500 using Owanda. So it's different. It's different on SPX chart by CBOE. Okay. So still waiting to see if we can get above this anchored VWAP. Market net flow. Market net flow. Still bearish divergence, bearish convergence. The edges to the downside. Edges to the downside. But we're trading here. So let's see. Let's see what happens. If we break down here, maybe we come back down a little bit further. Watch for a potential U-turn. But you can see from this prior little pop here, price is getting hung up here. Price is getting hung up, okay? It's kind of how I'm looking at it. No, I passed each one, Scott. I did one by one. That was, like I said, I had to put a video together, but I didn't do, I wouldn't, so if I copy traded 20 accounts to pass an eval, I'd have to approach it a lot differently, because I wouldn't want to do that type of, no, I did it one by one, and I'll have to explain it on a video or whatever.
said to be in talks to invest in India's HDFC Bank.
Which is better, Rhythmic or Tradevate?
Hotel Delta,
I never used Rhythmic yet. Rhythmic, I have Rhythmic data on Bookmap, or actually I'm not using it though, but I do have it. But I just use Tradevate because I have a Mac, and I don't know if Rhythmic, I thought it was Ninja Trader, and then I think they changed. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but also it wasn't, Scott. It was literally thinking about the math behind it of like the worst possible scenario of how much it's going to cost and me being okay with that, right? The worst case scenario, me being okay with that and saying, all right. And then when I went to pass the evals, I did not try. Like once again, I didn't try. I didn't put effort into it until the very end when I had 5 more accounts to go. When then I was like, I did it live, I think, here. Or no, I didn't do it live. I shared it on the Discord, the trades that I took. I didn't alert the trades. I showed them what I'm doing right here. I showed them this, well, you know, how I approached it on the last 4 or 5 accounts or a couple accounts. And it was like, you know, 5 out of 7 were passed, which that's what happens when you try, right? When you try harder. But the priors, I didn't even try. I didn't try. I just, all right, we're still getting hung up there. Still no breakout. And market net flow is waning a little bit here. Looking for a U-turn. Looking for the U-turn. Cash Clue. No, I don't have a referral link. You can use, I think, if you're using like Apex, I think it's like called I think the code is Save Now, and you get like 80% off of it. But I don't have a referral link. Maybe I should set it up, but I haven't. Maybe I actually do have a referral link. I just don't use it. I honestly like Top Step a little bit better, but you can't really do what I'm trying to do with Top Step. Top Step, they build the right behaviors for traders. So Apex doesn't, in my opinion. You have to establish those yourself. All right. I'd have to explain later, but. Hey, what's up, Richard? 11 o'clock move coming. Coming at you. Oh, yeah. What do we got going on at 11 o'clock? 9, 10, 11. Wait, 11 o'clock. Wait, what do you mean? Like, what, 11? Well, man, this whole Pacific Standard Time stuff. Bed Bostic at 11:30 a.m. Daily. All right, we're below this swing low anchored VWAP. I don't like that. Although I don't really care because I'm not trading it. But you want to U-turn back up and still get through this area over here. It's holding clearly as resistance. Market net flow still bearish, but look at, see how it's waning here? See? That means what? It means that this bearish divergence, the SPY is not moving with the market net flow. And when that happens, you begin to lose that bearish convergence. And when it turns gray, that can indicate a potential contra move. Now, it doesn't establish a really great edge, and I'm sitting here just trying to, you know, walk you through, give you samples and ideas, not really trying to be aggressive here. But hopefully that helps and gives some insight. But right now, that's what it's at. That's what we're doing. That's where we are. Okay. See, trade the news saying anything? We got a little bit of news right here. Preliminary use. Okay, that was University of Michigan, man. That came out.
The Citigroup earnings conference call, CEO Fraser saying the elimination of the remaining stranded costs will drive to $2 billion to $2.5 billion in cumulative annualized run rate savings in the medium term.
This was moved down.
Better see Citigroup.
Look, they added a lot of liquidity overhead. You see that? Look at that. Take a look here. That's not good. When they start slamming more bids above us, or adding more liquidity. Did you see this? So not only this was here, but then when price started moving up, look at what they added. They're literally just walking price down. That's messed up, dude. That's messed up. Get out of the way, people. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You see that? You see it? So the book map, by the way, allows you to actually visualize what's going on in the order book.
Citigroup,
they're walking price down.
To automate certain regulatory processes
and then when you look a little bit lower,
related to regulation.
This person over here, this firm, whatever, took their 600 contracts and basically slammed it down lower. And this all makes sense given what we're seeing here in market net flow. Where are we? Market net flow. Bearish, very bearish divergence, still waning right now. Man, is SPY, dude, can you imagine if SPY hit the lower weekly expected move? That's a pretty big dip there for SPY still. So pull back up NQ. We're just trucking around. We're just trucking around. Now we're dancing with the swing low anchored VWAP. I mean, this is a low, technically a higher low right now. Oh, okay. Not much going on, people. I don't know if I want to call this chop, but yes, in a way, I would say. But this right here isn't indicating chop. This is indicating trend day down. And you can see basically the divergence between the two, the red line and the green line. Those are cumulative net premiums. It calls them puts. And then the red bar down here is convergence, and that tells you that SPY is moving with it. And while it's red and while this is there, that's indicates of trend day down. When the green line's up and the red line's down, and this is green, that was all yesterday. We talked about it all day yesterday. Go watch the live stream so you can see what it looks like trend day up, and then what it looks like now trend day down, which we discussed. Not much, but in detail. But on the market brief, last night's market brief.
Goes on to say
it doesn't take much time to watch that, but we went over
the rebound in the IPO
a lot
market.
of stuff. Yeah, we went over a lot of stuff. Yeah, this is just going down. But now, like as it states now, I don't know if you meant this moment, it is chop, right? It's chop. Chop, chop. Like I said, it looks like it's getting hung up just over here. So if we lose convergence, I think we get a pop of this. And I don't know if it's going to be a nice big move and whoa, we're going to go way up. I don't know about that. Let's take a look at the internals of the market. Go market watch. We'll go to heat map. We'll change that to index watch. Come on, little guy. Index watch. We're going to go over to the S&P 100. The S&P 100 is the largest market cap names. We're a full-blown correlation to the downside. Just about 86 stocks declining. A lot of that capital's flowing out. 15 advancers that don't mean much. It's looking at energy and Walmart and some defense names. Lockheed Martin, RTX, Walmart. Okay. And then oil, right? And then you have your big mega cap stocks down. You have NVIDIA down 2%, but it's just trading an inside trading day. 1.3% down in Microsoft. Google is 1.12%, sitting roughly at the lows of day. Amazon's down 1.5% here, or just under that. Inside trading day, nothing going there. Meta, I mean, all these are they still look they still look good, right? They still look decent.
Said to be looking to begin production.
But if we do start getting a bid potentially, so if I pull up Nvidia, that'd be one to watch because Nvidia's got some crazy implied volatility.
Sierra Romeo Echo.
So like, let's see some of these names. So we're bouncing here in some of these tech stocks. Apple coming off the highs. What was that? Amazon bouncing a little bit. Meta. So we're getting somewhat of a stabilizing bid here. All right, a little bit. But we, oh, and look at Convergent. We're picking back up. All right, so it's still not gray. It's still chop. No edge. I mean, the edge would be to the downside, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not shorting outside of the daily expected move. I'm not doing that because you can get you can get your face ripped off if the market turns. And trust me, this thing could turn like boom, like that. Right? Turn fast. Just a little stabilizing bit here to the market. Still, this anchored VWAP, man, is holding. So I actually am interested now because, okay, now I'm gonna apply an anchored VWAP to the very high of day candle. So I'd be like saying, okay, if we break out and it actually makes a substantial move and we get a back test and a higher low or whatever, I would say watch the swing high for the day, anchored VWAP. So, you know, if convergence goes to gray, that at least sets us up to at least potentially have a contra move to the swing high anchored VWAP at some point. It's not there yet. If you speculate that it's going to happen, make sure your position size is very small and you get out of it when you're wrong, or if you're wrong, you know? Because that's the only thing you can control. You can't control if price gets up here, but you can control when you get out, when you get in, how much you buy, and when you get out. Okay? I should probably peep in on my portfolio. Give me a second here. I'm mostly cash now. I think I got stopped out of the FTX. Like I said, I don't think I did good to cancel. I didn't think I made that mistake again. I did not make that mistake again. Oh my God, did I make that mistake again? I didn't make that mistake again. Come on. I have a little bit of DIY still. That's up 18% since the breakout. And I have some oil names that I still like. Oh man, but one's getting smashed today. Let me see. Wait, what? Oh, no, never mind. My bad. I'm looking at it wrong. It's not getting smashed. It looks like it's getting smashed by the line on my chart. Okay, so I'll show you some of these names. Of course, I'm looking down at my phone. Of course, I'm looking down at my phone. Of course, I'm looking down at my phone. All right, let's see it. Let's see what happens here. Of course, I'm looking down at my phone. It's fine. All right, let's take a look at the chat. I cannot believe this, dude. I can't trade and be live at the same time. I can't do it. I get so distracted so easily. I sit here and I wait. So hopefully maybe people were paying attention, but it is just annoying to me. My little squirrel brain misses literally everything. Literally everything. I hate that. It bugs me so much. Like it could have just been a nice little pop right there. Could a little, but I know I have to focus on something else. We'll see how it sets up again. I miss it. I'm not going to revenge trade it. Oh gosh, I can feel it. I can like literally feel it in my chest right now. Like I'm like, so just so you know, these are emotions that you get like, oh man, I miss it. So now it's like, now I want to get in. And I don't allow myself to press that trigger. I can't do it. But like, you can just feel it in your chest. You're like, ah, no, it's so annoying. And by the way, saying there's going to be plenty more opportunities. This is just a little tiny pop, okay? Little tiny move that we prepared for. Dude, stop. Come back down. It's okay. There's always going to be better trade setups. This one is one of those trades that are like, hey, it could work out good, but we didn't really have an edge. It played out right. Yeah, I can't, I'm not there yet. I can't trade and be live and do this. So I trade early morning session, but when things set up like this, I have to be a little bit more prepared. I have to figure that out. And it's not just this time, it's plenty of times. If you've been watching my live streams, this has happened too many times where I forget a trade, I miss a trade, I get sidetracked, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It actually is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm kidding. But it's fine. All right, all right. It's going to come right up to that target, isn't it? It's going to kiss it, and then it's going to flip me off. I'll be like, you son of a gun, NQ. You son of a gun. All right, there. Come on, baby. Set back up. I'm really not that interested anymore. Okay, let's move on. It's fine. Still no convergence though, okay? Still have convergence. So this is actually, could be a contra move. Could be faking people out here. Okay? Okay? All right. So once again, nice breakout, nice pop. This has not turned gray yet. It's waning, yes. Could be setting itself back up, but look at, okay, so see? Stairs up. Like I said, it could still be putting in the process. Like this move was basically straight up. So now you want to see a higher low established on this pullback. So now let's do this, because there was the resistance right there. Now we apply an anchor VWAP to that. Okay. Now we could technically move this one, this anchor VWAP from the swing low up a little bit. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this one because we broke through that. Okay. Now I'm not trading it. Now I've made the decision not to trade it. Okay. All right, we can pull up some individual names. Anybody have any? Dude, it's so too funny, man. It's too funny. Anybody have individual names that you'd like me to pull up? You can drop those tickers into the chat. We'll take a look at some of these individual names. Let's take a look here at the chats. I missed some of the chats going on. I apologize. Hey, 1329, how are you? Rock Cage, appreciate that. YJ, me, no. What's up? Everyone laughing at me. Angry Michael enters the chat. Very fishy. Very fishy indeed. Yeah, Apple's been taking a little bit off there. Okay, we'll pull up, so it looks like we're looking at some Roku, Qualcomm, GDXJ. I'm going to put some of these.
JBS has 3 in a statement saying they're going to invest up to 150 reais to double the capacity of its Campo Grande 2.
So here's the higher low so far.
JBS has 3 trading in Brazil.
Okay, it's testing the swing high, little swing high anchor VWAP here. Still hasn't tested this, so this little area, you know. It has potential, but market net flow is starting to really wane here. Okay, it looks like it might go gray, which can tell us that the market's stabilizing, or give us more indication that it is stabilizing here. Okay, taking a brief from its sell side activity. Okay, so I'll pull up some of these names here just in a moment. Give me a second here. I want to make sure that if something sets up, I want to be ready for it. Honestly, it looks like it's going to pop back up. Looks like it can pop back up. Come on, market net flow. Change up. All right. Okay. See here. So all I'm doing is applying the anchor VWAP to the swing high and seeing if we can get above this. I'd like to see. I would like to see it come in a little bit, but it's such a small price action there, so we'll see if it undercuts it and then eventually puts in a higher low, or if we just break out. Okay, and then if I look at the S&P 500, I'm gonna take a really quick look because I don't think it's gonna move there. We're just floating around that 5150, that gamma exposure level. We came under it. When we came under it, it looks like it can snap back into that area. It's kind of just trading within there. Okay, so nothing going on there. Let me pull back up. All right. Still waning here on market net flow, which means the price action of SPY is not moving with the dealers right now, and that can create contra moves, and we're kind of seeing that start to build out here. There's a little pop there, coming back to the swing high and potentially going for this anchor VWAP. All right. And then I'm going to pull up some of those names. I'm going to write them down while this is going. So we had GDX, GDXJ. Okay, GDX, GDXJ. Roku and Qualcomm. Roku and Qualcomm. Appreciate that, TK. AMD, or okay, I'm getting quite a bit of them. So yeah, so I'm going to go IWM. All right, so there we go. There's that pop to that prior swing high. So now what I'd say is now, if you are in this trade, you can look at this swing low as an anchor VWAP. So you'd want this to hold here now. This is very quick tactical trade, people. Very quick tactical trade coming into this prior swing high anchored VWAP. And yeah, you're dang right I traded it. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and exit because I have to focus now. What was that good for? What was that good for? It's probably going to go higher too because of the convergence, but I don't care. I do not care right now. You know why? It's because I need to focus on other things. I need to focus on other things. So it is what it is. I came back. I came back. I came back. Take a look. Here we go. See it. Boom. There it is. Let's go. Broke above the anchor VWAP. Held it. Moved it up. Got, how many points was that? Small. Made 22 bucks, baby. Just over 10 points. Quick, tactical approach to the markets. Keeps on going higher. But now I want to pull up some individual names for us, okay? So my attention has to go back to something else, which means I got to be out, okay?
2 hours or so into
That's how we do it.
Session, excuse me, and Dow was down about 334 points.
Come on, baby.
The S&P down roughly
I love a comeback
50
story.
handles.
22 bucks. I know everyone's laughing like, you made 22 bucks, dude.
4.51% down 7.5 basis points. We've seen quite
Yeah, dude.
a
I paid for lunch.
gold futures
Exactly.
off the
Paid for lunch. One
session
micro.
and recent highs.
But guess what? I did that on
Gold holding
19
underneath
accounts.
About $40 at 24.12, but we have reversed significantly off the intraday high in front month gold.
That was 418 bucks. Let's go. But it was really only 20 bucks. Okay. All right, let's look at some of these names. Once again, I'm getting sidetracked again. That was my revenge trade of the day. Nah, it wasn't a revenge trade. That I played fine. That was a cool, calm, collected move. And now I have to apply focus elsewhere, right? Okay, let's take a look here. I want to see if anything else came into the chat. So we have IWM, RVLV. So IWM. We have RVLV. I'm unfamiliar with that one. It doesn't ring a bell. AMD. Okay, yeah, for sure. We'll pull up AMD, see what's going on there. PLTR for shares. That's familiar. CXAI. Not familiar with that one. PayPal. I am not familiar with what that is. Dang, no, I can't say that because I just said the name of the company over the ticker. So PYPL. NIKL. Haven't heard of that one either. I feel like these are some biotech names or something. NKE, I'm familiar with Adidas. We'll look at gold. Kidding, I know it's Nike. Relax. Just need 100 more of these trades. Too good, too good. Seriously. Okay, so I got the list. We're gonna go into that now. Like I said, okay, market net flow. I wanna give you an update. It's still bearish convergence. Still bearish convergence, bearish divergence. So, you know, do with that what you want. Let me remove this. It can change here. I'm gonna go remove that. Oh, no. I'm gonna remove. So right now, which is a good positive sign in this, is we're actually now above. We're above, which is a very positive sign in this current moment, holding at least, right, above the swing high anchored VWAP for the day for NQ. That opens the door back into the opening range. Market net flow, it's starting to wane, right? It's been waning, going down and down, which tells us what? It tells us we can have the contra moves, but it's not gray yet. So, you know, proceed with caution, be tactical. You can get what I've seen in times like this is you can get aggressive move. Like, okay, for example, like that was pretty aggressive right here versus this move up. It was an aggressive pullback and then it started moving slowly up. And then you might get aggressive pullback and then it might move slowly up, right? That's always a possibility. But that's what it looks like right now in this time. Okay. So let's continue on. And now let's look at some of these individual names. Okay. I need water. We're going to start with gold. Ow. You know, this makes sense to me a little bit, actually. So if I look at gold right now, taking this big of a hit intraday, let me see what it looks like on a daily candle, reversing well off the high. This to me makes sense given what the dollar was doing and the correlation. So the dollar held up. So one of those typically like break at some point, but they're still rather strongly correlated positively, even given the price action right today. But strong dollar and you have gold that really made a big advance. You can look at that and say, hey, you know, I might put on a very small trade for an intraday move that it could get crushed, and you could kind of pick a either or sort of scenario. So that's coming off. Let's look at the GDX. GDX is off the highs. Now, the thing with GDX and miners is, man, these things are wicked and wild, right? So they do somewhat have a strong correlation to gold, but they have, in my opinion, a stronger correlation to silver. Let me prove it. Let me show you why. Let me blow your mind. Your mind will be blown. Your mind will literally explode into pieces when you see this chart. It will be like this. And you'll be like, no, he told me and my head blew up and it hurts. And I don't know how I'm talking right now still, but my head is exploded. How did he know that? How did he call that? He's so smart. I love him. I'm just playing around. Okay. All right, let's get serious. Gotta have fun. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Where am I? Let me see. Okay. So this right here is a chart of silver and the miners. Silver is Silver's not updated. This is updates end of day, but I don't care. Look at, and I've just put them in candlestick form. And do you notice something here? What do you notice if that's the case? You'll notice that silver, which one's which right now? I think the miners are the black candles. The miners are the black candles. Yes, the green and red candles are silver and it has not been updated. But what do you notice? These these things move lockstep. This correlation, in my opinion, is stronger than the gold correlation. Pretty wild, right? So if you're bullish silver, chances are if you want more beta, you can be bullish miners. If you want even more beta, you can go junior miners, right? But this is pretty amazing stuff, how strongly correlated these two assets are. Okay, the reason why I say that.
European bourses dropping up trading for the day. German DAX down 0.3%. The FTSE up 0.9, and the French CAC down 0.3.
Is because we've made a very strong advance. So is it going to consolidate at some point? Like, right, so like the thoughts of potential war and that can always change aspects, but from a technical perspective, these moves do have to consolidate at some point. It's not one-way ticket up. So I can add in another element of context, and this will blow your mind too as well, dude. Literally, your mind will be blown. Like right now, when I show you this next chart, you'll be like, "Bruh, you just blew my mind again. How did you do that?"
And they expect the NCL rate for retail services at the high end of their 2024 range. Comments from the CFO.
My good espresso this morning.
For
I believe.
Yeah,
it was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty tasty. Give me a second here. I'm gonna find it. Signals, bullish percents. There we go. Let me come with me, and you'll see A world of bullish percent index charts. Okay. This is the bullish percent index for gold miners. The BP chart. Now, what is the bullish percent index? This is giving us a percentage reading, okay? That's the middle chart, the percentage. It says 78.5%. What does that even mean? Well, it means that the amount of stocks within the gold miners sector, which GDX, 78.5% are on buy signals based off of tic-tac-toe charts, point and figure charts, people. The XOs, right? The XOXO, OXOXXXXXXXO charts. So 78.5%. Now, why is this important? It's because you can go back through history and say, hey, when things get really overextended, when things get really overextended from a RSI perspective or even to the downside, what happens? Well, look at the readings down here. When you get, this is weekly chart, when you get down into the 20s or even lower, like the 10s or 15s. So for example, where was it? COVID right over here. I went pretty hard on miners, gold, silver. Why? Well, look at the weekly thing. This came down to 10%. That is a very extended reading to the downside. And it doesn't stay there typically for too long for the most part. Even down here, right, it chopped around for a long time, but then it started picking back up and getting back to overextended. All right, so look through history. So the last time was here in July to October. And where was that? That marked a low in the market. What about October? Sorry, that was a 2022. What about in 2023? Go straight up. Let's go straight up right here. Boom. That marked a low. And then what happened? We started picking back up. We got into an overextended RSI from a weekly perspective. Okay, not really on a bullish percent index reading, but RSI was getting there. And then we came back in. We came back down. Okay, actually, surprisingly enough, if you look at this, this was a higher low and price action put in a lower high. I'd like to see that on the bullish percent index more, but still, nonetheless, it's something to call out. And now where are we? Well, we've been ripping up higher and higher, and where RSI is actually getting to a point where it's pretty extended. The bullish percent index is reaching up to a place where in prior history, it's actually marked some turning points in time. Now, it doesn't mean you can't go higher by any means, but it's just in more context of the current rally. You look at the rally from an absolute perspective and you ask yourself, hey, should I buy gold miners right now? And my answer would be, my answer to myself, if I'm asking myself, that would be no, I don't. I would sit around on my hands and I'd say I'd wait for consolidation, a pullback, and see, and then be able to play it from a better risk to reward standpoint. And I wouldn't care if it goes up to 38 before it comes down or consolidates, because if it's going to consolidate and make another run, I can enter in at any time and make another 10%, 20%, or whatever on the swing trade. I don't need to start up here and wait for it to pull back to potentially go up to 40, because I don't want to hold my capital hostage on a pullback like that and hope that it comes back. Hope that answered it. Hope that helps out, give you some context. Okie dokies? Okie dokie artichokes? So there's GDX. I'm really in the same realm with GDXJ. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. It looks the same, acts the same, strong correlation between the two. As far as juniors versus the majors, I mean, juniors are much more speculative. Obviously, you can also look at something like XME. Okay, XME, probably a little, I don't know if it's more liquid, but this is a spider ETF for metals and mining, and I think that's worth consideration as well, to at least monitor and watch. Okay, let's look at Roku. I'll put up Nike. Yeah, Nike's on the list. Nike's on the list. Nike. You want me to do? Buy the debt, what great. Omid coming in with a comment, don't listen to him. He makes zero from his trades, only from Discord. Yeah, sure. Sure thing, dude. Sure thing, dude. As I'm on here live making a trade. Loser. Lehu Zahur. You're a loser. Okay, let's continue on. I can show my P&L curve if y'all want to see it. Right? I know you got a million tickers. Any thoughts on emerging markets? I don't really have too much thoughts right now.
Situation in the Middle East, Axios reporting that Iran.
I mean, they've been doing pretty well. They're taking a little bit of a backseat today, so this could be just a pullback in an uptrend. I'm just using EEM. I like China names right now, so like KWeb, for example. And EEM, dude, the majority of it is China, I believe. Like, and this is what I've been looking at for China. Like, it wedged out, we played it up, I got out. Now we're pulling back in a little uptrend. Right, getting hung up around the 200-day moving average. So I think there's opportunity here. The big play that I did based off of that was DIY, and I exited some of my position just around $5 just the other day, just under it, pulling in a little bit. I'll wait to see how it consolidates. Okay, let's go on. I'm gonna do. Sorry, I gotta do some of these names because people are waiting. So let's be respectful of that. Okay. Roku is reporting earnings somewhat soon. So this was like what the expected move was pricing in the other day. That's going to change, obviously, and adjust. And as it stands right now, honestly, I mean, it's in a pretty bad trend. Price is consolidating, going sideways. I don't really see the trade setup here, right? I think it's kind of binary. I think we can have a pop higher, but also it's set up to have a pop lower. It's in bearish context, bearish consolidation. Look at volume drying up here. Okay, so it looks like we'll probably have a move in the near future, but remember, earnings is around the corner, and we're looking at earnings, 425. I'm not really looking to establish like a position into something like this, into earnings, which is like a week or so away, a little bit more. I have to reconsider it after earnings passes. I just don't like how the trend, right? I look for things in a little bit more bullish context. I feel a little bit more calm, and if I am trading a more extreme move to the downside, I'll tell you how I approach it, because I did the same thing. I did this with like NYCB, right? I did this with NYCB down here. You see that white line? That was the entry. Why did I do that? Because I can set it up specifically from a risk management perspective and say, hey, if this trade is going bust right now, if it's going down to zero, am I okay with losing 1% of my portfolio, which is all I did. I think I did 1.5% of my portfolio when it came down in massive, massive volatility, and it just popped up randomly. I got lucky, but the approach to it was not lucky. The approach to it was saying, I'm jumping into a crappy looking name, crappy looking like chart, doesn't look good, very risky. So I have to position and control what I can't control. And if I'm right, if I'm lucky, hey, it could be pretty beneficial. And it just so happens like I got lucky. Right? So the same thing, you pull up Lulu. Look at Lulu, keeps dropping off. Like, this is going to bounce at some point. Somebody asked me, hey, do you think I should enter into Lulu here? And I said, I mean, the trend is down and you'd be trying to catch a falling knife, right? So if you do go long, you'd have to respect it if it breaks. So you have to attack it tactically, because if you took this little risk here and now you're looking at it and you're like, okay, maybe I'll do it again. And if it breaks the low, I'll get out again. And you take little stabs, and then maybe you take three little tiny cuts, and then all of a sudden you catch, a five move like that, and it makes up for it. But you got to understand, like, hey, you're fighting trend. You're fighting it, and it can go lower, okay? Weak stocks typically get weaker. You do get bounces. You get crazy bounces. Look at Tesla, right? Look at Tesla. You get crazy bounces, and they've all been faded. That's what happens in a downtrend, okay? Let's continue on. So that's Roku. I'm going to try to move a little bit faster here, but also while I'm going over these names, just think of it in terms of whatever you're trading too. You can look at it. I like Qualcomm. By the way, Qualcomm still looks good to me. I had a position. I got out of the position. I took a little profit. Honestly, I probably should still be in the position because my stop was never hit. I think I got a little antsy. And probably because I went full-size position a little early. Heavens no. But right now, what am I seeing? I'm seeing this. I'm seeing just a tight consolidation. So you can do speculative entries early, but just honor it if it breaks down lower, right? There's pros to entering in early. You get a better price. The con, though, is you're not buying into strength, which means you probably get stopped out more frequently. And the problem here with breakout trading, once again, I'm going to reiterate it. The problem right now is market conditions are changing because we're below a declining 5-day moving average. And if you look at you're below a 5-day moving average and you're in negative gamma territory. So from my experience, when you are in negative gamma territory, okay, and you're below a declining 5-day moving average in the S&P 500, you can still play breakout trades, But from what I've noticed, you get a lot more fake outs, a lot more shakeouts, a lot more volatility, a lot harder to hold the positions. So when the market conditions change, so does the way that you have to approach the markets. When we went into negative gamma territory, what did we say? I said, this is when I start to do less, when I go into more of a cash position, when I still play breakouts, but my positions are smaller, and I start to focus a little bit more on day trading because the context allows for strong moves, higher volatility, and volatility, if you're thinking of it in terms of, I want to show you what I mean here, okay? This is going to be really important for people to really grasp here. Okay, the VIX, moving, right? If I have a $100,000 account and I'm trading down here, I'm trading 100K, I have 100K invested down here, but volatility darn near doubles. It didn't double, but this is just to make it very simple. And I still have 100K invested, but in the beta, volatility has doubled. I'm now trading not the value of 100K. My portfolio is moving as if I have $200,000. Does that make sense? Volatility increases, your daily swings widen by a large shot. So when this happens to me, I go into more of a cash position to make up for that volatility. You're beta adjusting, volatility adjusting your portfolio until the conditions renew themselves. And that's just to keep a nice steady equity curve. It's to go nice and slow with the flow and not get destroyed if we do get a spike up like crazy. And then you approach the markets like that. Does that make sense? Hey, what's up, Trader Joe? Trader Joe. Spy's popping right now. Spy be popping. Yeah, we're coming back into around the daily expected move, right? Remember, there's always a higher probability that we close within the daily expected move. There's always that higher probability. What percentage? 68%. All right, just think of it as one standard deviation. One standard deviation, right? If you're thinking in terms of probabilities, right, you have 50-50, right? If you're outside of it right here, and if you're even outside of it in a 2 standard deviation move, the 2 standard deviation move today was, and I still got more names to go over. I'll go over them, people. Sorry. Daily expected move, the 2 standard deviation move was 514.51. Wait, what? Sorry, no, my bad. It was 511.02. So down here. Wait, I'm gonna go like this. 511. I'm gonna draw it like this. I'm gonna show you a 5. Oh man, that was a good guess. Okay, 511.02. So this, if we went outside of this, there's actually a 95% probability that we close above 511.02. Why? Because if you think of things in terms of a distribution curve, 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, this would be 68%, and then it goes out to like 95%, right? Of closing within this 2 standard deviation. And then you go 3 standard deviations, is like 4%, right? Or whatever, that'll close within there. So you're just trading probabilities. So yeah, pulling back into the daily expected move makes sense. We've seen that now multiple times throughout the week. Doesn't mean that it has to close there, but that's just the probability. Okay. So hopefully that little beta adjusting thing about volatility really kind of gets your mind thinking that, hey, if you're trading a $100,000 account here, and then you're still invested 100K when volatility is up here, your daily swings are going to be a lot larger just based off of volatility. Okay, let's continue on. Yeah, I'll show the gamma levels. Let's do that right now. Let's take a quick peep at the market. Okay, right now, look at 0 date first, 51.75, 51.50. Those still manage to be the larger levels. Doesn't look like much traders are reaching out much further down, which tells me 51.50 to 51.75 will be the level of interest. Let's draw it out. 51.50 to 51.75 is where we are as it stands. We broke a little bit lower through there today earlier on. Where's my drawing tool? All right, so I'm just gonna draw this to make it green. This was kind of be like that support area, right? I'm gonna draw it more to the side just so I can see the candles still. Okay, so a little bit of undercut there, but we're kind of in that like range of safety there, I guess, from a gamma perspective. I don't know if it's called safety or whatever, but, and then from the upside, if I look at gamma, yeah, 5190, 5200. Notice here how we lost convergence. Market net flow lost convergence, and what's SPY doing? It's up since then. It's moving up higher. Okay, 514 is the current change on SPY, so that means 514, you know, is a little bit higher here. That would be the magnet. Yeah, it's an open book right now, people. I took a little bit of trade earlier, but that's what that would be right there. So let's go on. Let's continue to look at some of these other names. We did Qualcomm. Let's go IWM. Okay. IWM had a bunch of wedgies, a bunch of wedgies, man. Nobody likes the IWM. That's why we keep on giving it wedgies. And so it looked like it was actually setting up pretty nicely. Like we could get a breakout, right? But CPI came in and the market didn't like what it saw, so it gapped it down pretty severely. And that gap down, I think we just got to be patient and wait here to see what occurs. But I'm not going to execute into this. We broke a pretty substantial trend right here. You can see, right, where we consolidated, we broke up, wedgie, McWedgie, CPI broke us. So I think that there's always a possibility that we turn back up to retest the trend line. But even at that point, I'd still be giving it some pause and waiting to see, you know, how it can potentially resolve itself and reset up. Because I don't see this setup right here. Maybe I can redraw this, right? You can redraw however you want to redraw it, you know, like that or whatever. But being in negative gamma territory, being under the 5-day moving average for the SPY, I put pause on pretty much everything. Right, even today, I got out of my FedEx position because it broke. Look at it now. See how it broke that low? I got out here because there's an inside trading day. I speculated entry. Now I'll re-enter if it breaks above this high. I'll re-enter. But right now it's pulling down. Okay. It's IWM, RVLV. I don't know these names. RVLV. Oh, Revolve Group. I do know this name. I've heard of this. Yeah, it looks like we had a really nice bullish earnings gap and we had some follow through. Strong stocks typically get stronger. I'd be looking at potentially this trend line here. It keeps on cracking down. So I'd like to see it move up and then tighten up and then potentially look for a breakout. The volume here, that was a big distribution day on big volume. Okay. What about this day? This day finished down. That was a huge volume day. Kind of seems like distribution. This day was a big down day on higher than volume than the prior day. So it looks like it's kind of like these distribution type candles. So I'd be patient for a bounce and for it to tighten back up to resolve itself, to revolve itself. I'm just kidding. And then we have earnings around the corner. Okay. Let's look at AMD. Nobody likes a wedgie. Hey, Richard. I appreciate that. Glad you're hanging out. So AMD, I mean, I still like the looks of it, kind of, you know, but I think I made a video on this one yesterday. I put that one in the Discord. And I was talking about like, yeah, this could be a bear flag. You see the big volume here, but price is consolidating in a nice wedge pattern. Potentially look for a pop if it breaks out. We didn't get the breakout. It gapped down. It pressed a little bit lower today. It's still in somewhat of a bullish structure, but it is breaking some levels. So, you know, you put pause to it. You may be able to catch some pops to the upside. But when you break down through this consolidation and it was following through this, you know, I just let it go and wait and give it more time. I don't want to buy into the weakness of the stock. I'd rather buy the strength and then have an idea where my stop is going to be. Because if I bought now, probably wake up tomorrow and it'll be, or not tomorrow, on Monday, and it'll probably gap up, right? Okay, but so might not. So where my stop going to be? Okay, my stop would be right here. It's a little too close. We are pulling into this little area right here, right? Where we saw, you know, like this day was a big volume day. This day was a big volume day. So, I mean, we're pulling into little prior areas of support here. So yeah, coming back in and hitting back up into this area makes sense. It does, but we just haven't done it yet. I'll look at the 15-minute time frame. We got above the 5-day moving average, but it was still declining, so it's bullish, but with caution. It was right around the point of control. So yeah, move back up to the point of control makes some sense. But it needs more time for me personally. It needs more time for me. For my style of trade, at least. Now, if you're approaching this with options and you're like, I think it could bounce, you can look at spreads, right? Spreads will at least mitigate the risk. It'll give you a defined risk, defined upside, but defined risk as well. You can look at like $5, $10 call spreads and stuff like that. I don't trade options myself, so I'm not the expert there, but that's kind of what I'd be thinking. PLTR, I know that people have been talking about the head and shoulders. Always a possibility. Look at volume right now. Volume's drying up. Price action is kind of just keeps on this trend line down here. Okay. So this one needs a little bit of time too as well. Like there's like, for example, this candle right here, higher volume distribution type candle. This day right here, higher volume distribution candle.
Here from Kansas City Fed's Schmidt, who's a non-voter at 2:30 at benefits.
This candle here, distribution day. It was a down day with higher than the prior day's volume. This day, a distribution day. So they started piling up early on and are kind of continuing. Now we're starting to base out. The 50-day is still inclining, right? So the trend is still up. Look for a potential U-turn in a trend break, right? Maybe it does something like this. We can pop up eventually or pop up eventually, start to flatten out and set back up. A lot of the times, man, like sometimes markets, like if they're giving you time to like enter, like it's not going to work. Sometimes it just moves too quick, too fast, and that's the move. But right now, if you're like thinking short, it's giving you time to go short. So is that right? Is it wrong? I don't know. If it's going to be a measured move from this breakdown, you just measure from the neckline up, and you'd measure down, and it'd be, roughly around to the 19, maybe even a gap fill if it continues down. But it's all digestion from a powerful earnings gap, and we have earnings again next month. Let's look at CXAI. Earnings around the corner. I wouldn't be establishing a new position here. I don't care if it goes up or down. So what you do here, if you do want to establish a position, you look at earnings expected move. So 515, that's going to be next week. You go into the trade tab. Oh, this doesn't even trade options. I don't even know what CXAI is. I don't know. Yeah, no idea. Overall, though, I mean, we get a big bullish move right here. Nice pullback on lighter volume. So it could be setting up for something. It's just earnings is around the corner. It's a very volatile name. So make sure you beta adjust for that kind of stuff. PayPal. I mean, PayPal's holding up. It's holding up. It's basing, right? So if I go out to the weekly time frame, right, the markets move between 4 stages: accumulation, markup, distribution, decline. Is this a period where we're going through accumulation again over here? And are we at the early stages of a potential another markup stage? Well, we can look at moving averages from a longer term perspective, like the 40-week, 30-week, and you can see they are starting to flatten out. So even if they pull back a little bit, maybe perhaps that is opening the door for early, very early stages of a markup phase. You can look at this and be like, well, look at that left shoulder and the head and the right shoulder, and you could draw a little line ski, and you can say it's an inverse head and shoulder. Yeah, that all makes sense. But you do start to see that the trend is neutralizing itself here from a longer term perspective. Shorter time perspective, look at the 10-week, and that's actually trending up. Now the 30-week is still below the 40-week, so that'd be nicer to see this start to turn up and give us more indication that things are going to go. So even if it pulls back a little bit further, it's still potentially in the early stages. It could be in the late stages of accumulation, the early stages of a markup, but we're going to need to have price confirm that. NIKL. Yeah, these aren't the type of stocks that I like trading, unfortunately. Oh, this is an ETF. My bad. Nickel. I mean, if you're for the inflationary trade, a lot of commodities do good during the inflationary trade. Goldman Sachs actually just opened up a new basket called like GS 1970 or something like that. That's tracking the inflationary kind of like what worked good in the 70s in a higher inflationary environment when we started to uptick again. So the inflation trade seems to be something positive. Whether or not nickel's within that mix, I'm not 100% sure. I know copper's there, right? And we're starting to see some pretty big hits here of some volume, people stepping in. So when I'm looking at the daily time frame, it's this would be, I don't know if I consider this a swing trade or like, hey, a macro play. But you can see like, okay, maybe from a technical perspective, you can see that we broke this trend and it back tested. Now it's starting to hold. So yeah, maybe it get overextended. Maybe it tightens back up and then maybe makes its move. It's a little jumpy, a little all over the place, but it seems to be moving up with some other inflationary assets. That's about as good as I can do on illiquid products. Because if I looked at this from an intramarket, like a daily, like look at sometimes 15-minute candles are just a little line. So always pay attention to the bid-ask spread. You have about a 7-cent spread, right? So you see this from an intraday perspective. So it wouldn't be like a day trade or like a smaller swing trade. I feel like that'd be like a little bit longer hold sort of thing, an asset to add to a portfolio. If you think inflation's going to uptick, it could be an option there. Yeah. I prefer much more liquid products trading though. Nike's getting a little bit of a bounce here, right? But we have a low and we have a bounce, right? We had a low here, we had a bounce. We had a low here, we had a bounce. What do you notice? We have all lower highs. So now we really need to see if we create a higher low at some point, even if this moves back up here and then puts in a higher low and then eventually breaks. If I look at the weekly time frame here, yeah, Nike ain't going anywhere. And we even said this on a prior episode that it looks like this big trend, could be substantial. It could be it could be a bear trap. This could be a fake out, move up, and then we can go boom and then take off. Okay, but the trend is still down. You're fighting the trend and you're fighting the trend breakdown. So sometimes when this happens, it comes back to confirm that prior support can become prior resistance. And that's what I would say to watch for. If you're bullish, you'd want to see a higher low, and then you'd want to see that, you'd want to start to see those subtle changes take place. And then obviously, right, it got way above these moving averages before, but the trend was still declining. It was still pulling down. And, you could be bullish, but with caution because, you can get it pulled right back down. Earnings just recently had earnings and it wasn't a good earnings, right? That actually cracked the trend line there, and bearish earnings gaps follow through to the downside, like weak gets weaker. Okay. Just like bullish earnings gap, they can gap up, right? And typically consolidate and get stronger. Okay, we talked about gold already, so I'm gonna look here. CXA. Oh, CXAI is a meme stock. Okay, I guess that makes a little bit more sense. So we're looking at snow. You want to look at snow? Okay, we can look at that. Do you think weed stocks will do during the coming election? Just weird that they can't leave. They could. I really don't know. I think the political aspect of these things, it's so binary. I'm not that level of education to really have a good grasp on that. A good resource to learn about weed stocks would be talking to like somebody like Howard Penny, who analyzes this stuff. Howard Penny is a top tier analyst in the consumer staples sector. He'll have an idea. He will tell you marijuana stocks, which ones are good, which ones are bad from a fundamental perspective, and it'll give you more insights to the legalities, to stuff that's going on there too. I would give the technical perspective of it. He'll give the fundamental perspective of it. So Snow and S-Bucks. Ooh, my energy is waning. Let's take a look at the market and we'll pull those up here. So what do we got going on? Market net flow. Lost convergence. Market's chopping sideways. Looks like it's trying to re-get convergence. No real big pull here on SPY. It's up here at 514 still. The magnet, we're at 514. We're at 513 and 50 cents. So perhaps pull up to, 50 cents or so on the SPY if that's going to hold true. Still floating around that 5150. We pulled back into it and it is still holding here in that kind of safety zone. If we break down from that, we got to look here to see if traders are reaching out further down. If they're reaching out further down and you see the big shift, that could be bearish to the market. And then we get back into convergence where we get a potential another leg lower. I'm not calling for that, given the context of where we are outside of the daily expected move and chopping around. I think it's always possible, but I'm not going to trade for that, if that makes sense. Somebody had mentioned JPM. We went over that stuff a little bit earlier in the trading session. Every day. Oh man, we're at like 300 plus viewers live streaming. Hello. Are we finally getting some people into the stream? Is that what's going on? Are we finally doing it? Being asked about the Iran and Israel tax. I'm no geopolitical expert. I don't really comment on it. I can't really comment too much on it, but I am commenting on some of the assets that are moving, and it does throw up a warning sign. So, Sharut Guri, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, but yesterday's stock market brief show, you watch that, and I talk about some of the assets that are throwing up warning signs that seem fishy in the market. And if you watch, it's like 15 minutes or so. I don't just say it to say it. I show the charts of what's happening and what's happened in the past when these type of things happen. Okay. Hey, PVTM, first time in the live. Hey, welcome in. What's up, ND? Love set match tennis. What helps me more, YouTube or Twitch? I don't know, actually. I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. I could be completely wrong, but I put them on both because there are people on Twitch, and Twitch is nice. I like Twitch's platform for live streaming. I can see little badges by people. Probably can do that actually with YouTube too. Swing trade, folks from Capstream joining here. Maybe. Perhaps. Give me a second, people. I got a visitor. He's clingy. Hello, little chunky monkey. What's up? My boy wants to say what's up. He's got his milk sweater on. He's like, little milkman.
These cookie pads.
Milkies. Future marketeer over here. He's gonna tell me what's up. Love you, buddy. All right, you can take off. Okay. Love your sweater, dude. You look so cool. Look at you go. Look at you with your cookie pants. All righty. Hey, love you. All right. Let's continue on. Where were we? We're looking at snow and Starbucks. He's like 7 months. 7 months or so. My first child. First of 5. I'm just kidding. One's hard enough. So snow could be building at somewhat of a base here. I think it's there's the possibility of a short-term trend change here, right? This move down here felt over-exaggerated, and it was really looking good from a weekly perspective until that happened, right? You had the moving average starting to move up, and then you get that news about CMO or CFO or whatever, or CEO, I don't know, was leaving the company on the earnings, right? But you can see here from a weekly perspective, take a look how sharp this trend line is right here. So this high to this high to this high, this high to this high to this high to this high. It's pretty clean So if that trend's broken, perhaps that opens the door for a pop. And if you even connect it here, it is a little wedgy. Not a big wedgie, a little wedgie. Actually, I guess it's a weekly time frame, so you got a decent sized wedgie here. How do I approach it? Well, this week right here, notice how this week is trading within the prior week. So we have an inside trading week. So see how the candle closes. On the shorter time frame, I like how it's kind of contracting here too as well. And it's above that 20-day. And it's, like I said, it's right there. If you connect the weeks, I don't know where the weeks are connected to weekly highs, but you can see that on the weekly time frame. Is it right here? I can't remember. But this is a good look so far that if it come into next week, we break out, we could see a nice pop. Now, if I look at this right now, is this move, look at this little island reversal pattern. It gapped back above the 5-day moving average. It's starting to turn up. Like, it'd be cool if it flattened down, this turn back up, and then opens the door for the move higher. It got a little hung up right here where we filled the gap, right? So you have this gap and it filled it. And now we're getting a little kind of wobbly here. So even here, if it tightens up and we start breaking to that 162 and so forth, I'd like the 5-day to catch up a little bit, right? There's a little air pocket here in the shorter time frame, the negative divergence, right? And it's kind of going sideways, but it looks good. It looks like it could be setting up for a little bit more of a pop. As far as risk management goes, it'd be just below the low of today or the prior day. If you're trading from the weekly time frame, then you would wait for the high of this week to break next week. It might close at the high. I don't really know where it's going to close. And then your stop would be at the low of this week. But if it doesn't break the high and it comes and breaks the low first, you don't have technically no entry, right? Based off of just kind of like trading an inside trading day. Let's look up Starbucks. Starbucks. And then we'll take a look at the market, see if anything's setting up here correctly. You know what Starbucks kind of looks like? Is this why somebody brought this up to me? Because it kind of looks like Nike, actually. Is that why somebody said Starbucks? You know how Nike had that kind of like trend break? This is pretty crazy. Look at this move here. So look at how it kind of walked the plank. Dang, Starbucks. Okay, so do you see here how the short-term trend or the longer-term trend is down, right? The 200, okay. On the shorter term, you see like this sideways consolidation. Price started getting back above the 40-week, 30-week. The 10-week was moving higher here, and then it broke this downtrend. In a short-term uptrend, these started to turn around. It pulled back a couple of times. It couldn't hold. This would be the distribution. And then the trend starts to really change here and starts to decline. And you can see it got back above a declining average, and then it broke back down. It came back up and it tested. Tightness happened right here. And look at this little trend break. Very tight trend break, okay? And then it's following through in a very, clear downtrend. You have the 10-week going down, the 30-week, the 40-week. The trend is down. Now it's getting extended, so you might get a snap back at some point here, but the trend is down. You'd be fighting the trend. So your question would be, hey, is it a long-term investment? Well, that's determined on you and how long you plan on holding. I mean, Starbucks ain't going anywhere anytime soon. My guess would be that, right? I mean, they're a worldwide brand. They're everywhere. They're expensive as all heck. But, I mean, they are everywhere, right? So, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to hold it for long term, you can look into see when you see positive rates of change in the earnings.
Pushback on more China chip.
Maybe, right? You can look at like opportunities where you see big dips, and then you could, slow roll it. I wouldn't go like an all-in sort of play. This is a pretty dramatic move to the downside. So yeah, seeing a bounce here in the near future makes some sense, but the trend is down. You catch a bounce. If it's for the short term, it'd be a tactical play. But the trend, right? I personally love it when the trend's on my side. This approach to me trading something like Starbucks would be like, okay, if I enter in, it's a smaller position, okay? And I'm typically in and out a little bit quicker. Depending if it goes in my favor, if it doesn't go in my favor, I'm in and out a lot quicker. So I approach these trades, this strategy specifically, fading the market trend, a lot different. Now, if we get some horrible news out of Starbucks and it gaps way down, but then closes at the high and you get this big bullish engulfing candle and then the volume comes in, that can mark a turning point in the price action. So you can wait for something like that to happen, or a big drawn out day and then it comes back and you get some sort of like blowout move. Those happen. It doesn't always have to happen that way, but they've happened, and that could be a potential look to then make a move. That's kind of how I'd look at that. Shroot bucks. Starbucks is Shroot bucks. Yes, Shroot bucks. You get one Shroot buck. I don't want a Shroot buck. I don't care about your Shroot bucks. I don't want a Shroot buck. It's about as good as I can do with a Stanley impression. Prefer Chipotle? Yeah, Starbucks and Nike. Yeah, so yeah, I guess if China really starts turning around, these could be beneficial, right? They could be beneficial. Like they're a large base out of China. Like, same with Apple, right? 30% plus of their sales. Chipotle look good. I want to recheck the Chipotle chart. Ah, yeah, dude, look at that. That's nice. I don't know when the split is happening, but this little flag pattern, we came in, we broke out. I mean, that was a pretty nice little move there. I mean, this has just been one ticket up. Strong stocks, like I said, get stronger. Oh, dude, it can't go up higher. See, I was right. Oh, nope, you were wrong. Oh, it can't go higher. Up, you were wrong. Oh, can't. Oh, God. Yeah. Like, yeah, it'll consolidate for a longer period of time at some point. I mean, just look back here, right? It consolidated and built a base. Look at this. A low, a higher low, a higher low. Little tightness here with 3 weeks, and then pow. Pow. Pow, right in the kisser. Oh. Earnings around the corner there. So when I say the trend is on my side, do I generally look? It depends on the type of trade. So I prefer the longer term trend to be on my side, like the weekly, looking at the weekly stuff. But I spend a lot of time on the daily charts, and then I draw into the 15-minute charts. When it comes to the 15-minute charts, like I'll take fade trades even if it's a declining 5-day moving average, but it's like pretty darn tactical, a lot faster of an approach. So if we are trending up in the 5-day moving average and price actions above it and it's pulling into it and flagging out, I feel much more at ease and more confident of putting more of a regular size position in and then going from there. Yeah. Let's take a look at the markets. Taking a look at the markets, breaking lower. Not fun for anyone that is bullish.
On Fox Business saying U.S. is in an environment of cross currents.
New lows on the SPY, people. All right, let's take this seriously. It's breaking through this little area. Let's see if traders are starting to reach out further.
Goolsby saying the Fed must get inflation back down to target.
Oh, get out of here, Goolsby. 51.25.
Multiple inflation readings
5100.
higher than we want.
They're reaching a little further. Okay, it's Goolsby, a non-voter. Let's take a look at market net flow. Market net flow did get convergence back. It's been a negative divergence all day, people. Not interested in this price action. Just not. If you're a short seller and you love trend days to the downside, hey, dude, more power to you. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that. So they are starting to reach out further. So let's update this.
Put constraints on what the Fed might do at a future meeting.
That's a pretty steep move. Okay, I'm gonna just update that like that though. All right, let's do it. Those are gamma levels too. That'd be pretty wild. All right. They're going for it. Here we go. That'd be pretty wild. If that's the case, I mean, that is opening the door to a 2 standard deviation move. I don't know. This is a reaction off of Fed Goolsby. Sounds like. I'm not. 5150 is still the larger area, but they are starting to reach further out here. Let's look at gamma, net gamma.
Rocket commentary from Citi's CEO saying recent large M&A announcements in multiple industries are a sign of rising
We're under
confidence
5150.
from CEOs. Deals are well oversubscribed.
Jeez. Yeah, just careful here. I'm going to pull up a book map. Like I said, I'm not interested in this. TNX is updating again. We'll take a look at TNX here too.
PC shows better readings.
We did feel that liquidity right overhead here, so you can see how it absorbed it. And then we still have that larger level down here that was kind of shifted down. 5130 and some change. And I mean, this is possible if we remain in a negative convergence like this. I don't rule, like I said, we can't rule it out. I'm not going to trade it down into these areas if that's the case. Let's pull up a RSI. Let's give an idea here. Are we putting in a positive divergence by any chance?
Discussions are increasing.
High, higher, low. Low, sorry, low, higher, low. Low, lower, low. Not a great positive divergence, but technically there is one.
Goolsby saying the question of the last mile on inflation is a little harder. Supply may not help as much.
It's just reaction to Fed talk. Let it play. Let it do its thing. Little Goosey. Little Gooseby. Yeah. Moonraker is stating that net flow is a little too choppy to have confidence in a trend down day. Yeah, there could definitely still be a violent snapback. I mean,
Citigroup CEO saying
this is the most clearest divergence we've seen in a little bit, right? And we started losing convergence here and started regaining it right here.
An IPO was the best path for.
So it's moving.
You're listening to Trade.
Correct, but remember, negative gamma territory, you do get face rippers back, and people try to time the face ripper back. We tried earlier in the trading session, and we did okay. We did all right. We caught what we caught. I did not. Where is that? Let's pull up NQ. See what NQ is doing. NQ, interestingly enough, it didn't actually make new lows for the trading session.
Goolsby noting he thought housing inflation would be coming down.
SPY made new lows for the trading session. NQ did not. So where is the weakness coming from exactly?
Saying if shelter inflation does not come down to where it was before the pandemic, it will be hard to get back to the inflation target overall.
All 11 sectors are down. Small caps and the Qs are pretty much hand for hand down 1.34%. SPY down 1.12%. Financials down 1%. I don't trade on this platform. Still getting some weakness there. I think it's really JPM really drew out outside of its expected move there. Citigroup, let's see how these stocks are doing. Wow, look at that move in Citigroup. We gapped up, and now we're down near the lower lower earnings expected move. Let's take a look at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is holding up a lot better than these other names. Let's take a look at BlackRock. Wow, what a reversal in BlackRock. Near lows of the day, not too far off the earnings expected move here either. Hey, that's a good idea, Trader Joe. Yeah, let's take a look at Paul. P-A-L-L. It's starting to kind of like make itself a little bottom. So if are you talking for like an inflationary play if it moves with other assets? Palladium. Yeah, you never know. Dude, I wonder if like net gas is going to do something ever. Where is it? Where's the chart? It's just been going sideways forever. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually been going down. The Widowmaker.
Citigroup CFO saying expect downward trajectory in expenses.
I don't know how to play this. I don't know how to play UNG. You basically just enter and you hope that it goes higher. That's how I play it. that's how I approach natural gas. All right, let's take a look at CL. CL's coming off the highs. Still up on the day, but it's coming off the highs there. Let's take a look at TNX. What's going on over there in yield land? Off the lows. Still holding up pretty nicely down on the day. Dollar is the mover today. Let's see where that's at now. Jeez, dollar hasn't budged. Dollar and gold made a big move, but gold came off.
Is a wild card for the Fed in terms of oil prices and gas. A negative supply shock is not good.
Dollar, came off the highs here. It's trading within the first kind of opening range. Well, when the market opened up, it's trading around that first opening range there. Let's see here. What was I going to pull up? I wanted to pull up gold. Yeah, gold's still cracking to the lows as a dollar's holding up here. S&P 500 right around to the lows of the trading session. NQ, like I said, has not made new lows of the trading session like S&P 500 has. I'm curious about like pulling up just a quick chick chart. Let's go like this. Let's look at ES. We'll pull up.
Fed schools be saying that the Fed follows its dual mandate and does not respond to political concerns.
Yeah, but Biden, okay, I'm not even going to get into it. Responds to Federal Reserve policy. We'll get a rate cut this year.
WTI crude futures now about $1.50 off of earlier highs, dropping below $86, still up about $1 and 1.1%.
This would be interesting here if this low settles, this comes lower, and this actually doesn't make a new low, and you have a higher low in the ticks. Sometimes those divergences play out to the bullish perspective.
Schools be saying firstly, does not feel any
market net flow
pressure.
Still remains bearish convergence here. But like I said, NQ has not made a new low of the trading session. Which is that's a good sign. Albeit we're pulling down. If it makes it low, then, then we're getting confirmation of this. Look at how the 30-second opening range held as resistance here. You get like this double top action of the, pulling back in. I'm going to remove this anchored VWAP. I don't think that's necessary anymore. We'll apply a daily VWAP just to give an idea. It looks like NQ is going to crack to new lows. Just don't get killed here, people. Like, enjoy your weekend, right? And make sure that you're not doing anything to really do anything devastating going into a weekend. You want to relax, and come back with a fresh mind. There's going to be more opportunities. There's no need, like, you can act on days like these. Like, you'll get a lot of people on Twitter like, this was the day to take action, or this was not the day to sit on your hands and do nothing. Like, those people always come out of the woodworks after a strong, violent day. I get it, right? If you think that inflation is going to be going higher, this is an opportunity to look at inflationary names that came down today. There's always going to be opportunities. You can say that about any day, about not having to take, like, I'm talking from an intraday perspective. Like, let it play out. Let it do its thing. It's about being calm, being cool, being collective. It's about preserving your capital. It's not about being right, being wrong. It's about risk managing. And that's been the theme of today. All right, Lightning. Hey, thanks, Grise. Lightning. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming through. The kind words.
Estonian.
Trading rules. I do it manually. I don't know of a way that I can do it automatically. I've seen
Baltic states.
I've seen some code out there where you can like just copy some like stuff, like the numbers, and then it automatically applies the horizontal lines. Dude, I would love that script for Thinkorswim. And I've seen it before, but I don't know the code. But if I can get like the script of that, and I could just copy and paste my daily expected moves from my Excel document and go paste into it, and it automatically applies them, like that's what I really want. And do that for TradingView too. Actually, there was somebody in our Discord that did that, but I didn't understand it at the time. He just literally, just copy and paste and put it in this code. So I don't know, maybe I gotta find somebody that can code for me and do that too as well. Somebody had reached out actually about coding, about doing some stuff. I have to look at the email still. Ruben did. Yeah, Ruben did. Still here. I saw this stat that if the you know, I always do incorrect emojis. That's pretty funny. No, I do that all the time. It's funny. I saw this stat that if the market increases the last 3 months coming into election, the incumbent usually gets reelected. If it declines, I'm pretty sure the incumbent. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I have to look at that. That's kind of cool. That's some interesting information. Just so you guys know, from a seasonal perspective, let me pull up the almanac chart here. I want to show you what seasonality looks like based on election years. We're going to look at 2024 versus the election years dating back to 1950 to 2020 of April. Sorry, wrong chart. Sorry, give me a second. Market's still coming off here, moving into the 2 standard deviation move, not too far off. Wow, people. All right, I want to show you this chart really quick. All right, are we going to come fill this liquidity down here, dude? Dang, man. All right, we're getting a little bit crispy. Crispy dispy. Okay, no, it's still way down there. Man, wouldn't that be something? Be calm, be cool, be water. Okay, I'm going to minimize this. And I want to show you this chart of what typically looks like from a seasonality standpoint. So this is the, let me make sure that I can see this properly. Yeah, so this is the S&P 500. This is the S&P 500 election year seasonality pattern dating from 1949 to 2023. Almanac Trader posts these things. It's pretty cool. And it's looking at the aggregate cycle. It's looking at 2024. That's the green line. And then the sitting president running X 2020. And what you'll notice here is, first and foremost, you typically get a nice run at the beginning. Then you get a pullback of some sorts, okay? Or it's flat. And what have we done? We've went straight up. But what do they all have in common here, going April, May, and then basically into June, to the end of June right here? You'll notice that typically coming into here, this is where you get seasonal flatness, little pullbacks, and so forth. So we're actually moving into a seasonal time where it's very common to actually have the market meaning S&P 500, to flatten out, to consolidate, to pull back, and then not until the end of more mid-June into July, you can get the market to move. The aggregate cycle gets a little flat, and it's still like November, December. But I thought that was kind of interesting. Give you some more context. It's seasonality, people. Things change from a seasonal perspective. Things are always different, but it's just data points, right? It's just context. Helps us out. S&P 500, close to around that 2 standard deviation move. Remember, if you think of this in terms of a distribution curve, let me pull up an image I can show you more specifically. Let me bring up this really quick for y'all. Oh, that's a horrible. There we go. Okay. So if you think of this in terms of distribution curve, so the expected moves are a distribution curve. All right. Notice here, so 1 standard deviation, 1 SD, 1 standard deviation. All right. That is 68% of the time. So the probabilities are higher that we finish within the standard deviation. So if I'm looking at the SPY, this right here is the 1 standard deviation move, which we're outside of, right? Okay, so that's the 1 standard deviation move that we're outside of. 95% of the time it'll close within a 2 standard deviation move.
Russia's Putin told the UN.
So that's telling me that it's
regulatory watchdog IAEA that Russia plans to restart the Zaporizhia nuclear plant.
So that tells me that there is a high, almost 100% probability, right? 95%, that it's going to close within 2 standard deviations. So what does that mean? When we're coming down here, this is the 2 standard deviation move. 51102 is the 2 standard deviation move. That doesn't mean it has to bounce here, but if we get outside of it, there's a 95% chance that we come back inside. Now, these moves are rare, right? These are rare moves, 2 standard deviation moves, closing outside of it. That's a rare move. Getting outside of it, that's not rare, as it's still rare, but it's not like crazy, it's where it closes. Now, go to a 3 standard deviation move, you're looking at 99.7% of the time. I don't even know what that 3, I'd have to do the math to find out what the 3 standard deviation move is on the SPY. I don't think that that's going to happen, right? I don't think that that's going to come out. That'd be like down here. That would be wild. Like I said, you can't rule it out. Like, look at market net flow. Still, look at convergence is picking up. It told us right here, bearish divergence, have the convergence. The edge would be to the downside. I'm not trying to trade the downside. Other people are for sure trading the downside. And we broke new lows in the NQ. We're coming into, for the S&P 500, coming into those levels that we're identifying from a 0-day perspective. Look at them reaching for 5,100. They started reaching out further, 5,100. So this right now tells me that 5,100, that's pretty far out there, but 5,120, 5,125 is also up there, and we're 9 points away from that. That's right here. So this is where, from a gamma perspective,
industry, that Spanish
we can see a bounce. If we continue down, holy macaronis, man, 5,100.
Potential IPO.
We're underneath the 2 standard deviation move in SPY right now. Volatility is upticking. We had news right here. Fed Goolsby, that forced price down again. That would be the narrative, not the certainty. We can look at market net flow to give us more of that. And we have volatility really picking up here. This comparison chart, it actually did break a new low, so that's no positive divergence there. Pulling into and around the 5125 gamma exposure level, 5125 to 5120 is right here. That looks like it can potentially, so I'm gonna actually draw it kind of like this. Okay. If it cracks through that, I guess the door opens for 5,100, but now we're in a 2 standard deviation move. So I'd be looking at this little level right here. We have yet to tag the weekly expected move. Shoot, are we coming for it right now? Are we really going for it? That's wild. It's very common to tag it. We're very close to it. Let me pull up actually the SPX chart by itself. 51.18 is the weekly expected move. The lower monthly expected move is 50.96. Okay. HYG low day. Yeah. So the trend is continuing to the downside. A little choppiness, but the trend is down. We'll probably have some sort of snappy, tappy rally, but we're right there at that 2 standard deviation move. Careful, right? Don't average down if you're trading futures. Just be calm, be cool. Be calm, be cool. Yeah, both, yeah. Market net flow is still strong. I'm kind of interested in this area down here. Reach it, baby. Reach it down. Reach down. I'll pull up NQ too while this is loading. Or while it's playing out. Yeah, NQ is getting pretty darn crazy. Look at these 30-second candles. They're getting pretty wild. Oh, I gotta make sure my head's not blocking that. Yeah, it's not. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Good stuff, Ruben. You sold Apple? Yeah, what's Apple doing right now? No way the whole move's erased. That'd be crazy. I haven't looked at Apple yet. I think I still have a little on Apple. But I took out the bulk of the position. I don't care if it comes all the way out and comes back to my entry point. It wouldn't even matter to me because I took it so much off. That was such a nice move. I'm telling you, people, something was fishy yesterday. Something was fishy. Something was fishy. Come on, man. Get hit a little bit more here. Get hit a little bit more. Let me see something set up. Maybe there's a opportunity here to take a very, very tiny position scalp for a, a little pop or something. A fade, as you would say. I do not care if I miss it, by the way. I do not care. I'd rather miss it than get wrecked. Next support, do I expect to bounce? I'm not expecting much from it. I'm not going to put too much expectations on it, but I think that there's opportunity in it because where traders are reaching out to, so 5120, 5125, that little range in there, it'd be nice to see it undercut it and then come pick back up or undercut it. And then look at 5100. People are reaching out there too. So if we break through this, careful, right? If this didn't exist, I'd be way more confident about 5120, 5125 as that zone. But it's struggling to get there right now. It might not even make it. But I'm not trying to go long right here. Not at the moment. And I'm not trying to go short either. If we get some sort of dramatic boom, 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 then maybe I might I'll throw a micro in. I'll give it, where am I at for the day? I'll give it like 25, 30 bucks of space, and then go from there. If we see that dramatic move. Chronic Thrusting is asking about the $9 if the Discord includes the Gamma Lab chart every day. I've been posting it in there every day. I haven't committed to doing that every day, so it's not part of what I show as a benefit. But what is in there is the TradeTix suite. The TradeTix suite has a query channel where you can literally type in the command to get this chart, not the convergence piece, but a momentum piece of it. So this chart, and you can get the 0-day GEX levels updated when you want it. You get all kinds of other cool aspects of it too.
Dash market now break below the lows we saw on Wednesday following the CPI.
And that's in the query channel. So I'll tell you what you do, Richard, if you're interested in knowing not Richard, wait,
75
who asked that question? Okay, Chronic Thrusting.
71.
Go to the TradeTix channel. I'll just give me a second here. I'll show you. No, I don't want to log in. I'm going to show you what's available. I put the entire suite on there. No, what is going on? Okay, there it is. Okay, give me a second. While that's going, I'll just quickly show you. So these are the bots that are in my Discord. So you have intraday trade ideas. Those are automatic. They're based off of the strat. They'll show up there. You get large option sweeps, dark pool prints, trading flow, auto posting stuff, blah, 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 blah. Go to this website, tradetix.com/Discord, and you can see what's actually in there. And then these querying bots, this is the commands that you can type in to get information. Like gamma levels, and you can use their aggregated data, and so forth. All right, enough of that. This is the Patreon, it's the $9 or whatever, and it talks about that. Let me go back because I was interested in this. Dang it. Okay. Oh my gosh, did it reach down there? Okay, no. All right, still waiting. And if you just buy the year, it's cheaper, by the way. You save like 16%, so it ends up being like $7 a month or whatever. But yeah, like I'm not committing to posting like the gamma chart every single day, but I've been doing that pretty consistently in the day trade channel. But you have the option in the query channel to type stuff in. The levels could be different a little bit, but that's because they aggregate their data a little differently. It doesn't make it worse. It doesn't make it better. It's still real data and can be utilized. Okay. Cash Clue, in the Discord, I have those Discord bots. Yes, I paid the yearly subscription for them. It was not cheap. And I gave that as a benefit for joining the Discord. Yes. All of those Discord bots that you can go to their website and see, they're all available in the Discord. Dang, we just about tagged it. We missed it by like a little bit. It still might come down here and touch it. I'm going to come a little bit more in. I'm going to come into the S&P 500 chart to see if we can get there. Market net flow. Still very bearish. Ah, man, come on, man. Pay him out. Pay him out. Come out at 50. Let's go to 5120. Let's do it. Let's go a little bit lower than that. 5120 and then, ah, man, 5100. That thing, that's what's bothering me is that 5100. Why is the VIX spiking? Because of fear. I mean, right? Volatility is increasing. Right? Well, the VIX goes up. I mean, it's not, call it a fear index, call it whatever you want, but it's telling us that people are more, people are seeing more volatility in the shorter term versus out a little bit longer. So if you like apply like front month versus back month volatility, right? You're seeing probably a big change today. So if you look 3 months out and you look at that volatility curve, there's more volatility here right now than there is looking out further. Typically it's the other way around, right? You see less volatility where we're currently at, and you see potentially more volatility out into the future at some point, right? But that's not what's happening now. We're getting that little flippity floppity. I don't know exactly why, but I can tell you right now, one of the aspects is market net flow. This right here. Like, why did yesterday go up? Why did yesterday go up? Market net flow. Dude, the flow was going great, and then the flow is going bad here. And we saw all those other assets. Right? We're seeing the opposite now. We're down 1.41%. We haven't had a 2% down day for a long time in the SPY. And we're now still a little far off, but dang, are we coming for that weekly expected move? I want you all to know, to just realize the patience here of having to be patient. If you were trying to buy these dips and you're getting aggressive and you didn't realize market net flow, you get hurt. You get hurt hard, hurt fast. Special teams, special plays, special players. What's up, brother? Few will only know that. That's from like some other streamer. It's funny. Dang, I need like not a rocket ship, but the opposite of a rocket ship. I need a new rust bucket. Chronic's been here since 90K subs, man. That's so cool. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate the support, buddy. Just so you guys know, it's not an alert service. I just give out some more data. I get my watch list, weekly expected, the tight list. I can just give a lot of stuff out there, stuff that's on my mind, stuff that I'm seeing, and I share it. And that's it. I sometimes share it here on the live streams. I sometimes share it in my regular videos. I made it a low cost, so it's not like some crazy investment, right? It's just a way that I was looking at it in terms of like, hey, if I need to move, if I want to do this full time and provide free content, I need some sort of extra income so I don't worry about trading. And then 2, so it makes up for my loss of my income from my full-time job, my career of 13 years. And I haven't made up for that income yet, but it helped out a great deal. The transition. I'm not like crazy far off, but it definitely helped the transition for sure. Now we're seeing a little bit of a pop here. coming from these levels, these lower levels. It didn't quite get there yet. I wanted to. Could be a blessing in disguise that I didn't get it. Don't know. Take a look here. We'll go into NQ. See NQ popping a little bit here. Market net flow still pretty darn bearish, people. So we're seeing a little bit of a bounce here. It's underneath the 2 standard deviation move, right? As we said, 95% chance we close above that line. So the probabilities is higher. Dude, it is only 9:52 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. What day is it today, Jamie? What day is it? Hey, I know I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but Dilawar Singh? I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Trader Joe. Trader Joe, I got to figure out on Discord to see about giving badges because you post stuff that I would totally be fine with, like having some authority in that area, because everything that you post is pretty aligned. Even if it's not aligned, that's totally fine for the most part. But it's cleanness. It's the cleanliness of a chart. It's not overly complicated, and you're not like, there's no like, you know how people go, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. It's like, okay, and it might, but it's just level-headed stuff. I gotta look into that. I've seen people have badges like in their Discords. I don't know how that works. I literally have no idea how most of my stuff in Discord works. I figure it out as I go. When I first started Patreon, I was just posting on the Patreon platform, and then people were like, dude, you got to do a Discord. And I was like, dude, I don't know what the hell that means, but okay. And then we figured it out, and I've been learning it, and I'm glad I did. Yeah, I'll try to figure it out, dude. Try to figure it out. I would also be cool to see like give badges for like length of time too, like see how long some people have been in there. Be kind of cool if there's like, if it did that, there was something like that, because a lot of people have been in there for since the get-go, dude. Moonraker's been in there forever. Marmot, yeah, you can query it yourself. And that's pretty cool. Oh, CJ, sorry, man. No, I didn't see it, buddy. What'd you say? Hey, Mike, up 40% on the Apple 175 puts up next. Put for next week expiry. Bought today. Hold or take it. Ah, CJ. Let me tell you something, dude. After every trade you take, you should always know your second trade. So what were you thinking ahead of time anyway? My guess is, like, this is like the psychological aspect of trading, right? So we should, I think Tom Holland? No, not Tom Holland. Who said it? He's a trader. Tom Hugard said, we are hopeful when we should be fearful, and fearful when we should be hopeful. Why? Because the market, so you're up in a position and you're fearful that it might come back to break even, rightfully so. So you should just be managing risk. But you should be hopeful that if you're in the position and it's working for you, you should be hoping that it continues to press further, and not fearful that you're going to lose on that. And that should all be based off of your original idea behind the trade. So when I look at Apple, if you're up on puts, I mean, it is still above the 1 minute opening range. Like, this is a nice catch if you caught it. If it was an intraday trade, then yeah, you're moving out of it, right? But you said it expires next week, so you'd have to deal with theta. Who knows if we get a gap up or gap down? You know, you manage the trade. You maybe take some profits or update kind of how you want to see the stop. But with such a tiny expiration into next week, like, look at the deltas. Look how theta is going to, like, how the decay is going to look and so forth. But yeah, Like that's the thing, like options are difficult to trade if you're just buying a put and buying a call, because you have to, not only is it hard to trade by itself alone, but now you're adding in the level of time, and that makes things very difficult. So like I said, I can see the case for bullish and bearish, right? It's coming off today, but it's off of a big move from yesterday. So we can gap up into next week. We can gap down. I literally, like, hands up in the air, right? Like, this is a bullish move. You faded it. Fades are typically a little bit more aggressive. All right, we came very close. What was the low of this candle here? The low was 51.25 and 70 cents. We missed that bar by, I mean, so far in a $5,000 product by 70 flippin' cents. What if it's just giving hope and then all of a sudden comes back down though? Market net flow, still bearish. Still bearish. Bearish. Being asked if you should book profits in gold and silver. I think you should just like I said, like I just said about the kind of like the little speech that I did about Apple, and like how you overtrading is fine if it's making you money. Unless if you're overtrading when you're not trading well. So it could be good and could be bad, I guess. Or it could be bad even if it's good, because you might look back and be like, okay, how can I approach it differently to do less trades? Maybe, you never know. There's a pros and cons to everything, right? Booking profits in gold and silver, if you caught this gigantic run, I mean, managing your risk or updating your risk parameters makes sense. I mean, it's moved so far and so fast. You might, maybe booking profits is not booking profit. Maybe it's just updating your stop loss, right? There's so many different ways to manage risk. We don't know if the price action is going to come down further or go up higher, or if it's going to consolidate and eventually move higher. So, you consider what you can control what you can control. Don't worry about where price is going to go. Look at where you've came from, where you are currently, and say, hey, am I okay with XYZ right here? And if I am, then do it. But it's going to be specific to the individual. So I want you to really just forget about, hey, is it going to go higher? Is it going to go lower? Because that is what causes all the like boggling of the minds. You need to focus on what is actually what you can control. Okay. And what you can control has nothing to do where price can go. I mean, you set things up where you kind of like, you get what I'm saying, right? You can control what you buy, when you buy it, how much you buy, and when you sell it. And these things should be idealized. Like, you should have an idea of that stuff when you enter into these trades. So if you caught the trade, good. You shouldn't let a trade like that go to zero. I can tell you that, right? So if you made big money on it, right, or did good and caught a big move, what you don't want is to have that big move go to zero. So you look into ways. What I always tell people in the Discord, and I tell people on the live streams and do everything, is you look at ways, like, this is where you can look to mitigate risk. Like, how do you mitigate risk? You can take profits, you can update stop losses, you can even split stop losses. You can say, hey, my stop loss is good here, but I want to just take 50% of my stop loss and move it up a little bit more. And if I get clipped out of there, at least I still have 50% of the position on if it just whips right back up, right? There's so many different ways to approach it, but you need to approach it consistently, or you're constantly be changing, altering, moving, and it becomes a little bit more sporadic with lack of process. And you got to really start considering just honing in on the process of all of that. And I know that there's always a lot of, what's the word? Contingencies, not contingencies. That's not the word I'm looking for. It's like discretion. Like, there's discretionary moves, right? Like, depending on how things move and how things change on a daily basis. So I'm aware of that too. Okay. Did IWM make a 2 deviation move? It may have, actually. Yeah. So the daily expected move, the lower daily move for IWM today was 198.27.
Big use rig count data at 617 in the current week, down 3 from prior.
So no, it didn't. 198.27 though would be a little bit lower, but it did come dang near close. Lulu's down so much. Yeah, that thing's probably going to bounce here soon, but somebody asked me about it a couple of days ago and I said the same thing. Like, yeah, probably right. Probably will at some point, but you better respect it if it keeps going down. You better respect it. Put some respect on it. Market net flow is still very bearish, sitting at around lows of the day. Are we gonna go for the weekly expected move? No, yeah, maybe. Sorry, just blew everyone's eardrums out. Hey, we're going into it, people. There's the move. All right, okay. Quiet time. Oh my gosh, dude. That 5100 is not my friend. I want to go for it, but I do not. Dude, 5100, really? Maybe I'll take a little stab. But man, that right there, 5100, that's deep, man. That's deep. Man, can you imagine? I mean, it's still only 10 o'clock. Oh, brother man.
ARA reportedly
Came into the area.
Capital has asked them to engage on the Apollo offer about Romeo Alpha. They're still in a 30-day exclusive negotiating period with Skydance.
I appreciate that, Pan. Sorry, I'm just, I don't know how to pronounce the entire name there. Panka. Sorry. Pan. P. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. I'm hesitant to try to like get a little stab here. I want to, I do, but also like this could be where we stabilize a little bit. But man, this right here, that right there, traders be like, so if this didn't exist and it was way over here and this was where we are, I would feel a little bit more confident. Like just to take a quick stab, you know, well, a couple of points here or there, maybe a little pop, but yeah. I'm based out of California, Sacramento area. I'm not in Sacramento, I'm in an outskirts city, but in that area. Hey, good stuff, Tech. All right, so if we keep going down, I'm looking for the weekly expected move then, I guess. I wouldn't mind playing for a little bounce, like a fade trade. I just don't like how it's reaching out to 5100, dude. I don't want to enter in and go like this, boom, and just freaking get me. So the way that I can approach that is just by like a much smaller position. But come on, then go a little bit lower at least. Give me like 5120 if that's the case. I don't know if it's gonna break 5100, but what I'm saying here is someone believes that we're gonna go down here and get paid. But this right here, if price comes to 5100, I'll be ready probably to hit the gas and probably take a little trade there, because if it dips under it, chances are it'll suck right back in and potentially bounce from that area. This would be the support area that I'd be paying attention to, just like I'm doing right here, 5120, 5125. This could be a level of support, which we're kind of seeing right now. It's just, I really wish the 5100 bar wasn't here. Because then I'd be like, yeah, this is the put wall. This is probably the market, kind of where we're going to float around at. And I could look for a potential setup. I would like for convergence to wane here a little bit more. Right, we're right there at 5125. You see how it's kind of just dancing around these levels? It's not me just drawing in a random box. It's me drawing in the gamma levels. See, this like expanded move right here, I could have probably been ready for a little quick hit there. But I don't know, like I said, I'm a tightwad right now. I'm a tightwad right now. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is, you know? I can't do much about it. Sometimes I overthink things and I just need to execute. It's not that I'm overthinking. It's just when the play actually takes place, when it comes into what I was ready for, I don't execute. Because I look at something and I'm like, ah. And that could be for the good. It could be for bad. And a lot of the times I am quick and I respond quick. But when I'm live, it's significantly a little bit harder to put in the focus. And I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it for me to go too heavy on a live stream. As entertaining as it could be, but I'm just not there yet. I just can't do that yet. Maybe one day. Where, you know, like I feel like I can, but it has to be so small. It has to be so tiny. Because I'm really not trading to be entertaining. I'm trading to make money. And I need my focus. So. Yeah, scared money don't make money. I get it. I get it. I'm up on the day though, so right now scared money is keeping my money. Missing a trade is totally fine for me. I miss trades all the time. Unless I'm actually missed the downside move. Yeah, I like I said earlier in the trading session, I wouldn't be shorting this, but the edge would be to the downside is what we were discussing. And I was explaining the reason why I personally wasn't looking to short it because I'm not good at shorting. It's not my expertise. I'm not good at shorting. I'm not even that great at like trading individual options. Like that's not my style of trade. Like I can make it work for me, but the amount of effort that goes into it, I cut out options. I cut out a lot of short selling. If I am short selling, it's such a smaller position and it's much more tighter. Okay, why? Because once I did that, all of a sudden, that's what really propelled me forward. That's why my P&L curve looks like my P&L curve, right? That's why I'm a lot more level-headed. It's because I've eliminated the stuff that wasn't working. This is Best Buy Furniture. This is the SPX, this is the SPX on the left-hand side with the gamma little level here, and the NQ right here is a little bit bigger on this side of the chart. Coming in a little bit here. Market net flow still remains bearish. Sitting roughly at lows a day for NQ, roughly there for the S&P 500 too as well, floating around that 5120, 5125 zone previously discussed. SPY, not really far off, literally not far off by like 60 cents almost. The weekly lower expected move. NQ chopping around here, going back and forth. Seeing a large volume candle right now coming in. This could be an idea potentially of some shorts covering. Into the 5120 level. Didn't quite reach down into it, but that could spark a little something right here. That was a big volume bar here at 1010. So now I'm interested to see what price does. I'm not interested in UCoco right now. So I'm going to anchor a VWAP to that swing low. That was a higher low on a very shorter time frame. Still bad convergence and still getting kind of caught and chopped up in this little range here. Okay. So this looks like perhaps a little breakout area. We had an inside trading candle right there. This could be it. This could be a little move right here. Let's see. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, still a pretty bad convergence here. Just chopping up and chopping. But we're floating around that 51.20, 51.25. Let's give it a moment here. See if it does anything. Okay, I want to see if can I add volume to this? How do I add volume under here? It's whatever. I'll use anchor view up. Never trust the support. After 30 minutes, it will dip. I'm not really looking. This isn't support here. It's not labeled as support. These are gamma exposure levels that I'm just highlighting. So the reason why those are important because it can tell you when we break above, break below it, how dealers can position and hedge, and you can see quick and aggressive moves from these levels. So right now we're just kind of floating around that safety zone, but 5100 is below us, and that's growing from a 0-day perspective. Zero date. These are 0-date levels as well as a regular gamma level here. Okay. Still holding this little swing low anchored VWAP, not by much. And price is tightening up here. It looks like it wants to start a little break right here. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like. We'll see. Chopping sideways here for a little bit. Getting caught up. Holding this little level here. I'm going to update this, see if anything's changed. Oops. Ugh, no, not really. Not really. Not really, people. The higher probability is that we close above 511.02, right? 95% of the time, right? If you're thinking of times as a 2 standard deviation move. So a pop could very well take place. When that might happen, I don't know. If we get some more dramatic sell side, 5100 would be the level to look at. That would be freaking crazy. It's still early too. We still have a lot of time left in this trading session. It's crazy to me, man. I'm actually streaming a little bit longer than I expected today. Hopefully it's helping you guys out. Hopefully you tune in and you're enjoying the stream. Hopefully you enjoying the stream. The stream. Do I think it's from the downside war potential? I think today is there could be parts of that, but I think that this is market net flow today.
Shareholders have
Just like it was yesterday. I think that this is the market. Literally, and the reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at market net flow, I mean, it's telling us this. It told us this all day that it was bearish for the most part, right? Except for right here where we had that little bump. And we're still bearish. Think, Dad. I think if something were to happen from the worst perspective, I think we can very well get more volatility, obviously, right? It's not saying much. Thanks, Nova. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Bostic's going to be coming out soon. When's Bostic again? 11:30, right? Oh, what am I doing? Bostic. Yeah, 11:30 Pacific. So an hour, basically a little bit more than an hour. Yeah, we're getting a little caught up here. It's not breaking free. It looks like it wants to like just give it a little gas and then maybe make the free move, but that doesn't give us free and clear for the day. Like free it up, like, hey, here you go, and then watch for a potential pullback then after that point. But I'm just paying attention to, being underneath this level. The 15-minute just closes candle. Take a look at the 15-minute candle here. This was that we just broke the high of that candle. A doji candle, so we had a low, bull stepped in, and then we're breaking the high of that. That gives us a pop where we're going to pop to that standard deviation. So what's NQ doing? There's that pop. There we go. Come on. There we go. All right. But this doesn't mean we're out of the water, folks. But that is the thing. And hell yeah, I did play that. Let's go. Those were some big volume moves.
That's Silver's free operation, 65.
All right, I'm out. I'm
$7.3 billion.
That was a nice move, nice volume, nice break, but I only traded 1 micro, right? 1 micro. I'm not trying to get greedy here. Like I said, I'm taking my profits. I'm leaving. Okay. But that was a nice little move there. So our market net flow still bearish, losing a little convergence here. That means these moves could potentially be fake outs. I'll show you the trade here in a moment. This is not for me to give you guys alerts or anything like that, by the way. But that held and that broke, and that was pretty nice. Okay. So what was my move? It wasn't down here to up here. It was literally like here to here. Very quick, and that doesn't mean it can't go higher. If I took a little bit more position, I probably would have held in. I'll share the trade. Because I played it right. Where did I play? I think I played it right here into this resistance, and then the stop was going to be if we close below this anchor VWAP here. So I played it a little early. Now it's tightening up again here. Here comes another move. No, it's still good. Here comes another move. Still inside. Here comes another little pop. The downside or upside, I don't know, but it's getting pretty tight here within the 30-second time frame. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot this so you can see it because I'm out. It's getting tight, getting tight. So you can see, 1 micro, nothing crazy, couple bucks. You know, held the anchored VWAP right here. Held the anchored VWAP, and then I just played the pop right there. And then now, what you could look for is a potential another break higher. But it just broke to lower. Okay, still holding the little prior swing higher low anchor VWAP right now. So now what you can do is technically, once again, bring in an anchor VWAP from the swing high and see if you can break it. But I'm not really trusting the market right now, given the context of the 5100 level and market net flow right now. Okay, not interested. Holding right around that 2 standard deviation move is kind of where I played into, was that 2 standard deviation move. Okay, and Q. So a little swing low right here is holding. So if I anchor actually right here, just pinching between this little high and this low, give us something. And still holding the breakout area. I'm done now. I'm done for the day. I'm calling it quits for my trading, but I'll stick around and I'll look at some other stuff. It was quick. It was aggressive. That's just how I trade right now. Okay. That's just how it has to be for me. I'll start small, and then as I feel more comfortable live stream trading, I'll feel a little bit more confident, but that's about it. All right. Yeah, somebody's saying mini pop for a bigger drop. That's always a possibility here. You got to just respect what the market is currently doing. You're buying a pop in a downtrend, right? You're buying a pop in a downtrend. Now market's pulling back and volume's actually kind of declining, but it's pulling back pretty decently here. So see how this whole move got faked out? You see what I mean? You gotta respect the market right now. Okay. No way in hell would I play a breakout and hold it down to here. Wouldn't happen. I would be out. Sorry, it's fast, but that's just kind of how it works, okay? Yeah, I can do that. I'm seeing people ask me about gold. It's almost red on the day. That's pretty crazy if gold's almost red on the day. This is negative gamma territory, people. This is what it happened. This is happening. It's gross looking. Open a weekly chart of the Qs. Great stream. Thanks, LA. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. SPX, perfect touch of the weekly expected move coming from Trader Joe. Did we tag that? Wait, hold up. What's going on here? No. What am I doing? Get back, get back. Come on now. Coming into around that 5120. You said we touched the SPX lower expected move already? CBOEs? Did we really? Let me see here. Oh yeah, hey, Trader Joe. Yeah, thanks for calling that out. We're at the weekly lower expected move for SPX. We're trading at that. So we actually tagged that large expected move on the week. Did SPY do it? SPY didn't do it, actually. But SPX is there, and SPX is the big boy product. That's the one that really matters, to be quite honest. But this is still important to see, too. Thanks for calling that one out. We're not even far off from 5,100. 5,100 aligns with 50.96.97, which is the lower monthly expected move. Let's pull back up a Wanda. Oh, Honda. Oh, Honda. Bruh. 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 Late to stream. What are you in for? Hey, Louis. Hey, Luis.
Down 1.6%.
I took in a couple of stabs here today. I did decent. Shared what I was doing live. I don't know. Where am I at for the day? I'm probably at around $100 or something like that. On 19 accounts.
Price of gold continuing to slide down about 0.7 now.
Active Trader Pro. I tried downloading their platform too. I wasn't a fan. I looked at it, but now if I execute a trade on Fidelity, I'm just on their website online. Yo, we're getting some more price action to the downside, people. 5,100 could be very well in play. This is crazy. This is wild. It is wild. So let's pull up the book map. You see what I mean by respecting things? Like, that's pretty crazy. 5132 is freaking, how is 5132 in play today, dude? Dang, who was this? Who did this? Who did that? Who knows? You come forward right now. Moonraker, was it you? Trading near 500 lots? Get out of here. Get out of my stream. I'm just kidding. 7-year-old day trader trading 500 lots. I'm calling the cops. Some liquidity added over here, 5150, 5155 on ESM. Careful, careful. Market net flow is still bearish, people. It's been bearish. Waned a little bit, but nothing much. Market's following through to the downside. SPY not too far off the lower weekly expected move here. Getting some more downside. Don't be a hero. That's been the theme of today. Don't be a hero. Theme of last night was something seems fishy. And then I was being called, oh, you're fishy. You're fishy. You are a bear. Today was good. It's a bull market. Yeah, you know what? If it was higher today too, I wouldn't even care. Okay, I'd still say the same thing. You know why? It's because I'm just reading what the chart says. I don't care what your narrative is, unless if it's based off of some sort of reality. You're like, oh no, you know, my narrative is because, or my forecast is this because this is what's actually happening. Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay. Negative gamma territory, people. Selling into selling, buying into buying. When we're in negative gamma territory, liquidity, shoop, dries up. When liquidity goes shoop and dries up, volatility goes whoop and increases. Try catching the falling knife. I don't know, man. I'm not good at that. Precision funding. Never heard of it. I'd have to look. Like, I'm open to seeing other stuff, but so far, like, the bigger ones are doing decent, and I'm not going to put too much eggs in a basket of understanding anyone. And when I'm in the profits, I'm taking my profits out because I do not want to be stuck in a prop firm with a lot of profits and then all of a sudden they go belly up. I appreciate having to be able to take the risk and not my own capital and doing that stuff, but I do not want to have put in the work and the effort and then not take a profit and then they go belly up, which we've been seeing some prop firms going belly up. I reached out to the Wall Street Journal to tell them about this, and they want to set up a call with me to talk about some of these prop firms because they don't really know how big they are right now. And they're opening up like yogurt shops, I said. They're literally opening up like candy shops or yogurt shops on every single corner. Every 10-year-old is opening a darn prop firm. Trying to prey on the people that cannot pass and do that stuff. That's where they make their money. They don't even need to supply you with a live account. It could be all virtual because they're going off the failure rates. Guess what? If people start getting better, if people start doing good and they don't got the funds or something happens with their book, however they manage their book, game over. And the people will be mad and the people will revolt. And those scumbag losers that didn't take proper risk management skills will make excuses, make their little YouTube video and say, no, it wasn't my fault. It was his fault. He did it. And they'll get away with it. I'm starting a prop firm, everybody. Clip that. That was too funny. Just ripping on it and then all of a sudden, I'm starting a prop firm. Clip it. Thanks, T-Rabbit. Sounds like that TLC song. Thoughts on Apple stock? Thoughts on Apple stock. Your name is stock, and I just said Apple stock. So if your name was Dan, I'd be like, thoughts on Apple, Dan? Let me take a look. We're right here, right around this level of liquidity here. If we break through that, you're going to see volume kind of surge. Okay? On your charts, you'll see volume surge on an intraday basis, like the 1 minute or whatever. That's almost 500, 600 contracts right beneath us. 400, 5, about 600 contracts. So that would be, trying to hold there as a support. But these bears, man, they're pressing. They're putting pressure. Why? Well, it's the flow of the market. The flow of the market is still bearish. We didn't lose convergence. Convergence is still there. It's been bearish all day. So what did we said? The edge is to the downside. Does that mean I'm going to trade to the downside and be like, yeah? Nah, because I'm just not that good at that, all right?
Ministers meeting in Italy.
There you go. There's the liquidity that filled. Get a little bit of an uptick in volume, as you can see down on my bottom of the screen here. Next level would be 5150. Man, y'all, this is wild. Just so you know, the SPY is now minus 1.63%, tagging the lower weekly expected move. Ladies and gentlemen, the SPY did it. The SPX did it. Gamma Labs over here telling us about 5100, the zero date level that traders are still reaching for today. Are we going to go to 5100, man? That'd be wild. If we go there, I'm ready to fire off, dude. I think I'd be ready to fire off down in this area over here. As long as it doesn't happen at like 1255. You know what I'm saying? If we just get a boom rip, I'll throw in a micro. I'll do that. I'll throw in a micro. Little. Do you hear Coco cheering in the background? Cover, 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 cover. No, Coco. Just kidding. Coco's saying, more, more. Short, more. Okay. You wanted to see Apple. Let's pull up Apple really quick. I mean, it's coming in a little bit, but it's flat on the day. It could be just flagging out here. Pretty big reversal candle. But, I don't know if this was just a temporary pop and shorts covering. It made its move. It made its nice move out of here. I'm just going to give it time. That's a pretty large range candle. If it sets back up, maybe it gives us an opportunity. But nothing really from a fundamental perspective really changed here with Apple. So what's causing the move? Actually, an analyst covered this, so maybe I should look into what he said, because he's been short Apple for actually a while, since basically this year. And he probably has comments on what happened here. It's based off of, I guess, AI news. I don't know. Okay. All right, that 5100, man. That 5100. That's wild, man. That is wild. That's wild, man. 1.66%. We are underneath the weekly expected move. This was a large expected move. If price closes down here, we will be closing under the weekly 5 EMA on the S&P 500. Somebody had told me to pull that up earlier and pull up a stochastic. I'm assuming that it's crossing over and bearish, but it's a little too hard to decorate a chart out right now. I can pull up my weekly chart of the S&P 500 and you'll see it's a big old red candle at the low right now. It'd be the first time closing underneath the weekly 5 EMA if this is the case. Dude, what is it? Oh my gosh, I have to actually pull up what a 3 standard deviation move is, don't I? I was like, yeah, no, it's pretty rare. I mean, it is rare, but let's take a look. Let's see how rare we can get, people. All right, ready? We go. Yesterday's close was 518. We're going to go ahead and minus 3 times the expected move, 507.53. Clone this. Properties that. 507.53. No way. If we come down here, people, that is a 3 standard deviation move on based off what the options market priced in coming into today. If we close outside of it, there's a 99% chance that we close above this line. So if we close outside of it, the likelihood of that happening today was like 1%. Pretty cool. Pretty wild. All right, let's pull up some gold and I want to look at these weekly charts here. There's the weekly chart right there. So somebody had sent SPX. I don't have the weekly 5 EMA on here, but we're pulling actually into the 10-week moving average as the MACD is starting to cross over. The 10-week is roughly the 50-day moving average for SPY, for SPX, I mean. Let's look at the weekly candle for gold. Yeah, that's a pretty wicked moves. Large topping tails. Could be marking a period of consolidation here. SI, Silver, pretty strong breakout over here, but you know, coming off the highs, weekly candle, big moves, man, big moves. Just above the weekly bottom here, our weekly lower expected move. Let's take a look here. Let's pull back up SPX. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go to one Babu. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna pull up SPX by CBOE, not Tawanda, SPX. We're gonna go CBOE. Okay, dokie. Check it out. Wait, no, that's not the one that I wanted. Come on, what's going on here? Wait a second. Let me hide that gamma. What the hell am I doing wrong here? Let's go daily. What am I doing wrong here?
More from Kansas City Fed President Schmidt saying that we need a clear and convincing evidence inflation recent price.
I have to reset that up. Well, right there around that weekly expected move, and we're not too far off the. It's pretty close, but I didn't use CBOE.
Saying he personally prefers to be patient and not preemptively adjust policy.
No, I'll have to adjust that later.
Economic resilience creates uncertainty about the rate path.
Thought I did.
For a much smaller balance sheet with shorter maturities. Comments from the EC.
Pull up gamma again.
Fed Schmidt.
Fed Schmidt.
Schmidt saying it's important for Fed to tolerate interest rate volatility.
Oh, thanks for that, Trader Joe. Dude, how come I can't copy that?
Schmidt saying we are watching for potential.
Usually I can just drag it out.
Inflation.
Oh, you're using the newer look on. How do you like that so far? The new look on stock charts. I'm using the old school one still. It's kind of cool, actually. You can drag it out, make it bigger and stuff. Yeah, I do kind of need an assistant, huh? I'd be like, yeah, pull up this, pull up that. Kind of cool, actually. I'm just going to copy. I'm just going to
Fed Schmidt
screenshot.
saying that wage growth signals ongoing labor market imbalance.
All right, Trader Joe just shared this.
Stocks
Yeah, there's the
holding
weekly
at
5
lows of the
EMA.
day
He's
from
using
latest comment
SPY,
from the Fed Schmidt.
unadjusted for dividends. I like that because you can see more raw price closing beneath the, I'm assuming that's the weekly 5 EMA. It's not closed there yet, but it's right there. We almost closed through it here. We may have actually, but it's basically right on it. I wouldn't consider that close under. If you remove that, then it'll be just adjusted for dividends, and it was closed above it. The last time we were here was October, at the end of October, and just so happens to be the last time we had an expected move this size. So this expected move for this week was just as big, a little bit smaller, as the biggest one over here. So it hasn't been this big since over here, and it marked a turning point. Not to say that this is going to happen here, but you know, it's still pretty crazy. Still pretty crazy. All right, so if I'm trading this now, look at what I'm doing. I'm taking an anchor VWAP, this little swing high right here. I'm putting it right there, and I'm thinking, okay, if we come into 5,100 at some point, if that's actually even the case, maybe not even, but there's always a possibility of retesting that swing high anchored VWAP. It happens frequently. When that happens, I don't know. But we've seen that countless times. Would I run other people's money? No, I'm stressed out enough about my stuff. Maybe, you never know, but it would disqualify me for doing a lot of stuff myself.
Are you ready?
Okay, what's the VIX doing? All right, the next level here is 5150, 432 contracts, and then, oh, wait a second. Oh no, they're still there. This little Nancy Pelosi down here knew something to extract right from here and to move it down here perfectly. Huh. Yeah, what do you got going on, dude? What do you know?
It's embarrassing. Social media reports in the last few minutes of dozens of missiles being launched from southern Lebanon toward northern Israel.
Oh, man. Oh, brother. We'll keep an eye on that. Missiles being launched. Let's pull up Trade the News, see if that just come out. Let's see if that's actually has the economic resilience, creates uncertainty. Come on, load up, dude. Load up.
Are you ready?
Write it out. Write the notes. Let's see what that's about. Come on, load up and give us more information.
Latam Airways, Moody's getting an upgrade. Moody's upgrading Latam rating to BA3.
It's not giving us anything yet. When you just said it, give us the information. Maybe it's not part of the subscription, maybe. Moody's raises rating to BA3. Okay, whatever. Several dozen, there we go. Several dozen missiles have been fired from South Lebanon towards Israel. Social media reports. I don't necessarily know. It's not giving a source. 1039. Look at the market moving. Here it goes to that swing high anchored VWAP right there. So there's that pop to that. Wild, man. Wild and Willy. Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka and Wild. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if that holds like any weight right now. As far as the market net flow, it's still been bearish all day. It's still holding convergence. Like I said, it's very typical after these pops that you come back if there's a strong move to come retest it. Whether that's going to hold, I don't know. But what you can do also, once again, when the move started, you can see if it just pinches and holds that swing low anchored VWAP right there. Okay, so that right there looks like, hey, you know, if we're going to get more of a little covering here, you know, we'd want to hold this area. So this would be the level to hold. Okay. It was a decent little pop there with some decent volume, so maybe a little continuation or something. But careful here, because
on this rocket attack from Lebanon, citing Israeli Defense Force now, saying that
defensive stocks are probably somewhat in play right now.
Causing no casualties.
No casualties. Okay. There's probably going to be more news on that later.
Followed Israel.
Here's a pop.
Airstrikes in southern Lebanon earlier.
Getting a little bit more of a pop here. Here we go. There we go. Let's go. Take it up. Back into the 5120, 5125 range. Okay.
More reporting here in the Middle East. The FT just running what is more of a summary story, saying that Iran has signaled to its allies and Western nations that it will retaliate against suspected Israeli airstrike in Damascus, but it will be in a calibrated manner. This report goes on to say Tehran is unlikely to target Israeli diplomatic facilities in the region.
There we go. Sorry, people. I'm quiet because I'm actually trading right now. I was going to call it quits for the day, but when shit sets up, I got to be ready. Pardon my French.
Seeing a
All right, done. I'll get back to focus. I gotta run the restroom and just take a little break. I played it up back into 5125. Just a few points, just one micro, nothing crazy. I played it. I didn't play this pop up to this move. I waited for the consolidation and played the move, the break back out. I think, yeah, I played the break back out. So right here. So I'll reshare once again the trade. Looks nice. That was a nice little pop. Still can go. I'm a little bit more aggressive in my profit taking because I'm not getting enough contracts to actually scale out of a position. That's why I apply these anchor VWAPs. You can use this in your trading strategy. It's a great tool for risk managing. I don't know if this is going to be another fake out or not. We're getting some news here. But the market net flow, like we're just bouncing back within this 5120, 5125. So we're literally just within this gamma range here. And the market net flow is still bearish. So yeah, it could come back in, right? It could. That's why I'm a little bit more aggressive. But I'll share the trade and I'll show you like, hey, you know, what was the thought process here, right? We popped up higher. We faded, right? I played this pop. I shared that on stream. Then we faded. Price action started getting tight. I didn't play the breakout here. That's a little too aggressive for me. It moved. We said what? It said probably can retest this. I didn't know it was going to happen. It did retest it. So I anchored a view up here. Price went up and it pulled back. A nice little small range candle. And I said, I'll give it a shot if it breaks out. And I'll put a stop under here. And I'll play it for a good risk to reward. So what was the risk? The risk was right here. The reward was right up to here. It could have been higher. It could be shorter. It could be go. It could pull back. I don't know. But that right there is a good risk to reward. So let me share with you what the trade looked like as far as entry exit, okay? I know some people probably like, dude, you got to call out the trades and do this and do that. I'm not going to do that here. That's why I'll show the setups, but here it was. So you see that little pullback? And then when it broke the high of this candle, there was the entry. Very tight execution. That was the risk. Moved up, and I just got out. Early get out, but it's fine. It was one. If I had multiple, I would have just probably scaled the position. But you see that? Okay. Now let's go back to the chart. And this is not to brag, right? This is just to share the strategy, share quick moves in the market, manage the risk. Right? There was the candle. I entered here, had the risk here, and then play the pop. Okay. Do I ever use leverage funds to make these? No, I'm sure this is futures. Futures is plenty of leverage. This is now pulling back here pretty nicely. I mean, I'm not gonna force it now, but now I can remove this one. It's holding this swing low. Okay. Yeah, Marma, I appreciate that. Thank you. I got to just get a little bit more practice in with the smaller trades. I don't even feel comfortable doing 2 contracts live. But the thing is, like, for example, here, I would have taken one off and I would have left one on. And I would have just trailed this up. So I'd still be making it in there. But it is what it is. Like, it's not a big deal to me. I think that was a nice little pop, nice little catch. And I'll focus on bigger trades a little bit later. Okay. So let's take a look at SPY. Where did we come down to? We came down into the lower weekly expected move. And where are we coming back up into? We're coming back into the 2 standard deviation move, which, remember, 94% of the time, and some change, 95%. We close above 5511.02, right? We close above the 2 standard deviation move. Okay. Thanks, Mama. Yeah, this is just so you guys know, this is the first live stream that I believe the actual one that I actually took in some live trades. And you got to see it firsthand there. Okay. Like I said, I'm not calling them out. I'm not putting that additional pressure on me, but I'm showing the setups, and whether I take them or not, I'll tell you probably, you could probably notice when I get quiet, but the last trade I took that was a regular swing trade live, it was FDX, and I already am out of that position. I told you that was a losing trade. Told the position size, told it was a loser. So hopefully these little setups give you ideas so you can manage risk too. Oh, Moonraker, yeah, no, we notice. You'll notice like my face goes blank and I just go like this. Whatever. All right, let's pull back this up. Remember, being in negative gamma territory, you get face-ripping rallies and you get some massive sell-offs, okay? So this was a big rally here and it faded. This is a big rally right here. I don't know if it's going to fade or not, but market net flow is starting to wane. If it goes gray, that's where you can get contra moves in the market. Not much given there. That's interesting. Okay. You're quiet when you sleep. It looks like he's rebooting. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I'd love to still be long right now. That'd be cool. But yeah, because it would have like doubled the position size. But like I said, I only had one on. I'm up to $186 on the day though. Just taking some very tiny, well executed scalps. 186. But I want to remind you that 186, I'm doing that on 19 accounts right now. That's $3,500, dude. I still can't take that money out because I haven't qualified for a payout, but it's pretty good. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick and go say hi to my wife and child. They just got back here. I'll be right back, okay? Short break, 5 minutes. I'll do a 10-minute. I'll come back at 11. Take you away. Make sure to like the stream, hit the heart button, share the stream if you can, or even just copy the link as if you're sharing it. I think that adds to the algorithm. This is the largest stream so far that we've had between YouTube and Twitch. So I appreciate everyone showing up, showing out, being nice here. I haven't had to done with like any trolls. Everyone's been kind. Hopefully it helps out, gives you some context. I'm not here trying to predict, trying to call out, trying to do anything like that. I'm just giving insights to what it is that I'm seeing in the market. So hopefully it helps out here. Okay. I'll be back at 11 o'clock PST. I can hear my son crying. Be right back. Just so you know, this VWAP above us is daily VWAP above. All right, people, I actually have to help my wife put my son down. So I'm going to set this up a little bit better because it might be, hey, this is a nice little wedge pattern right here, by the way, coming down into this swing low anchor VWAP. Okay, I'm going to set up a little bit differently here so you can see a little bit more stuff. And I'll go from there. I'll be back in a little bit here. So let me do that really quick for y'all. I'm going to do this. I'm going to stick it just to the gamma levels. Move that to the side. I'm going to bring out market net flow. Like so. Okay, and then I'm going to bring in some TV2 for y'all.
Started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financial. the relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through. I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Losing convergence here too, by the way, people on the sell side.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to set this up, and then you guys have a little bit of access to more stuff here. Okay.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in
Wait.
24 hours a
Dang
day,
it.
7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all
Come
of your
on.
favorite streaming services.
Ah, it doesn't fit.
Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay, whatever.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network.
Okay, I'll be right back.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
And we're coming up to the top of the 2 o'clock hour here in New York. We're about 30 minutes to go to the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures pulling on a gains of about 1.2% at 86.05.
It's market on close. Join me, Oliver
The high today was 87.67.
Insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Watch List. I'm Caroline Woods in for Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. here at the New York Stock Exchange, and here's what's coming up on today's show. Earnings season kicked off today. We'll take a look at the big banks who reported earnings this morning, including JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. The April 15th tax deadline is rapidly approaching. We'll get you ready with some last-minute tips and tricks for filing taxes last minute if you haven't already. Last but not least, our panel is standing by to discuss this morning's consumer sentiment report. Before we get to all of that, let's take a quick look at the markets with only 2 hours left in the trading day, and it looks like stocks are going to end the week on a downbeat note, adding to earlier losses. As you can see, the Russell, the worst performer right now, down about 1.8%. The Nasdaq hot on its tail is down about 1.7%. Meanwhile, the S&P is off about 1.5%. The Dow down 508 points at this point, down 1.4%. JP Morgan, a big loser there. Here's a look at the dollar, gold, crude oil, and Bitcoin. As you can see, crude oil is higher today. Geopolitical risk driving that higher. It's trading up about 1% at 85.91 a barrel. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is lower, gold is lower, basically flat, and the dollar is slightly higher. For some of the biggest stories in the markets, let's welcome in Kevin Hanks, senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network. Kevin, so we know big banks really kicking off earnings season. We know that they haven't been all that well received. Let's focus on JP Morgan. I know you've already gone through some of the highlights, but bring us up to speed, because down about 5.7% now. So really investors just not happy about this report.
Yeah, hey Caroline. Yeah, they had actually a pretty solid earnings report, but there were other things involved, like some of the guidance. Like JP Morgan, they made $4.63 a share. That's much better than the $4.15 estimates. Revenues $41.9 billion. That's only slightly better than the $41.84 billion expected. Revenue growth 8.2%, but like you mentioned, geopolitical risks, fiscal policy
The
risks.
Federal Reserve releasing
Jamie
data
Dimon's
that's showing
cautionary tone, and the
discount
fact
window
that this stock had
readiness
an incredible
coming from the
run,
Federal Reserve.
and at $200, where this stock hit last week, it was a 1.9 book value valuation. That's incredibly rich, as opposed to Citigroup that was trading 40% below their book value. So really the tale of two stories, but generally, as you know, JP Morgan, the world's largest bank, had an incredible run in their stock, a big earnings event, but it couldn't weigh the overall market being lower and some of the soft guidance out of JP Morgan. Caroline?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case given the declines today. You mentioned Citigroup, kind of tale of two stories, but moving in the same direction today. Citigroup actually was higher at one point, but is lower right now, pretty firmly lower, down about 2.4%. What stood out in that report?
The difference between Citigroup and JP Morgan is where they are in their path, right? Citigroup's going through a big restructuring right now. They actually had revenue growth down 1.6%, where JP Morgan was up 8.2%. That said, they still did beat on earnings expectations. $1.58 a share versus $1.13 estimates. Revenue, $21.1 billion versus $20.3 expected. But like I said, this was actually up because they are going through such an enormous restructuring. This stock isn't touching its 50-day moving average yet, where Citigroup is breaking through its 50-day moving average. So two different banks, one doing, looks like firing on all cylinders. The valuation was important there. Citigroup, a different story. They are remaking this entire company into 5 main segments, and this is more of a rebuild story. But it started out the day higher, like you mentioned, now down about 2% as the overall market's getting hit, Caroline.
Still up about 15% so far in 2024, whereas JP Morgan only up about 8% at this point. But we'll see how this plays out next week as we hear from more of the banks. Kevin Hanks, thanks so much. Let's take a look at the bigger picture with Rob Williams, Managing Partner, Chief Investment Strategist at Sage Advisory. Rob, thanks so much for joining the show. Happy Friday.
You too, my pleasure.
So not so happy for the market, though, seeing a lot of red arrows today. The bulls are down this week, but are they out? Is this bull market still intact?
Well, there's an underlying support from the data picture, but you're getting geopolitical risk premium, back into rates, pushing that down. It's going to push equities around a little bit. And also, they're starting to think about inflation. This growth picture going up is great news for the bulls, but they have to take with it maybe a stickier inflation picture and a much more clouded kind of rate path picture. And I think they're finally digesting that. Like the fourth quarter, they were all about it when rates were down, and they've kind of ignored the inflationary impact of the rise in the first quarter. They were kind of just taking it as growth, not worried about inflation. So now I think they're worried about a little bit about both, and I think that's appropriate.
What does pricing in those worries actually look like? And I guess, did the latest CPI report this week, which showed inflation is clearly sticky, change anything fundamentally for this market?
Yeah, because it changed. It's pushing the rate picture, right? Rates, the path of the Fed is data dependent. We know that, and data has been strong. So what it's done, it's widened the possible outcomes, right? The range has become, a month ago, it was when are they going to cut? And now it's how much they're going to cut. Are they going to cut? So the range has become no cuts to still a base case of 2 or 3. So yields are uncertain. That creates uncertainty in equities. then you throw in the geopolitical risk, and you've got a
This
more
Fed data
volatile
starting to emerge.
market, which is good
5,400
because I
plus
think the
banks and
markets were a
credit
little too
unions of about
complacent.
9,500
But
plus
our
were
call on the
signed
rate
up to
picture
the
is
Fed's emergency
premature to
lending
get ahead
discount
of
window in
yourself and just
2023.
price all these rate cuts back out of 2024. We got a long
This is
way to go.
backward-looking
We got a
data
lot of
here from the
data.
Federal Reserve on the discount
Government
window looking
spending
back to
has
2023.
kind of wreaked havoc on the lag effect of monetary policy, right? It hasn't really slowed the economy like it usually does because we've been flush with money. But if the bank reports are telling you anything, they're telling you that there's the lower income strata of this country is starting to run out of that money and take credit card debt. So I think it masks some of the concerns further on in the economy. So I think it's right that the equity starts asking some questions.
So if it's not a case of when the Fed cuts, but if they cut at this point, I guess when you actually look at the economic data and specifically the inflation data, can you make the case that the Fed should be cutting in the upcoming meetings?
Not near term, right? It was never, I think the job report inflation took away the June and July. June's been priced out. I think July. I think they're going to keep the Fed would like to keep insurance policy of 2 cuts later in the year, right? We've got meetings toward the end of the year. I think it's appropriate to keep those in because again, we've got a long way to go. And, it wasn't that long ago we were pricing in 6 cuts now, so we shouldn't price them all out. I think 2 is appropriate because again, I think there are some cracks in the data picture that will start emerging, as the year progresses. So I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves. I think it's for fixed income investors, it's good, right? You higher for longer is okay for your bond portfolio because you get income for longer and you get
Equity
your
markets
price
pairing
gains
losses a bit here. The S&P down less than 1.4%.
The equity market's a little tricky because they really wanted some cuts.
Let's talk about positioning your portfolio
Schmidt
given
now
some of
Q&A
those cracks
saying
that
we
you're
have to
seeing,
get inflation
and also
right
given current
and let the
valuations.
policy
Sticking
work.
with equities, what are you buying? What are you avoiding?
Yeah, so you hit on the head. The 2 issues for us are valuations. They weren't priced right for some of the risk, and so there was a little complacency. So, in a multi-asset class portfolio, having a little more fixed income and duration, even though it doesn't feel great
Nutrien
right
and
now,
NTR
is fine.
reportedly they're going to be divesting retail operations in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay.
We've got underweight to kind of core Europe for a while that we've pretty much neutralized at this point. Some of the manufacturing data in Europe and even in China have sort of showed signs of bottoming.
Nutrien going to be focusing on retail businesses in Brazil and other markets there.
Peaked, and you should think about diversifying a little bit outside of the U.S. And then in the U.S., again, diversification is the key word. The index is, I don't have to tell you or how top heavy we are on the index. So I think shading towards a later cycle position, even though the momentum is against you a little bit right now, is just the right thing to do. Screening for quality, earning stability, free cash flow. That's going to start trimming out some of the most overvalued parts of the tech area and start getting some healthcare, some pharmaceuticals, and some energy into the portfolio. Sectors that will do better if the data fades a little bit and have good free cash flow. And really, energy is the only sector that you could call undervalued. So I think that's the plan.
So it sounds to me like you're preparing for more red arrows.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate, with P's the way they are and valuations. Look, the good thing about quality, if your focus is quality, you still have technology in a lot of these sectors, but maybe it trims out some of the non-profitable tech. And you know what else is high quality? Like I said, pharmaceuticals. It just sort of it broadens that high quality, so you're just not so top heavy in the things that are the most overcrowded and overvalued. So I'm not about getting out of the market. I'm about participation in it, but a better later cycle positioning in quality, free cash flow centric companies and sectors. Yeah, but I do expect some volatility for sure.
Okay, well, we appreciate that strategy. Rob Williams, Managing Partner, Chief Investment Strategist at Sage Advisory. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we'll dive into investing strategies as the second half of the year approaches and provide some stocks to keep on your radar. Stay with us on Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by America.
Dutchman saying we're
unlocking
at
the
a
power of
bumpy
Thinkorswim,
stage now with inflation.
the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with
Bumpy
robust charting and
language
analysis
used
tools,
by several of his
including
colleagues.
over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Schmidt saying there's a
for
reason
free.
to think
Schwab
rates
Network.
will stay higher for longer.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
There's no place like the New York Stock Exchange. We've got you covered. The biggest stocks, the biggest trends, all the market moves. The Watch List with me, Nicole Petalides, 2 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Caroline Woods, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at some more movers in the market right now. Globe Life is gaining back some of its losses from yesterday after pushing back on Fuzzy Panda Research's short report accusing the company of, among other things, disregarding wide-ranging insurance fraud. Globe Life calls the claims unsubstantiated and wildly misleading. Truist and Evercore reiterated their ratings on the stock. Stock's still down almost 50% this week despite today's gains. Intel is down today as reports say that China is ramping up its efforts to remove its dependence on foreign semiconductors by 2027. AMD and Intel are reportedly the most exposed to this move. In January, Intel said China was its biggest customer, making up 27% of its revenue, and that increased competition was a risk. Progressive is higher after reporting its results for March and the fiscal first quarter 2024. Net premiums rose 19% and net premiums written were up 18% in the quarter. Several analysts raised their price targets on the stock, with most maintaining an overweight rating on shares. And Arista Networks is falling on a double downgrade from Rosenblatt. The analyst cut his rating to sell from buy and slashed his price target to $330 from $210, or other way around there, saying the stock is at a significant premium and that NVIDIA will reap most of the gains of AI, cutting out Arista. Let's take a look at the latest move in Bitcoin now. We're seeing losses there, down about 3.6%, trading just above $68,000. All right, as we approach the mid-year point of the calendar, not quite there yet, but getting there, portfolios may need to adapt on what we've seen from the beginning of the year. Joining us now is Chris McMahon, CEO of Aquinas Wealth Advisors. Chris, thanks so much for being here. Really great to have you.
Great being with you, Caroline. Thanks for having me.
So I was taking a look at your notes, and you're looking at undervalued areas of the market. We've seen quite impressive gains so far for this market this year. So I'm curious, where exactly are you finding value?
At the beginning of the year, we were looking at the big banks. It's funny. We were thinking regionally banks and big banks. And, the big boys are up 15%. I think, JP Morgan's up 15%. The S&P is only up 8%. We have shifted a little bit now. We're looking at undervalued stocks. We were looking at the big banks and tech at the beginning of the year. Now we're looking at some undervalued stocks. We are looking at some regional banks. We're looking at Kimberly-Clark as well. We like that. We also like T-Mobile. So kind of a mixed bag.
We're back.
What we're really looking for is away from tech, and we're looking for valued stocks. All we think, Caroline, is the market cares about these days is earnings, and that's all they're focused on. So we're looking at companies with good earnings. That's what we're hoping for.
We're back. Let's do this. Give me a second here. All right, Scott, I'll take a look at that. I don't actually really know right now. I'm like a week out, probably. Maybe a little bit more. Somewhere around there. There we go. All right, we're back. Let me get a little bit of music in the background. Helps me think. Helps me think. Okay. All right. Okay. What's going on today? I don't really know. So let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Really holding that 51.20, 51.25. Undercut it a little bit. That's actually kind of what I was looking for here. Floating roughly at that 2 standard deviation move in the SPY. Is this something that I'd get aggressively long on or do anything crazy? I'm choking on a cookie. No. Take a look at NQ. What happened over here? Let's remove this anchor VWAP. I don't like the choppiness. And then maybe apply one here. It's right there, maybe even a little bit lower. To me, this right here is getting a little tight. So right in this area could set up for a potential tag of the daily expected move if we're literally trying to play a bounce, right? But what's market net flow telling us? Is it telling us that we could do this? Market net flow, we did lose convergence, and this is where you can get contra moves. Whether you want to trade for that, that's one thing, right? We're above now, right? There's a higher probability that we close above the 511.02 just from probability standpoint, not from anything other than that. It's just statistic probabilities. So we're kind of chopping around this prior swing low anchor VWAP. We'd want to hold that. Or U-turn it. U-turn means we undercut and we come back through. Really quickly take a look at gamma exposure levels. 51.20 and 51.25 are the ones that are growing. So that's the level here of support. So this helps to our case that this could be, roughly the bottom unless if something breaks, but this could be the marking point there. So if the market wants to give up on selling and change up, we could potentially just go sideways or maybe get a little bit of a pop, but we're holding here decently. Okay. Holding up. Yeah. See if price action tightens up here a little bit more. There's the pop out of that little last candle. So this could be maybe trying to go for the break. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Could be a little flag here. Like I said, so this would be the contraction if you're looking at, I'm looking very practically here, but yeah, you want to hold that. Okay. No, look, breaking down here, still chopping around. Give it time. I'm not in a trade yet, by the way. I did get quiet there, but I'm not in the trade. So maybe it's setting up here. It's still holding that little VWAP from the swing low. Let's see what the prior, the low of day. I erased that one, but I just want to recheck it. Yeah. So that could be a potential target there to the downside. So maybe a break of this high right now that's currently happening. 180. Okay, so look over here. Yeah, I'm just going to be, so we have a low, a pretty dramatic low, and then, you know, look at the move down. It's pretty aggressive, right? This one was just a little quick, aggressive flush here too. It's still managing to hold around that anchor VWAP. Now I'm like kind of saying, okay, now it's getting tight right here. No, that's not the one I want to do. So maybe here, see, yeah, it's getting pinched up. So maybe, yeah, start popping through this little area, and then maybe it produces that little pop. Floating around the 2 standard deviation move right now. Chopping around. This was kind of a little outside of a candle right there. Market net flow. Still losing convergence. So this is where you can get contra moves or get chopped up. So not much of an edge to the downside, but not much of an edge to the upside either. So we're seeing if we can hold this low, and then chop around and potentially outtake this. This was a pretty wicked candle right there. All right, so I'd be looking right now, right at about here. If we're going to play a move higher, but right now, still not in it. But as we're contracting, there could be an opportunity here in the very near future. If we're starting to close below this opens the door to head lower. So you'd want to hold this and then see what it goes from that point. But I want to see strength come back in before jumping into that. Yeah, see, we're getting that little pull down right now. How do I remove this anchor VWAP? Dance, 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 move your hands, hands, hands. Give me a second here. All right. Took that low out, so I don't like that. So now we have to just be patient, give it more time. It did come into probably the swing low anchored VWAP though. I did move that out, so watch. We'll anchor that to the low of the day, or that was pretty close to it. Let me redo that. Is that the low of the day? Yeah, so price is now playing with the low of the day anchored VWAP. So we'll see now if that breaks, watch out. Watch out. SPY still holding underneath the 2 standard deviation move. Seeing if something could set up here to get a nice move. Right now it's just a little choppy. No convergence. So it's still an opportunity. This snaps right back up here. Just got to be patient. Snaps, and then I would want it to tighten back up again. Dude, you want to see something crazy? Like I was putting my baby to sleep. You got to see this. It's hilarious. Where is it? Where is it? Give me a second here. I was on Twitter and I'm like, dude, this guy's back. This Zach Morris character. Apparently, you know, he got like in trouble for doing like just shady stuff. And then today he's posting stuff. At 8:50 a.m., he said, big pop coming. 8:50 a.m. Oh, look at this. I have a Pacific Standard Time. Watch this. Look at this. Right here. This is coming up to the daily VWAP. Literally couldn't have timed it worse. Went right down. And they say it with so much conviction. Like, let's not even worry about risk right now. Let's put risk to the down. Let's forget about risk completely. Oh wow, Bookmap's actually showing something kind of interesting here. Take a look here. What's going on with my bookie? Okay, so take a look at Bookmap. We have about 600 contracts that got added right overhead not too long ago. So price action is putting in these higher lows, but it's also, people keep moving price down. And we still have, do we have that liquidity down there? Yeah, it's still 50, 70, wait, 50, 75. I feel like that's lower. What is going on here? It was, yeah, 51.25. So they moved it lower while I was gone. 771, 770 contracts down at 50.75, people. So they're adding overhead. This is crazy, man. Be careful here. We're still floating around this 0-date range. Let's pull that back up. No convergence. Gamma, let's see if anybody's reached out further down. 5100 is coming back into play. Could be just flagging. Who knows?
That's Bostic not commenting on the
Bostic.
radar look in a prepared text.
Bostic
today.
is coming at 11:30. That's fine. Yeah. You can put her in. Oh, she's going to go crazy when she's here. Okay. Big plop. Big plop. That's funny. Okay, let's take a look here. See if anything's setting up. So we're below the swing low anchored VWAP. It's really just choppy right now. Not really giving us an edge. I'm gonna remove this anchor VWAP and clean up the screen a little bit. It's going. Are we putting in another higher low right here? That's a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm still looking for more this area. Now the risk to reward skewing a little bit. I like the lower risk. I wouldn't mind trading for like an end of day pop if it is going to happen, but it's not really giving us signs. Like this doesn't settle well with me. This is okay, seeing that lose convergence, but it's actually, look at it's diverging more from each other. That's not a positive. That's not great. So, yeah, give it time. It's just flopping around. Little floppy jalopies over here. Market's toast. Big big plop, big poop. That's good. Shoot, that's funny. Boop. Okay, let me look at Twitch here, see anything. Sneaky bears. Oh yeah, Trader Joe. So the Atlas, that's what it's called. No, they are, man, and I can't stand that type of it was all breeded from the COVID pop, the big move in during the COVID thing. And he comes back once the things passes or whatever, the trial ends or whatever, and loses all of his stuff. He's back already at insane stuff like this with straight confidence and just 70,000 views on the tweet. Let's see if that's the case. 73,000 views on this tweet at 8:50 a.m. Big pop incoming. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, dude.
Seeing the U.S. official elaborating.
I don't care that he's wrong, by the way. I care that he just sends that out with blatant no risk, no nothing, just straight confidence, trying to be cool, trying to get some credibility back, and he just wrecks it.
Biden raised this with Xi in the call last week.
Credibility doesn't come from getting trades right, in my opinion. I think credibility comes from consistency in the process. That's what I think credibility comes from.
This official saying Russia's defense expansion is happening fast.
All right, this ain't. I mean, it's contracting, but it's not looking all too healthy right here. So just give it some more time. See what's going on. Keep your gains if you got your gains.
With improving satellite and space-based capabilities for use in Ukraine. This increases the Russian threat across Europe, says the U.S. official.
Just trading within that range there. Boom, 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 boom. Tape, yeah, it keeps on hitting. I mean, okay, so it's flattening out, right? We're flattening out here. but we're putting in some aggressive sell-offs, and then it puts in a low, aggressive sell-off, it puts in a higher low, a pretty aggressive move, and it puts in a low here. So, and this was a low, but this was broken. So now we got to be a little bit more patient. You want to start seeing these prior, like, and you get a high, a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. So it is, price is getting, it's contracting, it's consolidating, and it's around these gamma levels. So I'm not going to rule out a move up yet. But when you look at like, you know, zero dates, they're reaching back out at 5,100, which is crazy to think that it'd get down there today, but it's, can't rule it out. We did lose convergence, starting to kind of gain back, but that, you know, this opens the door for a contra move.
0.75%.
If I look at SPY on the 15-minute time frame, it looks like we're cresting under the low of the prior candle. You could look at this as a potentially bear flag, opening the door back to the daily expected move. That's actually quite frequent. You get to these daily expected moves, it bounces, it comes in, and trades around them. So that's a common occurrence here. So we'll see. There's a more expansionary move right there on a NQ. Still trading though within the 5120, 5125 range. The news voice is Trade the News, giving us updates on, you know, what might be happening in the market. So that's what that is. The news feed is Trade the News, yeah. Trade the News. You're listening to Trade the News. It's a live news feed. It's very quick, very responsive. Gives us information before it like really hits the tape, actually. Yeah, no trade here. No trade. No trade. I don't think this is a good setup for a trade here. Not yet. It looks like we're coming back to the weekly expected move. What I did find interesting here was the book map, how they added this liquidity overhead here. And then they reached down further, even down over here. Where'd it go? Oh, no, I missed it. It's right there. 771 contracts. That's pretty wild, man. That's pretty wild. They're driving this down, man. They're aggressive. And they keep on kind of adding overhead. Like you could see, like it's selling, they add. Like just driving price down. Now, if that's the case, I would imagine market net flow is going to you know, go back to red here, but it hasn't done so. And that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, this is kind of where you can get these contra moves. So it's starting to wane. It's starting to gain convergence back as SPY is moving down with the divergence, but it hasn't really crossed fully. So be more careful when it's red. But this still opens the door for like just chop. Is what that opens the door for from my perspective. Chop. You know what I'm saying? So look at like even this low, this is still actually a higher low, right? This is still a higher low here. Aggressive move down. This was an aggressive move down. So if this breaks, then and then as far as S&P 500 goes, let me make sure you can see this. Yeah, the S&P 500. Move it over here because it's a 30-minute time frame. It's still within kind of that gamma level that we identified, the 5120 to 5125. And it looks, the tape just feels heavy. It just feels heavy. Oh, how close I am to payout. Yeah, sure. Let me look it up. I think I've been trading the account for like 5 days now. So let me see here. I'm just watching the tape here because I'm kind of interested in potentially getting something set up here as far as the trade goes. This looks like it's just flying for another leg down almost. Jeez. I'll give it some time. Yeah, see, look at these topping little tails right here. Little topping tails.
We're inside 90 minutes to the cash close. Look at the U.S. Treasury curve, the long bond holding on to gains of more than a point, the yield falling back to 4.6%. The 10-year holding right at 4.5%, the 2-year at 4.88% with about 30 minutes to go to the close.
Okay, let me log in and I'll show that up. So I feel like something's setting up here, and I'm just trying to be patient, and I wouldn't mind trying to catch it. Let me see here when this volatility came in here. It still has some time to set up. Yeah, it's going to take a minute. It can happen fast, but it's still very, pressure is still to the downside. Yeah, I don't like that. Say something, I've been up on you. Okay, go to account summary. How close am I to payout? I'm still 4 days of trading out minimum, but I'm waiting for all my days to hit 10, so some of them are fairly new accounts that I've only been trading for 2 days. And then as far as like profits go, like they're like about $1,000 a piece after 4 trading days. Yeah. Right around there. So it's still a while away. I'm not. Hey, Coco. Coco's like, go, go, go. You hear this? The move happens and Coco starts barking. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here, dude. Dudette. The love is free. Okay, this low was taken out, I think. Yeah, basically tagged into it. Someone's here at my house, so this is very annoying. Okay. Getting a little bit of a flush here. Give it a little bit more time. Yeah, the selling pressure is rough right now. No convergence still. Starting to gain a little bit back. Still horrible negative divergence. And 5100 now has gained more attention once again. More traders are coagulating by 5100. So that means, I mean, jeez, oh man, that'd be crazy if price comes down here. For every bar gets... Thanks for the super chat there. Thanks for the super chat. I'm gonna remove this anchor view up. It's a little too sloppy for me. Not a clear trade. The convergence, yeah. So convergence. So if I go to market net flow,
news and shares of Tricon, TCN. The shares have dropped quickly here in afternoon trade on higher volume.
So convergence is an indicator here, and it's just telling you if SPY, the white line is SPY, is moving with market net flow. So this is a bearish divergence. The red line is above the green line. They're trending very differently, right? They're spreading apart. So that is bearish divergence. And convergence shows us when SPY is moving with it. So when it's red and it's a bearish divergence, that means, we have more pressure to the downside. When it turns gray means that there is no convergence. It means SPY is not really moving with the market net flow. And that's where you can get those contra moves. Okay. When it's gray, you don't really necessarily have an edge in trading this specific tool, but it's still useful to know. Okay, let's take a look here. Somebody asked me about how I have two charts in one chart. Two charts. It's right over here. You can change how many charts you have open. NQ is still approaching the lows of the day. It's not really that dramatic of a move down, though, really, with NQ. It's kind of like a slow, drip every once in a while, a little bit stronger move, which just tells me like we can pop right back to 5120, 5125. This is still gaining. Just not a really good pull on the market. It's very hard to read there. Very tough read. Yeah. Pressures to the downside, though. Boop, 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 beep, beep, beep. Looks like we're coming down on the lows, dude. Oh, man. I kind of want to just jump in a rocket ship right now, you know? Dude, did that just happen right when I said it? What the heck? Y'all heard that. Y'all saw that. I don't want to jump in a rocket ship. What the heck? You can't. Please tell me you just saw that. That was literally like, that did not happen before I said it. Just kind of want to hop in a rocket ship right now. What was that? I don't know how you would have traded that. Just like when you looked at your phone and it popped. Dude, I can't make that up. That's another clip. Go ahead and clip that if you're in Twitch. So I can use that clip. That's so funny. That is funny. That's so funny. Whatever. That's good. Down 4K in Bitcoin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Really? So let me think here. So wait a second. Let me go to Bitcoin because that was hilarious. That was pretty funny. So random. Literally like on the second. Let me remove this little thing here. Wow, that was a little pull on Bitcoin. Oh no, did we crack below the weekly? Oh my gosh, I think we actually, no, that's futures. Give me a second here. Let me look on Sailor to Shift tool. Oh, we might have got an official sell trigger. I really didn't think that would happen this week. Let me see. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Dang close though. Not too far off. Not too far off. Sorry, that was on the daily chart. That's why it looked weird. I got to look at the weekly. So the weekly, this candle has to close below, or doesn't have to close. It has to cross below this low as we're in a negative rate of change environment for the Sailor to Shift tool to be the sell trigger. We got the sell signal already, like last week or so, or whatever it was. But to get a trigger, we'd have to cross under here. Now, once the new candle operates, if we're in a negative rate of change environment too, then it's when we cross below the low of this week, it moves up. So it's still, the signal would still be active, but the trigger occurs eventually when we take a low out. But if that happens before going back into a positive situation, and then you kind of, that's just a strategy, right? And then you wait to see if it turns back around, right? Wow. Yeah, big move there. Yeah, see, look at Bitcoin. Like I put a video out yesterday about like Bitcoin and all this stuff looking really good, and you have to be like ready for it to continue to break out. Like all the big market cap names, they look great. Nvidia's down, you know, it's still an inside trading day, 3%. These all look, and they still kind of all look good. But now you look in here at the market sectors, and they're all down on the day, right? Something was fishy, something was off. IWM is down 2%, 2% on the day. Like this little wedgie broke to the downside. This is now at the lower expected move, the 2 standard deviation, 198.27. So we're a 2 standard deviation move, even a daily on the IWM, 2 standard deviation. Let's go to SPX and we'll take a look at the daily time frame for SPX. And I want to see where the monthly expected move was because it dang near feels like we're about there. $50.96. Wait, what is that right? April? Expected moves April. SPX. Yeah, there's $150, $157 expected, so 1596. So about 51. Oh, no, I'm way off.
Is one rate cut towards the end of the year, affirming his stance that he expects only one cut this year. He's
about right there.
In a hurry to cut rates.
This is the monthly expected move, lower expected move. Whatever. 1596. We're pulling into the 50-day moving average. It's inclining. That little pop, that little rocket ship pop got faded here. That was funny. Gold's down 4% from the high of day. Wow, Hoover, thanks for adding that. That's a huge move in gold. Wow. On a daily move, come on now, that's crazy. Daily move, look at that candle. Oh my goodness. Whoa, that is some volatility in the price of gold. Holy moly. Dude, I can't wait to see what the dollar looks like here. Oh my God. Look at the dollar. That is just a beast.
That's saying they're ready to pay attention and adjust the outlook as needed.
You know what's interesting is small caps did underperform yesterday too, relative to the other index products. Gave us some insight and moved hand for hand, which was crazy to like yields, dude. When the bond auction happened, it was moving like when the bond auction happened, it moved literally like if you look at the Russell, and I forget if it was like the 2-year yield or whatever. Oh my God, they moved so close. Look at this tightest correlation. Let's take a look at NVIDIA right now.
Target aiming for primary surplus.
These are wild moves, you guys. Don't try to be a hero right now. Yeah, look at this. Sitting at lows a day, NVIDIA. It's pulling back actually to the 5-day moving average. And it's, you know, it's starting to flatten out here. So, and it's just an inside trading day. I don't know, man. Should I talk about a rocket ship again, or should I just be like, nah? That was pretty crazy. In a down tape like this, I just don't trust those big rallies, you know? If you catch a quick one, then cool, but you gotta be careful with those because we've seen it time and time again get faded. How's everyone doing so far? Is everyone trading pretty clear, pretty calm?
But slower than we'd like.
Max, no, I'm not showing. I mean, I'll show them after the fact. Like I'll show the setups, but I'm not here to give you live trades. It's not what I do. It's too much pressure on me. And on top of that, it doesn't make other people better traders. So if you've been here throughout the entire stream or most of it, you've seen the setups, and I've shared them. I shared the trade that I took. I talk about it ahead of time, but I'm not going to sit here and say I'm in right now, I'm out right now. It doesn't build good traders. It doesn't. You know, like alert services. People wanted me to do an alert service. I'm like, it doesn't build good service. It does more of a disservice than anything. Believe it or not, it does. And the thing is, and the reality is why? Why, Mike? Why? Check it out. Because I can do 9, I can quite literally, I can go give out 10 alerts. 5 of them, let's just say 50% hit rate. 5 out of 10 could be right. And you could blow your entire account and I could have made money. Why? How is that possible? How is that possible if you were right 5 times and wrong 5 times? Because position sizing matters. And guess what they don't tell you in an alert service? How to position size. And then people say, well, why don't you teach about position sizing too? I do teach about position sizing, but it's different for everybody. Relative to portfolios, relative to what you have on. That's why alert services are, dude, all fugazi. I made 1,000% on this option trade. Cool, congratulations, dude. Oh, yeah. But you've lost 13 of them, losing 100%. You know, I don't go for rare outsized gains. I go for base hits nonstop. So hopefully I'll get some insight there. If you want somebody that'll give you alerts and like sell you on alerts, you'll be disappointed at some point. I promise you. You will be. Unless if they're actually talking to you about risk every single trade, every single alert, and they're giving you ideas on sizes and stuff like that. That makes more sense. You know, like, or they're saying, yeah, I'm taking this trade, but it's also against another trade. I'm adding here, but I'm mostly cash, or whatever the case is. And you get more context. It helps to an extent, but it's better to just educate and learn, and then pick what works best with you, and then go from there. I go for degenerate plays only, Bobby Polo. Hey, man, whatever. Okay, cool. You know, sometimes people like that they have a smaller portfolio and they're just like, dude, I don't want to sit here and make 2% a month, focus on that crap. Like, you know, which I like doing. And it's not always, I don't always get 2%, but, you know, a couple months, you know, the last couple of months, I've been hitting 10% a month. No, sorry, not 10%, like 5 or 6%. And you might be thinking, that's nothing, a full month? No, that's freaking ridiculous. Okay? It's freaking ridiculous to make that type of consistent income or consistent on your portfolio, because think of it. Think about that. What are the best traders in history ever do? Any book that you've ever read, the best traders in history, what are their returns for 20, 30 years? It's like 20% a year consistently. The best traders make 20% a year consistently. They don't sit here and say, I made 1,000% on one trade. It's cool to celebrate your gains and your wins, but man, it's way cooler to be able to consistently extract from the markets and build and compound. And you don't have to have a big portfolio. You can take the small risk, and while you're working, you can add more to the portfolio. You know? We're dancing at the weekly expected move right now. For sure, Max. Hope that by the way, I'm not like being mean by any means. I just want to kind of explain the reasoning behind it and so forth. I think you got that drift though. Okay, come on, Gamma, give us something better. Oh, okay, we're moving again. It just keeps moving. It keeps moving. It keeps grooving. The longer I sit here, the more I want to take a trade. I'm like looking for something, and I'll find something. I know I will. You look long enough, you'll find whatever you're looking for. The quality of it might not be that good, though. Ah, yeah, a little bit of moonshine never hurt nobody. Whoa, is that like invisible? It's like almost like, oh no, there it is. Okay. Yeah, many people do investing separate than trading. Yeah, for sure. We're getting chopped up. Yeah, it really sucks. We're just in that gamma zone. Look at it. We're just in the zone, man. The auto zone right there. Market net flow, by the way, is back to bearish convergence. Whoa, look at that order coming in. That's a big old order there. On 0-date flow. Huh. That can initiate trend changes potentially. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't feel like the setup is there, but okay, let's draw this out. Let's draw it out. Lower highs. This is still a higher low. Okay, give it some time. See if it shuts up. Bulls need something to go into the weekend, man. They do not want to close at the lows. I don't know. Okay. Oh, dude, is my Twitch stream down? No, it's still live. Okay, I just pull up my Twitch chat. I'm like, wait, wow. Anyway. Mike, what's your favorite alcohol drink? What do I like for drinking drinks? I like trying different beers. I've always enjoyed that. Yeah, I like trying different new beers and stuff like that. I like hazy type of beers. I really like Allagash. Allagash, they're pretty strong, like some of them. But I've always liked their brews. There's a triple ale, like from the triple one, that's like really tasty. It's bourbon barrel aged. That's been a good one. I like various bourbons and like have hard alcohol. Like my typical go-to choice is like a Manhattan or old fashioned. Dude, there is this bourbon that I like so much. I forget the name of it. I gotta revisit and relook at what the name of was it, because it was a really smooth, good tasting bourbon. But I don't really drink it I don't really drink like that like frequently. It's more of like a special occasion or something like that. But a beer I'll have. Man, this tape is just heavy today, people. It is a heavy tape. And like I said, I'm not here to try to short this thing. It's just a heavy tape all around. And I'm happy that I can be here and just hang out. I wish there was more opportunities I can just like nail in. There's been like, what, how many trades have we taken? Like 2 or 3 or something like that. And this is not typical of me to be here all day doing this and trying to pick out trades. But, eh. No, Naked Peanut. No, I didn't forget about Twitch. No, not at all. No, I was trying to load it back up because I had another screen open on the monitor. We live, Super Beef Patty. Track 7. Oh, Track 7. Yeah, Track 7's great, dude. Oh, you know about Track 7 because you're around here, right? Track 7 Brewery. Bring on the apes. Careful, man. Careful with the apes here. Jeez. Hey, look at this price action, dude. If we come to 5,100, I might have to take a little shot down there. Little cha-cha. You know, a little cha-cha-cha. We'll see. Revision Brewing. Ooh, okay, yeah. I love checking new breweries out. Houston Haze. That sounds pretty good. That sounds cool. Is that a beer or is that a brewing company? Low of day reached. Pretty dramatic sell side, people. Just careful here. What did we see? This gain convergence again. We're getting more sell side. This is a continuation of trying that big order there. Sometimes you can mark changes, but it did not, at least not right now. We're right there at the daily expected move. Sorry, weekly expected move on SPY. We're trading under it.
Estimate year over year up 287.9%.
Undercut the low. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce back from undercutting it. Yikes, man. Yikes. Yikes. Low. Whiskey would be nice for investment, but you couldn't resist. Yeah, you know, whiskey, there's a company actually that you can buy investment grade wine from, and they hold it for you, they store it for you, and you gain like value over the course of time. And if they sell it, or you know, if they sell it or what, I don't really know how it works, but you literally can invest through them for like a fee or whatever, and you have a portfolio of wine. I thought that was so cool. And then there's also a company that did this with farmland. I forget what it's called.
President Biden,
but like you can buy shares of farmland from them, and they do all like obviously the back end. And I don't know really how it works, but then you can have exposure to farmlands.
Iran will not succeed. Some commentary coming from U.S. President Biden.
Oh, there's Biden commentary. Okay.
stocks at the lows of the near the lows of the afternoon. Down 1.7% in the S&P minis.
Wasn't that a Facebook game? farm, whatever? Yeah, it was, I think. Is it still? Oh, dude, he's formerly from Knee Deep. Oh, Knee Deep is one of our favorites. Me and my wife. She loves the Knee Deep Breaking Bud, right? That's what Breaking Bud from Knee Deep, I think. That's like that's her favorite one. She hasn't drinking beer for a long time, but that was her favorite one, or is probably still. Some wicked wild price action, people. Let's go ahead and cut arms and legs off with this price action. Holy macaronis. It's a bad idea to invest in one. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I wouldn't know. Would not know. Farmville, great game. Come to Sparks? Like what's Sparks? Sparks, Nevada? Is that where you're from, Swing Trade? That ain't that far from Reno, right? There we go, Trader Joe. Getting a lotto ticket over here. Yeah. Get it. Close. What you mean close? Sparks, Nevada, right? You're talking about Nevada, right? All right, what's the name of it again? Revision? Star Brewer at Knee Deep. Come to Sparks. Together. Revision Brewing. Yeah, look at this price act. I'll recognize you from somewhere else? Oh, shit. Okay, it is in Nevada. Okay, cool. Look at these moves, man. Holy macaronis. These are 30-second candles that I'm watching here. They're large. They're like 30-second candles moving like 20 to like 10 points, man. This is wild. I would love to get in and trade some of this, but not really if it doesn't slow down and set up. 5,100, look at this thing. They're reaching for it. Go for it. Go for it already. Just make it happen and get it over with. I don't know, man. 5,100, that'd be crazy. Got an hour left. That would just shock everyone. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. It'd have to break the weekly expected move. That'd be dang near probably a 3 standard deviation move if that was the case. Oh, man. I'm just happy that I was able to extract a little bit of money from this crazy tape. You don't think it'd be that shocking? Gosh, I mean, that short of a time frame into 5,100? I mean, I guess that's not that shocking. It is only 16 points. But just looking at the candles, like from what we've been seeing, I feel like it'd be kind of shocking. But I guess you're right there. It's not really like a crazy point move. Let's take a look here. I'll give you more accurate information. So let's look at the SPX. I mean, it's okay. If we're looking at CBOE SPX, I mean, it's right here. We're 9 points off. Let's go to the trade tab. Oh man, we could for sure hit it. Yeah, there's still a $15 expected move here. There's still a $15 expected move here. Look at that volume that just came in right now, actually. Whoa, hello. Man. Like the way that I would look at if I was like trying to trade this right now, which I'm not, I would just be like, okay, I'd probably do what Trader Joe just recently. He's like, yeah, he puts on a lotto and lets it go and sees what happens, and that's about it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and try to like get in, like, and get chopped up in this. But it's like, hey, if I think the price is going to be higher, okay, I'll take a little shot on like a short time frame. Or if I think it's going to go lower, I'll take a shot and I'll just hold it to the end of the day. And that's the trade. Why does my voice sound like that? Why is it getting so raspy? Oh gosh, don't lose my voice. Blah, 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 blah. Newbie. Only made $5 today. Let's get it. Let's do that. It's, 90, 80 cents an hour, okay? If you were here for 8 hours, let's do this, okay? I made so much money. You don't even understand how much money that I have and made. Oh, man, my impressions suck. This little trend down here, I mean, I don't know. Lower highs into it. Still have not really a higher low yet. I would like to see the higher low. I think I'm reaching a little bit, to be honest. A little bit of a reach right there. Or is it? You. That's right. The bubble thing, the booble thing, yeah, for sure. Okay, so Bookmap. Okay, Bookmap. I'm trying to explain this in a very easy way here. The little bubbles are volume. Okay, so you can visualize like when the orders come in, if they're bigger, smaller, red, down volume, like up volume, okay, positive, negative, whatever. But what you're seeing here is the heat map. The heat map, it's showing like cold is blue, right? The more liquidity is red. And it's showing you kind of what's behind the candlestick, right? So if all I'm looking at is this or this, all I see is the candlestick. I don't really know what's behind the chart. Where are orders hiding? And you'll see when you look at this, it's looking at market depth data, right? So it shows you, oh, there's contracts. People are setting shop up in these levels. And you can do this and you could pull like, it could be levels of support or levels to play off of. Like the longer that they're here, like for example, like look at this one that came in overhead. They've been driving, they literally been driving price down, walking price down. This wasn't the only time. Look at this one. They added it here, price got pressed down, right? Started moving down, it started bouncing up. They're starting to add back in here. They're literally pushing. And then you come down and you're like, okay, but where are the buyers at? So sellers keep on stepping forward. They keep on saying, hey, I'm going to sell, or whatever the case is. Where are buyers hiding out? Well, look for areas beneath us where there could be, bids. And I keep on going down and where the hell did it go? 5075, there's 777 contracts. Oh, they're playing games. They're playing games with us right now. They think that that's funny. 777. Lucky 777. Is that what they're doing? Is that what they're doing right now? You think you're funny? Okay. I'm calling the police. You're arrested. You can't joke to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. But that's what the book map is. That's what it's showing. And when you see so for example, you kind of have this this kind of holding up this level here. So if this gets filled, what you'll see is you'll see volumes pick up.
3 million from 158 million.
But then you look at this and you're like, okay, lower highs. Did get a nice little volume candle node right there, but it's kind of just holding up at 5150 here. Okay. And then we add into the gamma, and then we look at price action and kind of go from there. You can use anchor VWAPs. They help a lot too. I'm a big fan of those. I can pull up NQ. I like really looking at ES though, because it's a little bit cleaner of a look. Are we going for it? Are we doing this? Should I put on a rocket ship for a trend break? Let's do this. Come on, man. Let's go. Give the Bulls something to be happy about for the weekend. Market net flow is still bearish too, by the way. So, yeah. Gamma Labs is giving us 5,100 still. We're coming into about 40 minutes left to the trading session. Floating around the weekly expected move. Bumping our head on this trend line. Still actually holding up rather well, actually. Cool. Cool, dude. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and anchor a VWAP now into the swing low and see. Kind of undercut it there, made a little bit of a U-turn, so I'll give it a little second. Yeah, it's already breaking it. See if we can come through and tighten back up here a little bit more. If not, I mean, this being underneath the swing anchor VWAP from the swing low, I mean, that opens the door still lower. Still lower. And in the reaching out to 5,100 is that's the warning shot right there. That's like the, hey, get the heck out of my way. Get the heck out of my way, dude. Get the heck out of my way, man. Yeah. Hit him with a remix. I'd like for it to set up, people. I really would, but you can't execute right now. Both from a long side and a short side, it looks like it's a little bit too much. Alts have been rug pulled? Oh, really? What are some of the... I don't really know anything about altcoins. What do I think about Pepe? I have no idea about Pepe. Yeah, I don't really know about like all the meme tokens or whatever. I don't really get too involved. There are some people in the Discord group that understand them and like can get pretty involved with them. I just never I never understood it. And I tried a little bit, but I just feel more comfortable with like some crypto equities and maybe Bitcoin and Ethereum, trading those. Not going to get the moves and the gains from the smaller, but also I'm not going to put in a full-size positions or anything like that into some of these altcoins. It's not my style. Somebody. God, this thing is heavy, dude. This thing is going to 5,100, isn't it? Market net flow is telling us that it's still heavy, by the way. Still very bearish. Still very bearish. Almost down 2% in the NASDAQ. And this thing keeps cracking lower, people. Oh my goodness. Are we going for 5,100? Let's get ready to rumble. All right, let's see if we can fill this liquidity down here beneath us. Be calm, be cool, be collective. Don't be doing anything stupid. The edge is to the downside still, but just because that's the edge doesn't mean that you should necessarily short into a tape that's already down a lot. Okay? Do you, dude. I'm not really, I don't approach the market from a short, even though at the very beginning of the stream, it was giving us the idea. Here we go. Here's some interesting stuff going on there. Getting some action there. Little light ups. Ah, man, this 5150 looks like it's going to fill. Eat it up. Eat the liquidity up and let's go from there. And look, they just added some more overhead again. Not much, but they just keep walking this down. They keep walking the tape. It's like me walking Coco, dude. Coco is celebrating so much right now. On a single day after being wrong for 40 months. Dual view of the same chart. Which one are you talking about? On TradingView? TradingView, I'm actually looking at S&P 500. I could look at both of them. And then I'm looking at NQ over here. Just kind of watching it. This is a shorter term chart, way underneath the opening range, which is way, 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 way up there. You can even see we tried to tag back into it today. And now I'm watching this little trend. As price keeps breaking from it. Sitting roughly at around the lows of day. Just roughly right there. There we go, right? Lows of day. Low of day is right here, actually. On NQ. Lows of day on NQ right over there. Let's get ready for it. Let's get ready to rock and rumble. Rumble and rock. Coco about to celebrate. Dude, they are going for 5,100. They just keep going for it. All right, let's look at net gamma. What's that? What's going on here? Yeah, 5,100 right here. That'd be the next potential level of support. I mean, it's been bearish all day. Couple pockets of no, look at the pockets of no convergence. What happened to price during that time? Look at the white line for price. I'm just gonna go like that for that. Up, then it went back to convergence. Boom, down. Up, went back, well, kind of flat, and then went back down. And Zach Morris over there from Atlas is over there telling that at 8:50 a.m. that we're going to see a big pop based off of my VWAP. And that's it. Based off of my speculation. That's what we're going to see. 8:50 a.m. Coming for you, buddy. Right here. Right here. We're getting a big pop. Posted on Twitter. You don't believe me? Look at the tweet. He was totally right. It plopped. It popped. He'd probably say, no, I meant pop like it's going to pop to the downside. Shut up, kid. Shut up, man. That's a pop. Pop skeep. Hop skeep, boop, boop. All right, let's see here. Just trading around that daily, that weekly expected move still. Oh, hey, we're coming back into that trend line. Yeah, let's go see. Dude, why is this trend line so perfect right now? Why is it so perfect? You see that? Does it go even further? Oh my God, does it go further? No, not really. Does it go further? Yeah, I don't really care. Look at that thing hold. Jeez, I thought I literally just saw my screen flash as if I had a trade on right now. Good thing I don't. Because it would have been long if it was a trade. That would have sucked. All right, come on, let's do this. Come on, guys, let's get in the rocket ship. Come on. I want to be in a rocket ship right now. Take me. Can you take me higher? I'm getting bored. But I'm having fun though too. You thought the guy was in jail? I think he was, I don't really know, dude. I really don't know what happened. Bunch of scammers, dude. At least it came off like that. I don't really know the details, but some of the stuff that they posted and I saw, I was like, yikes, dude. Yikes. All right, I want to hop in the rocket ship. This is going to be premature, but I kind of want to. Come on, guys. Let's have some fun here. Figuring out money is taking you into the rocket ship. Breaking a trend line, has no idea if price is going to continue to go higher, but he's feeling pretty confident in himself to get into a rocket ship that may as well crash and burn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming to the final 40 minutes of the trading session, and so far, Michael, being in a rocket ship at the lows of day does not seem like a good idea. Let's continue and watch. Paper trade long? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Then I don't care. I might as well just not trade. All right, dude, I'm entering into a fake trade right now. Yahoo! Come on, everybody. The premature rocket ship is not looking like a good idea. But we are staying in it because we just feel like doing that. Take a look at market net flow is one big reason why we should not be in a rocket ship right now. It's been like this all day. Looking at Gamma Labs, looking at 0 date, it looks like people want to get paid down at 5,100. Ooh, but 5,120 is starting to grow again. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can do this. Let's give 145 a go. Break it, break it, break it. I'm tired. Can you tell? Tesla looks terrible right now. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the moon. Just to be clear, I'm just having fun right now. I'm not going to be trading this. But let's take a look at SPY. Just doodling on the weekly expected move. It's getting there. It's in its happy place. It did what the market was going to say. The market, so when you really think about this, actually, the market's doing exactly what the market said it was going to do on Friday's close. On the close of business last week, the market did exactly what it would do. See this move right here? If you're new here and you don't understand that, this level we got before the trading week even started, okay? Okay? Why? Why did we do that? Because the markets price in expectations of risk. Now take a look over here, people. I want to give you a little bit more insight. Come over here. Let's take a look at the RSI. The RSI put in a low and a higher low. We have a low right here and a higher low, a lower low right there. That is a positive divergence on the 15-minute time frame. People, I think we can go back up to 511.02, okay? Breaking out of this little wedge here. Come on, can we do it? Can we do it? That's 2 standard deviation move. Pretty wild, pretty wild. All right, let's take a look. Is the rocket ship a good idea? Ladies and gentlemen, you tell me. Right now, no, not really, but it could be. It could be, ladies and gentlemen. It could be. Let's go to the moon. Come on, people. I need more jet fuel. Give it to me. Give me more jet fuel. Fly me to the moon. How dare the market play with me? Don't drink and fly. Okay. What are we doing here? Come on. Oh. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Fly me to the moon. Fly me back to the daily VWAP. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be nuts. That would be wild if it came back up to daily VWAP. I don't think it's going to do that. Market net flow, still bearish. Gamma, this is going to be chip, chop, wet pop. Crazy, crazy. All kinds of crazy. But we did get a trend break. You know, that's pretty positive. So maybe it does, maybe we pull back in. Maybe it comes in. Maybe we do something like that. I don't know. There's only 30 minutes left of the trading session coming into the final half hour of trade. And we've been going kind of, uh-oh, what's that? Going sideways here pretty much since, I don't know, what time was that? 12:45? That doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. I always forget that I'm still in my rocket ship. You need to fight. You need to keep pushing. Do not take failure to heart. You only fail when you give up. Success comes to those that keep pushing, keep trying. Never give up. I hear instrumental music playing, so I just wanted to give a nice little speech there. Hope that helped out. Beep, beep, low fuel. Low fuel. No, we just got a back test. It's coming back to refuel. It came back to refuel on the trend line. Beep, 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 beep. Sirens sending off. All right. This was a fun live stream. I had fun today. Oh, my live stream is blocking my camera view though. For my rocket is blocking the screen over there. We're back in the command center, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the command center. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a backtest taking place here. We need more fuel. We need more fuel. Just don't go in Boeing. Yeah, seriously, right? We have an inside trading candle here. Oh man, look at this, the whole thing. Uh-oh, there we go. Come on now, let's break that high. Let's go, 147.75. Yeah, it don't look good. Don't look good. Doesn't look good. We're back at the weekly expected move for the S&P 500. Seems like we'll probably be just around here. I mean, unless we get some little end-of-day move, whether that's to the upside or downside, I don't know. We are losing convergence here. If it goes to gray, that's where you can, like I said, get those contra moves. Gamma, I'm still checking here, see if anything's changing. 5,100, reaching still, man. They ain't giving up. They ain't giving up. Still floating around this trend line. It's kind of actually still holding as if it's like a back test, but it's too choppy, bearish, convergent. Like I said, it's heavy tape, heavy price action. We can look at some individual names, but even if I look at individual names, so let me pull up.
U.S. cash equity close, dollar index holding above 106.
Yeah, the dollar is holding up. Like we're in negative gamma territory, right? We're below a 5-day moving average, right? Do have a little positive divergence form in here, so there's always the possibility that we have this weird little pop. I don't know. Now it's kind of, you'd really want to see market net flow change. But even at this case, being under a 5-day moving average in negative gamma territory, I'm not trying to add exposure to my swing trade portfolio where I actually move my real money around. Right now, it's like I took a stab in FDX. I got stopped today when it broke the low of the prior day trading candle. I took an early entry. So early entries, speculative entries, I always take smaller positions. And I would have added to it if it played out in my favor. It did not play out in my favor. Come on, baby. Let's see. Let's just get one little rocket ship, dude. Let's give up on the 5,100 people. Okay, whoever's out there doing that, let's give up on that. Okay, let's give up on it.
That's Bostic concluding his comments from Tulane University.
Oh, get out of here, Bostic. Actually, no, stay here, Bostic. Give us something good. All right, we're dancing between the swing low and the prior little high here. Anchor VWAP. Got a little death cross out there on the hourly chart of SPX. Yep. Okay. Take a look at over here at Twitch, but I've been waiting all day for 5,100. Hey, you might still get it. Let's be real here. You might still get 5,100. Now look at this thing. This thing's about, this is a loaded spring right now. Loaded spring right now. Look at how tight that is. Should I do a rocket ship? Should I do it? Should I just prematurely go into a rocket ship, or should I not do it? You tell me, yes or no. Premature rocket ship. Let's go. Take me to the stars, across the world and into Mars. Take me higher. Take me higher. Hello, this is Michael. I'm kind of busy right now. Yeah, I'm actually flying in a rocket ship, believe it or not. All right. I'll call you later. Bye, Mom.
Taking a look at market internals, NYC volume 3% above its 1-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 5.6 to 1. NASDAQ volume 10% below its 1-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 3.7 to 1. VIX index trading higher by 22% at 1814.
Let's go. Come on, baby. There we go, people. This is a 30-second time frame. It's very, very, very small time frame. I don't encourage people to use this or trade on it, but I like looking at the small fractals of the market and seeing the small subtleties of price action contracting. And I look at the larger time frames too, but yeah. Yep. Let's go, baby. There it was. It's up only because of the rocket ship. We're back up into this little gamma area right here. I love how the rocket ship is displayed like right here. And then the price action is just going down like this the entire time. So anybody that just comes into the stream, they're like, dang, dude, what is this kid doing?
Saying with this week's CPI report, it's good time to remind people the Fed is not data point
Small and
dependent.
sassy. What website are you watching this
strong.
meeting?
Inflation is not falling as rapidly as last year.
Which meeting? Are you talking about the noise in the background by any chance, Craig? Is that what you're talking about? The noise? The person talking?
Billy's saying there's no urgency
Trader
to
Joe.
adjust policy rate at this time.
Hey, Dijen, you're still in here? I thought you took off for the day. It's all good, man. I'm glad that you're here. You got the hype train badge, dude. You have a hype train conductor. For those that don't know that are just in here, dude, Dijan just like hooked up the entire community, giving all these freaking gifted subs out, which takes away ads and stuffs and gives them the badge on Twitch. YouTube doesn't, yeah. I don't know what YouTube does, but I got to still figure out the whole live streaming platform on YouTube.
Daly's saying that there's a lot of work to do before we can be confident. Saying right now the economy and policy rate is in a good place.
Oh, really? Well, then let's drive this market up higher, baby. Let's do it. Let's fly. Oh, Craig.
Daly's saying there's too much discussion on how many
second here.
rate cuts rather than what are trying to accomplish.
That person talking in the background is a company called Trade the News. Trade the News is very quick news feed. It's not cheap. It's very expensive. I got it because I thought it could be beneficial while I'm live streaming and trading the markets. And hopefully you guys find value in it. But you will hear news here first. It comes way too quick.
Saying there's no reason to be surprised by bumps, and that we will maintain policy
it's a live news
stance
feed.
as long as necessary.
Where we at, dude? Coming back in. Come on now. Why you gotta do this to me? I'm in a rocket ship. Don't you understand that that's important? I'm running out of gas, dude. Somebody fuel me up. Adding fuel now. Stopping at the gas station. Here we go. Filling up at the little VWAP there. Filling up at the pipeline. Here we go. Take off. Take off. I'm goofing around. Sorry, I'm not taking it seriously, people, right now. I'm just having fun. I think I've been serious enough all day. Can let loose a little bit here. Okay. All right. Be nice to me. Filling up again. Here we go. 0 rate cuts this year. Mike, are we having an end-of-day bounce or what? I mean, it seems that way. It seems like we can. But really, we're just kind of floating around the lower weekly expected move. This is very typical price action. Like even last week, we did the same thing. We bounced way up, and everyone's like, "See, haha," and then it came right back down into it, right over here, and traded within it. Very common to see that. Once we're there, if it breaks lower, like watch out because dynamic hedging could kick in, and you got to look at like the lower time frames and see if volume just like explodes. But we're just we're in a happy spot now. 511.02 is the 2 standard deviation move, and there's a 95% probability that we come back in here. But I mean, we have 20 minutes left in the trading session. So I don't know. That's like 5, 9, 10, 11, moving a couple of dollars in a, like that would be a pretty aggressive move in a very short period of time. You don't want to rule it out, but I don't know. We're just kind of we're in a happy place now for the market, being at the lower weekly expected move. So being around there and trading around there and trying to break from it could be difficult. If I look at 0 date, I mean, they are trying to reach still. Oh no, they're okay. So 5100, 5120 is more of the reach there, but like they were going for 5100, losing convergence here. So this would be better if it was grayed out. So 5120 tells us we can come back in within this green zone, perhaps, but we're below it. So yeah, I wouldn't walk a confident walk right now from a long or a short perspective, you know? I just don't have that edge. You feel? Hey, stop fueling down there at the low anchor VWAP. All right, I'll refuel up. Let me get some more fuel. Let me fuel up again. Oh, the fuel line just snapped. I'm just kidding. I should jump in my. You know what? It's time to drive away. It's time to drive away in my Tesla. That's how I feel. I'm gonna go fly in my Cybertruck. That's how I feel right now. Oh, whoa! Look at this. Careful. Look at these rips, man. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these moves. Just a violent day today. You can't have any fun if you're trading this. Well, I can. I can make fun out of it. Just cruising in my Tesla Cybertruck. Look at, like, I can turn the lights off. I can turn them on. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, man. Dude, if Moonraker gets that 5100, man, let's party. Very, very, very sloppy tape. Very sloppy tape. Oop. Oop. What just happened? Did I do that right? Is it on my screen? Okay, cool. All right, let's take a look here. I want to see if anything's changing. 20 more minutes into the market close. Oh my gosh, look at this. Jeez, man. They're pressing for it. Holy moly. What is going on here? They just want it. But will they get it? Will they do it? Now I have to see the close. I have to see what happens. It's been so fun and entertaining. Coming into this little prior swing high, anchor VWAP. Can we get back a butt? Can we go? Can we go? Can we go? Can we go? Should I get back in the rocket ship? Should I get back in the rocket ship? Ah! Sloppy tape. All right. You're overtrading today, Chip. Got to be careful, man. Hopefully you didn't get chopped up too much. It was a choppy tape, so you know, these are harder tapes to trade. All right. So understand that. You know. Rocket ship is failing. How dare you, Daijan? I was just refueling. I'm in the command center right now. Goldie, how healthy is the market right now? It ain't too healthy, man. It's all over the place. On an intraday basis, it's just a little all over the place, to say the least. Oh shoot, should I be in the rocket ship again? Wow, dude. Attention, Houston. We have reports that shorts are currently trapped, and we're going to commence Operation Squeeze. So get out of the way and make sure to buckle up and not get your face ripped off.
Reportedly, the U.S. is warning about a new Hong Kong national security law and an advisory.
Why you gotta hit me with the news? Just have some fun. Just have some fun, man. Just be like, yeah. Party on. Come on, rocket ship. Oh, I'm not in my rocket ship. I got out of my rocket ship. I keep forgetting. It's probably a good thing. We were in it, though. All right, we're losing convergence here, which is better to see. And we're still kind of breaking from this weekly expected move in and around 511.02. If we get some sort of squeeze, I mean, that is the higher probability move. In 18 minutes, though, till close. I don't look. Oh my gosh, man. They keep on coming in. Look at it. They just added more liquidity overhead. They're like,
Reportedly, Spirit
let's get through it.
Systems limiting overtime
Squeeze
and
it.
hiring for specific roles as the Boeing 737 MAX output drops.
Bro, what's Boeing look like now?
Says
I
it's
gotta
allowing
look at
its
Boeing
production
really
to
quick.
Support customers' rate profile. Sierra Papa
There's been
Romeo.
nothing but crud news. Oh my goodness. Crud news for Boeing. Look at Boeing. Holy macaroni, dude. Fun times, Boeing. Oh, wait, I forgot to get my rocket ship again. Dang it. All right, now it's a little too late. Should I get my rocket or should I not? Type 1 in the chat if I should get into it. 2 if I should not get in my rocket ship. You get 5 seconds. If I don't get any answers, my stream is ending right now. Just kidding. Yeah, SPY's holding the SPY is holding the 50-day moving average quite well here. We got a rocket ship. We got a rocket ship 1. We got a 1. We got a 1. We got a 1. Oh, we got a 2. We got a 2. We got a 1. We got a 1. We got a 1. We got a 1. Oh. Hey, that's the same person typing ones. Let's go, baby. Let's go to 511.02. The next docking station would be 511.02 for the S&P 500, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and make it happen for the crowd. I went into the rocket. I went to the command center, refueled. It took a little bit of time, but we are back here again. Okay. So we're heading higher. We're back above 51.25. We're probably going to start moving down now that I stepped into a rocket ship. It's never safe, me as the driver, but that's okay. We try our best. Getting a nice end of day squeeze, ladies and gentlemen. We keep on pressing. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my gosh. Abort, abort. Hey, did anybody trade that? That was a crazy move. I'm not going to lie. I put in 1 micro for that. I played a little bit of a U-turn trade right there. I'll share it later. 1 micro. Nothing crazy. I'm out now. I'm out. Because I wasn't paying too much attention. I did a U-turn right here. Want to know what a U-turn is? I have a YouTube short on the U-turn trade. This is the swing low anchored VWAP. And when we undercut it, I was looking for a potential U-turn trade with this being the stop down here. And got lucky. We're flying high, ladies and gentlemen. Houston, we do not have a problem. And now that I jinxed it, people are going to get mad and complain to me about having a potential problem. Now that I said there might not be one, ladies and gentlemen, that is just what happens on a live stream here with the Figuring Out Money Michael Silva channel over here. Oh my gosh. But we keep on continuing to press higher. We're at 400 viewers, and this is one of the larger streams in a while. And that's how we do it. We prepared. We got our rocket ship ready. We talked about this, and it chopped and whopped and chopped. And we came back up to the almost 511.02, ladies and gentlemen. That is the 2 standard deviation move right there. 2SD. The higher probability trade was for this to happen. And guess what? Guess what? It's going on. It's good to know probabilities. It's good to manage risk. It feels good. Today was a good trading day. right, let's take a look at market net flow. It's still actually negative. It's still not good. So this could just be an end of day short covering people. So, oh yeah, just be ready for that. Okay, so where can we potentially be? So 51.20 would be the put wall. So if I look at these at the gamma perspective level, yeah, 51.25, 51.20. We've just been there all day, just chopping through this. Okay, now we're getting a little bit of a squeeze. A little end of day squeeze. Got 13 minutes left in the trading session. I will not execute any more trades for the day. I said that once, and then I saw a couple of trades. I took them. I will not execute any more into today's trade. Done. Okay, so now you want to know what I do? I'm not going to trade this, but now, like, say if this was the more intraday, like, and we weren't at the end of day. Say if that was the case. See this strong move up right here? Okay, these are only 30-second candles, but maybe look at the 1 minute, 2 minute. This would be more tactical approach. What I would do is I would approach the anchor VWAP from the swing high. I would look for 4, 5, 6 candles down, but nice in declining volume. And then I would also anchor a VWAP to the start of this move right here. So this, I would look for this to pull in, this to hold or maybe undercut and U-turn, and to tighten up and break from that level to come back to the swing high or potentially higher to play out a bull flag. That's how I would approach that. Okay, I'm not going to approach that now like this, given the context of the trading day, but that is how I would approach something like this intraday, right? I wouldn't sit here and try to fade it. Well, okay, it depends on market net flow, what market net flow is telling me, but that would be something that I would look at, right? So let's take a look. We'll watch what happens. Like I said, I'm definitely not going to execute a trade on a breakout, breakdown, anything like that coming into the close, because volume picks up at the close, and I don't feel like getting trapped up in any sort of volume, a high volume move or anything like that. Hello, this is your captain speaking. Oh, yeah. I'll have a spicy chicken sandwich with Chick-fil-A sauce. No, I said Chick-fil-A sauce. Okay, bye. No Chick-fil-A sauce? No Chick-fil-A sauce? Yeah, let's get the end of day pump. Glad you sold your puts. Good stuff, man. Did everyone enjoy today's live streaming session? Y'all have a good time? You learned something? Hopefully y'all did. Coming to an end. I'm ready to go outside and get some fresh air. Hey, Super Beef Patty, Abby's options. Dang, Abby, have you been here all day? That's what's up. Coming back in and out, you know. Thanks, everybody. Yee. Thanks, Abby's option. That's awesome. Next door, Super Beef Patty, AA, Daijan. Thanks again, brother, for hooking up the community like that. That was what's up. Moonraker, it's always a pleasure. Trader Joe, my man. Like I said, I'm going to look into that Discord thing too, by the way, Trader Joe.
S&P names, the closing imbalances, market on
Goldie,
close
thanks
to
for
the
being
buy
here.
Side, $1.5 billion to the buy side.
Everybody here, thanks for being here. Johnny, Jamie, MX, Scott, SH, Funding Dreams, Mike Moore. Yeah, see, this is that big volume moves that I don't like at the end of the day. Mike Moore, James, Donald, Colby, T-Trades. What's up? What's up? Thank you for being here. Medavoy, Jamie, Sweet Ass Chick. Even though you were late, I'm glad you're here. I know I remember that name. That name is familiar. All right, I think you follow me out on Twitter. Aaron, cheers. I'll see you Monday, Farouk. Appreciate you being here. MX, same thing. Betty, thanks for being here. Corbin, thanks for being here. Jeremiah, thanks for being here. thanks for being here. Tristan, Ponzi, 1329. Richard C. Dunk, Sir JDT, ZR Coon, Chip Center. AJ, thanks for all showing up. Thanks for subbing to the channel. Thanks for showing your support, being kind. Daddy Trader, thanks for subscribing. SH Funny, thanks for subscribing to the channel. Brandon, we are going to do a lot more lives. The lives are fairly new for me here on YouTube, but let me just tell you, I'm enjoying them much more. Coming into the close, about 8 minutes left. came up to around 511.22. The high was, where we're at, 510.89. We missed that by, how many cents is that? 11, 12, 13 cents? Get out of here, dude. Come on, man. It's a $500 product and we missed it by 13 cents? 13 cents? Big aloha. Appreciate that, Lennox. Thanks, Mike. SPS, thanks. Yeah, almost 400 people here in the chat. Wow, that's wild. Appreciate y'all showing up, showing some support. Just as we come into the market close, I want to just reiterate a couple of things. We have fun, obviously. One of the big takeaways here is I'll show things that I see, little strategies and intraday. Not here to alert things. Not here to, once again, not here to be like, hey, look at me, yay, yay, yay. I'm so smart. Yeah. Okay, that's not why I'm here. I'm here to just read what I see on the screen. And if you want me to look at it, think of it like this. Think of it like you got a buddy next door that's a good trader, decent trader, or not, maybe not even a good trader. Who knows? Okay, but you being able to spend time with other traders does make a big difference. So you can tune into a live stream. You can just listen in the background, or you can say, hey, what's your take on this type of a trade setup? Or, what's your idea on this? Or what do you see? And maybe it differs from what you see, but then you can take both aspects, or maybe it is what you see, and you're like, gives you confirmation, or it makes you feel whatever. I do not focus on where price can really go. I don't control that. Okay, that's not what we're here for. Also, we look at low risk, high probability trades. We'll take many, many cuts, but when we catch a move, the move is bigger than what the risk is that we're taking. That makes up for the small losses. That is risk managing. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a professional trader. I will sit here and say I manage risk. That's what I do. I look at risk. I am a slow mover trader, okay? So that is what you get when you watch here, when you sub to the channel, okay? Jamie, truth is you've retained every book you've ever read. I tell you what, to be honest though, I have crazy ADD. You can see it when I have and a little bit dyslexia too. I'm struggling right now, even just trying to compile my words. I am not good at memorization at all, so I have to revisit things. And when I read books, I read a book or read pages, and I'll go through like a couple of pages, and I'm like, wait a second, dude. What have I been reading? I've literally been thinking about what I'm going to eat for dinner, or where I'm going to go, or that's my head. So I have to like reiterate things, reread things, or pick things that are just very interesting to me. And then the way that they're really obtained and they really are set in stone in my head is I talk about them. I learn about it and then I talk about them. And then I try to learn more and get more feedback. And that's kind of how my process goes. Let's rain that mana boy. I was just waiting to see if we have any crazy move here at the end of the day. We did get a nice little rip up there. Little close out of the rally. Get the gamma flip line in TradingView. You have to manually put it in here. I mean, I have a script from Gamma Lab that you can, but you have to like update it every day or even intraday. So I go into like Gamma Lab and I'll go into like the net gamma. I'll export my levels. I'll come out to my chart and then I'll go into my gamma levels and then I'll have to update it like so, like that. And then I manually put in the 0 date levels every day. So these are actually down lower. I forgot, I didn't update those as the trading day proceeded. I just put them down here. I just put the little green box there. Let me see that bad boy. Oh, is it? Let me see. I won't hold the. I won't touch the break. My wife is officially in her sourdough phase, people.
Don't show them because it's not good yet.
She says it's not good. She's trying to learn how to make a good rise on the sourdough. But this is a fresh baked sourdough bread, ladies and gentlemen. She's in her sourdough phase. The next phase is actually getting. I showed it already. they can see it just fine. The monitors are blocking it. The next phase is the chicken coop phase, and that will be fun with Coco. Some fresh bread and fresh eggies. When to be out of the markets. That's awesome, Mike. Yeah, that's killer. The bread monster. All right, we're coming into this close. Oh man, this chat is blowing up over here, man. Yeah. Oh, Goldie's saying you can buy the starter. Oh, let me see here. You can buy the starter from King's Bread, and they'll mail it to you, and it's the best in the world. Okay, I will tell her that because we're trying to get a new starter because the starter that we use is not that, like, we're having a hard time with it. How much did Coco pull in? Coco, I'm going to go check her account because she's been margin called too many times, and it's payday. I'm close to Loomis, Sirif. Yeah, I'm not too far out of Loomis. My family's out in Penryn, actually, so I'm out in Loomis and Penryn very frequently. Little tiny town of Loomis and Penryn. Well, Penryn's smaller. Got to feed the starter. Yep. Yeah, she's doing all that stuff. It hasn't, like, could be a temperature thing. Dyslexic, yeah, I'm a little dyslexic. Yeah, what I was saying was, T-Rabbit was, if you're wondering what that means, it's, I'll read things, like yesterday, like, my wife was like, hey, dude, check out this book, and then, like, I picked up the book, and I was like, and I read the title, and I, like, literally mixed the words up, and then she was like, dude, are you serious? I was like, what do you, yeah, you know, I just, my brain solves problems, or it's I look at something, and I read it almost how, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like the words get jumbled, but they don't. They look, I can see it fine, but it's like I read it differently. You know, it's not all the time, but there are some very clear times when it happens. Magical weekend. Yes, everyone have a magical weekend. Go touch grass. Super fatty. Yeah. Oh shoot, we're breaking above this little high anchor VWAP here. Let's go. Let's make it happen, Captain. Let's go 511.02. Let's show you what a 2 standard deviation move looks like. Let's close off like that. That'd be great. But we only have 1 minute left till the closing bell. Never mind. We have 2 seconds. 1 second. That is the closing bell, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful weekend. The market is still kind of exploding here. Not too far off. Like, watch, I'll do the overtime. Let's see what happens. Look at. An after hour session, where's he coming to? Right there. Boom. There we go. Tagged. Bam. Tagged. Shacuse. All right, y'all. Good games. Good game, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Sourdough with some clam sauce in San Francisco sounds so good. Some clam chowdy. I'm hungry. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it quits. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everyone being here. I'm going to look up that, what Goldie said there about the King's Bread. Okay, I'm going to copy that because I want to remember that. Thanks.